Chapter 222, The Spreading News of Death. Chapter 222, The Spreading News of Death. Chapter 222, The Spreading News of Death. The snow was falling faster and harder. The bodyguards on watch weren't on high alert. The temperature was 20 degrees below zero, but this wasn't anything to a post-condensation period martial artist. As long as they revolved their true essence, they could easily dispel the frosty cold. However, the maids were the ones who suffered. They had no cultivation. So after standing in the biting cold wind and snow for a long time, they soon began to tremble. Even though they were almost frozen, the Allied Trade Association had very strict rules. They could not even rub their hands or stomp their feet for warmth. At this moment, there were several maids carrying grapes and other sweet snacks as they walked, their small faces almost iced over, and the plates they carried were covered with snow. A guard checked the fruit and snacks before nodding and indicating that they could pass and deliver the trays. But as soon as he waved them past, he suddenly stiffened. He looked with unbelieving eyes at the waterside pavilion not too far away. The pavilion was empty. "This, my lord." Guard 2 and Guard 3 also looked over, stunned. "What's going on?" The 4 bodyguards panicked and used their movement techniques to enter the pavilion. They saw that Ouyang Dihua had already vanished, while Zhang Fengxian was lying prone on the ground, his condition unknown. The 4 bodyguards' hearts were suddenly filled with an inexplicable chill. They had been standing guard here. So how had this happened? "Mr. Ouyang? Has he been kidnapped, or—" As Guard 1 said these words, he trailed off, not wanting to continue. The other 3 suddenly felt their hearts go cold and sink into their stomach. If Ouyang Dihua died, they would face severe punishment from the 7 profound valleys. Guard 1 put his hand over Zhang Fengxian's mouth to see if he was still breathing, and found that he was. As soon as he opened his eyelids to check, Guard 1 suddenly gasped. His pupils had vanished, leaving nothing but the whites of his eyes. "Hurry, hurry, and report this to the Marshal House. Use the long-distance information transmission array to inform the total faction that Mr. Ouyang is in trouble." The truth was, the moment that Ouyang Dihua had died, the 7 profound valleys had already been informed. Ouyang Dihua was an important figure, so he had a life jade plate. As soon as he died, no matter how far away he was, the life jade plate would shatter. The deacon disciple that was guarding the life jade plate chamber suddenly heard a cracking sound. Stunned, he looked at the sign of the jade tablet and immediately lit a sound transmitting talisman. At this moment, in a cave dwelling at the 7 profound valleys' back mountains, a middle-aged man dressed in black was sitting down cross-legged in meditation. His long, thick black and white hair draped down to his waist, and his face was as apathetic as a rock carving. He was circling his true essence to cultivate his martial arts. The faint sound of a weeping ghost spread out from his body, and a chilling energy spread through his body. A layer of ice formed on the ground around him. This man was Ouyang Dihua's uncle, Ouyang Boyan. He was an elder of the 7 profound valleys Acacia faction, and he was an early Xiantian realm master. Fu, a burning flame appeared in front of Ouyang Boyan, and the voice of the jade plate chamber deacon sounded into Ouyang Boyan's mind. "What?" Ouyang Boyan's eyes flew open. A dangerous coldness flashed through them. "Who killed my nephew?" In the next moment, Ouyang Boyan was like a ghost as he rushed out of the cave dwelling and suddenly arrived at the jade plate room. The jade plate chamber deacon was already waiting, his hands holding up a tray with Ouyang Dihua's life jade plate. There was a sharp crack in the jade plate. It proved that Ouyang Dihua had already died. "Since they dare to kill my nephew, no matter who it is, I will make them beg for death. Their entire family will pay with their lives as well." Ouyang Boyan's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. 20 years ago, Ouyang Boyan hadn't broken through to the Xiantian realm yet. He was on a mission with Ouyang Dihua's father when the two of them were ambushed and chased down. The two of them had fought with their lives on the line. Ouyang Dihua's father had died, but the enemy had suffered a big loss because of him. This was the only reason that Ouyang Boyan was lucky enough to preserve his own life. Therefore, he had always regarded Ouyang Dihua as his own son and tried to meet all of his needs the best he could. Sometimes, because of his own lasciviousness, Ouyang Dihua would offend a powerful figure in the mortal world. When this happened, Ouyang Boyan would help his nephew resolve the incident. The 7 Profound Valleys was not a monolithic sect. The 7 different factions each managed their own matters. Their cultivation methods were all different, and as a result, their corresponding personalities were also different. As the saying went, those who walk different paths have to go their separate ways. There wasn't much of a relationship between the 7 great elders, and not even the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master could solve this. Although the Acacia faction was a subordinate of the 7 Profound Valleys, they were not subject to restrictions. As an elder of the Acacia faction, Ouyang Boyan had enormous power and influence. He was able to shelter Ouyang Dihua so that he could do whatever he wanted. Ouyang Boyan had been protecting his nephew like this all along, but now he had actually died. This aroused Ouyang Boyan's ultimate wrath. When he passed into Netherworld, where would he have the face to see his big brother? Ready the heavenly wind eagle, I will depart for Sky Fortune Kingdom immediately. Ouyang Boyan coldly issued an order, his heart filled with a firm determination. Even if he had to turn the Sky Fortune Kingdom upside down, he would find the murderer that killed his nephew. Sky Fortune City by family. Sky Fortune Cities by family had been court officials for generations. Every generation of the family, they would have someone who passed the imperial examination. They could be described as a scholarly family that had been prominent for centuries. Most of the Bai family were scribes. They were responsible for keeping and tracking history and literature, reviewing court documents, and handling the affairs of state. The head of the current Bai family generation was Bai Yuanpei. This generation, the Bai family had reached the peak of its prosperity. Bai Yuanpei had become the #1 scholar of his generation, and he has passed the imperial exam to be a second-grade official at the age of 45, and he was a vice minister. However, in Sky Fortune Kingdom, where martial arts was considered the most prestigious path, the glory of being the #1 scholar every 3 years was less than that of being the #1 examination candidate from the 7 Profound Martial House's entrance examination that took place twice a year. Even the prime minister's position in the government was inferior to that of the 10 great generals. Therefore, the Bai family's status in Sky Fortune City wasn't considered too outstanding. However, there had actually been an anomaly that occurred in the generation of Bai Yuanpei's grandchildren. That would be Bai Yuanpei's granddaughter, Bai Jingyun. She had actually been born with an amazing superior 4th-grade talent. Bai Jingyun's father was a mortal with no talent or cultivation in martial arts. As for her mother, she had only been a superior 3rd-grade martial talent. For Bai Jingyun to be born with such a martial talent, it could be considered a precious miracle. But when Bai Jingyun was 15, her princess-like life had suddenly ended. This was because Ouyang Dihua, who had been traveling, had taken a fancy to Bai Jingyun's exquisite beauty and outstanding talent, and he decided to marry her as a concubine. The Bai family had refused. However, Ouyang Dihua had directly approached the emperor, and the emperor had then passed down an imperial decree. This was an ironclad order. How could Bai Yuanpei refuse? Ouyang Dihua's power and influence was greater than the emperor's. Even if it was the emperor who desired to receive a minister's daughter as an imperial concubine, the minister would not dare to refuse. Ouyang Dihua's uncle was an elder of the 7 Profound Valleys. If his uncle wished, he could dethrone the current emperor and install a new one in his stead. So, Bai Yuanpei had no choice to comply. However, Bai Jingyun's father had strongly opposed this. Who knew how many concubines Ouyang Dihua already had? Marrying his daughter to that bastard was simply like shoving her into a fiery pit. However, no matter how much opposition there was, Bai Yuanpei could not change his decision. Bai Jingyun's father was only a frail, weak scholar. His body hadn't been healthy to begin with, and he had been bedridden for years. All of stress happened to catch up with him, and he suddenly passed away. According to the traditions of Sky Fortune Kingdom, once the father dies, their children had to live in a small hut for 100 days, and then mourn for 3 years to fulfill their filial obligations. Ouyang Dihua had wanted to marry her, but after receiving this news, he could not break custom, so the marriage had been dragged out. Now, the mourning period of 3 years was soon over, and Ouyang Dihua had actually come to Sky Fortune City as the current 7 profound envoy. This caused Bai Jingyun to feel an absolute despair take root in her heart. Before Ouyang Dihua had become Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy, the Bai family had been unable to resist him when he had proposed marriage. Now, with Ouyang Dihua having occupied the position of 7 profound envoy, his status was equal to that of an overlord. Bai Yuanpei was only a small vice minister. The results of any refusal could be imagined. Bai Jingyun had used adventuring as an excuse to leave and had already hidden away for more than a month. Now, she had helplessly come back in order to face her unavoidable destiny. She hadn't gone to the Marshall House for several days. Most of the time, she stayed in her room. This morning, after Bai Jingyun had washed herself, someone knocked on her door. "Jingyun, may I come in?" It was Bai Yuanpei's voice. Bai Jingyun sighed. For the family's future, her own grandfather had pushed her into this situation. She didn't hate or despise him, but she didn't hold much sentiment for him either. Especially after her father had died, her attitude towards Bai Yuanpei was even colder. "Come in," Bai Jingyun calmly said. "Jingyun, have you had breakfast yet?" Bai Yuanpei said as he walked in. He tried to smile in order to hide his own guilty conscience. "I don't have an appetite. You still have to eat a little. I'll have the kitchen make a little something and send it in for you." "There's no need. I have to rest for a while today." Bai Jingyun really did not want to talk to Bai Yuanpei because she didn't want to know why Bai Yuanpei came here for. "Well," Bai Yuanpei awkwardly coughed, "I know about the matters concerning your marriage. You don't need to say any more. I already understand." Bai Jingyun's voice was desolate and bleak. Marriage was just a nice way of putting it. According to the customs of Sky Fortune Kingdom, a man could have several concubines. Generally speaking, only a proper and legitimate wife could be married. A concubine didn't have that privilege. Even the emperor's imperial concubine was not considered married. Bai Jingyun knew what the reality of the situation was. It was impossible for her grandfather, who was just a little vice minister, to rebel against the 7 profound envoy. Bai Yuanpei's words stuck in his throat. He could only hollowly laugh. That after another half a month, the 10th prince, His Highness the Cloud Prince, has decided to hold a banquet at his palace. This is the invitation." Bai Yuanpei bitterly shook his head as he pulled a gilded invitation card out of his chest pocket. Bai Jingyun glanced at the card. She could able to guess that at the Cloud Prince's banquet, he would also have invite Ouyang Dihua. The 10th prince had already attained the unofficial support of Ouyang Dihua. As for the crown prince, because Lin Ming had left without speaking, his reputation and prestige had experienced a large drop. Those forces that were taking a wait-and-see attitude had already turned towards the 10th prince. "I won't go," Bai Jingyun icily said. "But Jingyun, I have already said that I will mourn my father for 3 years. For 3 years I will eat vegetables. For 3 years I will wear white. For 3 years I will not marry. Before then, I do not want to see Ouyang Dihua. If you force me to, I would rather die." Bai Jingyun spoke this with an unwaveringly adamant expression. Bai Yuanpei was shocked Bai Jingyun was too short-sighted. Not only would he lose his granddaughter, but he would also provoke the anger of Ouyang Dihua. He quickly said, "Jingyun, calm down. You don't need to go, okay? You don't need to go. I'll just report to His Highness the Cloud Prince," and as Bai Yuanpei spoke, a sound-transmitting talisman suddenly lit up in front of him. He froze like a wooden chicken as he heard the message that was transmitted. Ouyang Dihua was actually dead. Chapter 2:23 Perpetrated by a Xiantian Master. Chapter 2:23 Perpetrated by a Xiantian Master. Chapter 2:23 Perpetrated by a Xiantian Master. Ouyang Dihua has died. Bai Yuanpei mumbled, as if he were unable to believe this himself. What? Bai Jingyun cried out in surprise. She thought she misunderstood his words. Ouyang Dihua was assassinated in the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association, without even his corpse remaining. The president of the Allied Trade Association, Zhang Fengxian, was also turned into an idiot, with his spiritual seat completely demolished. Even a master with a soul-searching technique was not able to obtain a single coherent thought from him. Bai Yuanpei repeated the words that he had heard from the sound-transmitting talisman. Although he was not a martial artist, he still had a very explicit understanding of the strength difference between martial artist levels. Ouyang Dihua was a middle pulse condensation martial artist with numerous life-saving treasures on his body. Even if he met a peak pulse condensation martial artist, he would still be able to evenly match up. But that strong Ouyang Dihua was actually killed within the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association, where there were countless masters around. What sort of concept was that? Was this act of murder perpetrated by a Xiantian master? What about Ouyang Dihua's bodyguards? Didn't he have 4 bodyguards who were always nearby? Bai Jingyun asked with disbelief. Bai Yuanpei ruefully smiled and said, his 4 bodyguards were only a mere 200 feet away. They hadn't even noticed when Ouyang Dihua had died. Not only that, but there was also a Hotian master sitting guard at the Allied Trade Association. Yet this murderer was able to enter without arousing anyone's notice, and left without leaving a shred of evidence. Not even the Hotian master had noticed anything odd. Bai Jingyun was stunned. This was no trivial matter. She was completely frozen still. There was actually someone who was able to creep under the notice of 4 master bodyguards and silently kill Ouyang Dihua, while also evading the notice of a Hotian master's perception. What sort of cultivation would it take to do this? What sort of existence had that Ouyang Dihua managed to offend? Bai Yuanpei said, this murderer is simply too powerful. The chances are high that it was a Xiantian master, maybe a personal enemy of Ouyang Boyan, who came to take their revenge out on Ouyang Dihua. A conflict of this level has no relation with people like us. No relation? How can there be no relation? The relation was huge. Bai Jingyun had been surprised, but now she suddenly sneered. What a great death! He deserved to die early. Bai Yuanpei was frightened out of his wits. He quickly made a silencing gesture. Jingyun, don't say words like that so rashly. Today, the entire Sky Fortune City will fall into total martial law in order to find the murderer. Ouyang Dihua's uncle Ouyang Boyan will also arrive from the 7 profound valleys within a few days. For this period of time, do not leave home, otherwise you might stir up some trouble. I know that, Bai Jingyun said. After seeing Bai Yuanpei out, Bai Jingyun slumped onto the bed. She was in a hazy daze, as if entering a waking dream. She was free. With the wedding date approaching, Ouyang Dihua had actually died. She had long cursed Ouyang Dihua, hoping for someone to kill him in revenge, and that he would brutally suffer to death in the street corners. She didn't ever think that such a day would actually come. But who was the one that killed him? A surge of emotions flooded into Bai Jingyun. She wanted to find this person and personally thank them. This mysterious martial artist probably had no intention of saving her, but to Bai Jingyun, his actions today had forever changed her fate. In fact, at this moment in Sky Fortune City, it wasn't only Bai Jingyun who was secretly celebrating the news of Ouyang Dihua's death. For instance, the Crown Prince Yonglin. In these 2 months, the 10th Prince's influence had leapt by leaps and bounds because of Ouyang Dihua's support. On the other hand, because Lin Ming had suddenly disappeared, Yonglin's power had precipitously crashed. If this continued, then his status as Crown Prince would become extremely precarious. Life had its twists and turns. Now, in a dramatic turn of events, such a life-changing accident had occurred. It could also be said that Ouyang Dihua died just in time. Yonglin also wanted to extend his gratitude towards this mysterious person. Because of Ouyang Dihua's death, all the major forces were in a frenzy as they tried to navigate through this turbulent event. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was hiding away in a cave several hundred miles away from Sky Fortune City. He had 2 spatial rings in his hands, and also the high-grade human step treasure weapon and high-grade human step flexible armor he had taken from Ouyang Dihua's corpse. Whether it was Ouyang Dihua or Zhang Fengxian, both of them were rich people that simply oozed wealth and gold. Their treasure troves naturally were similar. Lin Ming first took up Zhang Fengxian's spatial ring. He sank his soul force in and was immediately secretly flabbergasted by what he found within. The Allied Trade Association is really impressive. This is the first time that I've seen a high-grade human step spatial ring. Just the material to make a spatial ring like this takes several 100,000 gold teals, and it can only be made by at least a Xiantian realm master, including the cost of labor and the cost of failed attempts. This spatial ring must be at least worth 1 million gold taels. Not only that, but it's not something that can simply be bought with money. One can't simply hire a Xiantian realm master whenever they want to. Lin Ming took the items out of the spatial ring. There were 3 large chests, a bunch of antiques and paintings, and also some clothes. After casually glancing at the clothes, Lin Ming determined that they weren't valuable and burnt them to ash. After that, he sifted through the 3 chests. The lumber used to make these chests was high-grade soul wood. This wood was sturdy like iron and exuded a faint fragrance. Pound for pound, it was worth even more than gold. After he opened up the first chest with a twinkling sound, the air was filled with a bright radiance. This chest was packed to the brim with priceless jewelry. Even though Lin Ming was used to seeing grand scenes, he still exclaimed in marvel at seeing such a large chest of jewelry that glittered under the sun. These treasures were valuable even amongst precious jewelry. There were gorgeously thick blood jade, shining emerald stones that drew eyes, exquisite sapphires, and all sorts of other rare and precious jewels. The smallest gems were the size of an egg, and the pearls were top-quality black pearls only found tens of thousands of feet under the sea. Even though Lin Ming wasn't very familiar with jewels and treasures, he was still able to approximate the value of this chest of jewelry. In this chest, any random jewel was at least several tens of thousands of gold taels. This entire chest was probably worth tens of millions of gold. In these treasures there are also antiques and paintings. It seems that they were part of Zhang Fengxian's collection. To someone like Zhang Fengxian, he would never place anything ordinary in his eye. Once people reached a certain status, the more money they had, the more they would collect priceless objects. Zhang Fengxian was not an exception. Many of the treasures here were passed down from the previous generations of the Zhang family head. There was not a single article here that was trivial. All the treasures of so many generations had been accumulated in this chest, and now all of them belonged to Lin Ming. After he put this chest in the spatial ring, Lin Ming turned to the second chest. Inside this chest there was a folded dark golden article of clothing. It looked somewhat like a robe. On top of the clothes was a large box. Lin Ming opened the box and found a large pile of gold banknotes inside. A rough count of the banknotes amounted to about 700,000 or 800,000 gold taels worth. There weren't that many gold banknotes. This was most likely because most of Zhang Fengxian's assets were deposited in the Allied Trade Association's banks. The money in this box was only used for emergencies. Lin Ming put away the gold banknotes and lifted up the dark gold clothing. The piece of clothing was as thin as the wing of a cicada. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, only that it was a bit cold to the touch. Is this woven from the silk of a golden-wood spiritual silkworm? When Lin Ming had drawn up his very first inscription symbol, he had needed to look for sky-worm silk. He had specifically entered the 7 profound Marshall House's Zither department in order to look up information on this material. Because of this, he had a very good understanding of all sky worms and clearly knew what a goldenwood spiritual silkworm was. Sky worms were already incredibly scarce creatures. In order to obtain just a small bit of sky worm silk, he had to spend a tremendous amount of effort. From this alone, it was evident how valuable they were. However, a goldenwood spiritual silkworm was different. Only in 1,000 sky worms would there be a single goldenwood spiritual silkworm. The silk it released was goldenwood spiritual silkworm silk. An inch of this silk was worth an inch of gold. Who knew how much goldenwood spiritual silkworm silk was used to make this article of clothing? If this were converted into gold, its value was inestimable. This rare clothing may be thin like a cicada's wing, but it is nearly invulnerable and can also weaken true essence attacks to a certain degree. Why would he not wear clothes made of goldenwood spiritual silkworm silk if he had it, and instead place it in a chest? Was he also wearing one at the time? Thinking this, Lin Ming gloomily sighed. It really was a pity. At the time when he had turned Zhang Fengxian into an idiot, he had only taken his spatial ring. He hadn't checked what was inside of the clothes he was wearing. This treasured clothing is good, but it's simply too noticeable. I can't wear it. Otherwise, it will be troublesome once they find out. I'll have to put it away for now. Lin Ming turned, and the clothes were placed into the spatial ring. Then he turned to the last chest. Inside this chest were a massive amount of true essence stones that were neatly stacked on top of each other. Roughly guessing, there were probably over several thousand. There are several thousand true essence stones, and not only that, but they are all pure, high-quality true essence stones. Maybe these true essence stones were a gift that Zhang Fengxian had prepared for a 7 profound valley elder. A pure true essence stone is worth 1,000 gold taels. This chest is probably worth several million gold taels. This is just right. I've already used up all the true essence stones that I had from before. These true essence stones should last me another year or two. As for the antiques and paintings that remained, Lin Ming didn't fully understand their worth of artistic significance. He placed them back in the spatial ring. Of these 3 chests, just a conservative estimate of their total value was 20 million gold taels. He could keep the true essence stones for his own use. As for the rest, he would look for the right opportunity to sell them in exchange for true essence stones or materials and treasure. This was enough for Lin Ming to spend for a while. After he had ransacked Zhang Fengxian's spatial ring, Lin Ming took up Ouyang Dihua's spatial ring and took out the objects inside one at a time. Although Ouyang Dihua wasn't as wealthy as Zhang Fengxian, what he did have was much more useful for a martial artist. There were around 20 different bottles of pills, great healing medicines, bloodstone milk which could rapidly recover true essence, top-quality soul gathering pellets for cultivation purposes, and so forth. These pills couldn't be bought with money. Many of them were only found within large sects. They simply wouldn't spread to the markets of common men. In addition to that, there were also 3 jade slips with cultivation methods recorded within. One of them was even an exceedingly rare, high-grade human step cultivation method. Finally, there were also true essence stones and several treasures. Compared to the pills and cultivation method jade slips, these weren't considered much. The most valuable thing that Ouyang Dihua had left behind was the high-grade human step flexible armor and the high-grade human step treasure sword. However, these two items were simply gaudy and easily identified. Lin Ming couldn't use them, nor could he sell them. After Lin Ming put everything away, he couldn't help but sigh. The quickest way to get rich really was to be a bandit and kill others to take their property. Like this, his total worth had increased tremendously. Of course, this didn't factor in the Dreamland Pearl that was given to him by Mu Qinyu. He didn't know what the value of the Dreamland Pearl was, but just observing its effect that went against the will of the heavens, Lin Ming knew that it was not an item that could ever be purchased by gold or silver. There's still half a month left. I'll cultivate here, and then go back to see Marshall House Master Qin. When that time comes, no one will ever suspect that I had anything to do with Ouyang Dihua's death. Chapter 224, Lin Ming's Return. Chapter 224, Lin Ming's Return. Chapter 224, Lin Ming's Return. Lin Ming's plan proceeded as he thought. After Ouyang Dihua died, Ouyang Boyan arrived, and the entire Sky Fortune City was overturned. Every nook and cranny searched. However, everyone already had a preconceived idea that the one who killed Ouyang Dihua was a Xiantian realm master. Lin Ming was never considered as a suspect. Even by Luo, who knew that there was hostility between Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua, had never suspected him in the least. After all, Bai Luo knew that even if it were himself who had set up countless various illusions, he would never be able to silently kill Ouyang Dihua. Thus, Ouyang Dihua's death became a lingering mystery. Ouyang Boyan searched day and night, but no matter what he did, he wasn't able to find a single clue. After 10 days passed, the 7 Profound Marshall House's Total Faction Assembly Tournament had already begun. Heavy snow had been falling on and off in Sky Fortune City for more these last 10 days. The large fluffy snowflakes were just like tufts of cotton, thickly sprinkling down and layering upon the floor. The entire city was blanketed in endless white. Every morning, the government laborers would take to the streets and sweep them clear of snow, but the next day they would have to begin again, perpetually sweeping. At the 7 Profound Marshall House, the registration office deacon, Sun Liang, was buckled down as he fixated on reading a novel. Although it was freezing outside, the room was lit brightly with a brass basin fire. Thick cotton curtains hung on the front door, and the windows were pasted with heavy paper. The entire room was comfortable and warm. Outside was snow and ice, but inside was just like a warm spring evening. This great atmosphere and comfy feeling was the best environment to read in. But at this moment, the front door suddenly opened, and a cold wind blew inside. Sun Liang's interest was disturbed. He looked up, unhappy, and was immediately shocked by what he saw. This person who came was Lin Ming. Junior apprentice Brother Lin? You came back? Sun Liang quickly placed down his novel and greeted him with a smile. Sun Liang knew that everyone had a heart and liked to be flattered. I just finished my adventuring. It's been almost 2 months now, so I specifically came to the registration office to cancel my record. Junior apprentice Brother Lin is too kind. There was no need to be so polite, and especially visit. You could have found someone to pass on a message to me. Junior apprentice Brother Lin came back just in time. You may not know, but the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Assembly Tournament has already begun. These past days, Marshall House Master Qin has already begun to select candidates to participate. As Sun Liang quickly spoke these words, he warmly greeted Lin Ming and graciously poured him a cup of hot tea. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. As a quasi-core disciple of the 7 Profound Marshall House, he naturally knew about the Total Faction Assembly Tournament. The 7 Profound Valleys set up 7 profound Marshall Houses in the various countries under their control. The first reason was to better control these countries, and the second was to develop talents, and thus increase the overall strength of the 7 profound valleys. Every 3 years, the total faction would send out for the most talented Marshall House disciples and hold a Marshall meeting. The Marshall meeting was for all the core disciples of the Marshall houses. Of course, non-core disciples could also participate as long as they were outstanding talents. During the Marshall meeting, the core disciples of all the Marshall houses, the talented disciples of the various Marshall cultivation families, and the geniuses of 7 profound valleys total faction would gather to test their mettle in combat. If they achieved good results, not only would those core disciples be rewarded, but the Marshall House master as well. The heaven-opening pill was an absolute treasure for those peak Hotian realm masters who were trying to attack the Sciention bottleneck. The materials for the heaven-opening pill were difficult to find. The 7 profound valleys could only refine a batch every 3 years, and they would only end up with 20 or 30 pills. Qin Zia, who had amazing talent and had been with the 7 profound Marshall House for so long, had only obtained 1 heaven-opening pill so far. However, after he took the heaven-opening pill, he found that his zither heart hadn't yet reached an exquisite state, so he had failed to make the Sciention breakthrough. These past years, Qin Zia had been roaming the valleys and undergoing deep introspection. Because of this, his zither heart had reached the large success stage. Now, he urgently needed a heaven-opening pill in order to attempt to break through the Sciention realm bottleneck. But the heaven-opening pill was only awarded to the first-place winner of the Marshall meeting. Taking first place was easier said than done. The 7 profound valleys ruled over 36 countries. In addition to these 36 countries, there were also ancient Marshall cultivation families, as well as the gifted geniuses of the total factions. However, even if one could not obtain first place, as long as they achieved a good ranking, they would be able to raise their status and gain face. Their merits would also be recorded for posterity. Therefore, all the country's Marshall House masters would also attend this Marshall meeting, as they all attached a great importance to it. I didn't think the Total Faction Assembly Tournament would begin so soon. Lin Ming was thinking about this when Sun Liang suddenly cried out in surprise, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin Yu, your cultivation has already reached the peak of bone forging?" As soon as Sun Liang discovered Lin Ming's cultivation, his hands trembled, and he nearly dropped his teacup. He remembered that the last time Lin Ming had walked in here, he was only at the altering muscle stage. Now, after coming back so soon, he had unexpectedly already reached the peak of bone forging. This cultivation speed was simply too terrifyingly fast. Originally, Sun Liang wasn't very optimistic about Lin Ming going out for an adventure. In his opinion, the experiences he could gain from going adventuring could not compare to the resources that the 7 profound Marshall House provided. But he had never imagined that after Lin Ming came back, his cultivation had actually increased by a realm and a half. I broke through by luck. Lin Ming was reluctant to speak more about this issue. He knew that in front of Qin Zia, he would not be able to conceal his cultivation. Also, it was best not to reveal the fact that he had reached the realm of returning to his origin. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to explain. Lucky? How come I don't have this kind of luck? Sun Liang listened to Lin Ming casually toss out an answer, and he had a sudden urge to strangle him. From altering muscle to bone forging, he had passed a realm and a half in less than 2 months. This luck was really abnormal. It really made one irritated. That's right. When the 7 profound decree was handed down, didn't it state that as long as junior apprentice Brother Lin reached the peak of altering muscle before 16 years of age, then you will be able to become a core disciple? Won't junior apprentice Brother Lin already be regarded as a core disciple right now? Sun Liang remembered the uproar that the 7 profound decree had caused, and his 2 eyes began to shine. I should be. Sun Liang froze for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Although he knew that it was only a matter of time before Lin Ming became a core disciple, he had actually done so today. To Sun Liang, it felt a bit like being in a dream. Lin Ming was so young, and he already achieved such incredible results. Before, he thought it was a bit of an exaggeration when others said Lin Ming would become a 7 profound envoy. But now it seemed that this was more than likely. If he broke through to the Xiantian realm, then he would become a 7 profound valley elder. Sun Liang took a deep breath. He didn't dare to imagine any further. His respect towards Lin Ming only increased, and he handed Lin Ming a teacup with both hands stretched. Junior apprentice Brother Lin's cultivation speed is beyond amazing. Maybe this time in the total faction martial meeting, you will be able to enter the top 50. Sun Liang wasn't underestimating Lin Ming when he mentioned the top 50. The truth was, most of the disciples that participated in the total faction martial meeting were in their late teens or even 20 years old. Their cultivation levels were almost all at the pulse condensation period or above. For the 15-year-old Lin Ming, this was just too great a deficit. Facing against martial artists like them, he really suffered a loss. Moreover, there were simply too many disciples participating in the total faction martial meeting. The 7 profound valleys ruled over 36 countries, and there were also over a dozen ancient martial cultivation families, as well as the most gifted disciples of the total factions. Altogether, there were around 500 or 600 people. To stand out within such a crowd of genius talents was not easy. Lin Ming smiled, not denying anything. He took a sip of hot tea and asked, "You said that Martial House Master Qin had begun selecting people. Who has he chosen so far?" Sun Liang said, 2 days ago, Martial House Master Qin and Martial House Master Sun had already convened all the core disciples together to battle in a great qualifying competition. The competition is already more than halfway over, and 3 people have qualified to enter the martial meeting. The last 2 candidate spots will be decided after the competition's results are concluded. Oh, which 3 people were selected? The 3 disciples that have been chosen are Qin Xingxuan, Zhou Yu, and Liang Long. The other remaining undecideds are Ling Sun, Ta Ku, Zhao Jifeng, and Jiang Bin. Ling Sun hasn't been selected in the first group of people? Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. Although Ling Sun wasn't a core disciple, his strength had already reached that of pulse condensation period martial artists. Even Qin Xingxuan wasn't necessarily Ling Sun's match, so how come he wasn't chosen? Sun Liang said, Martial House Master Qin first chose from the 5 core disciples, and then he began to consider Ling Sun and Ta Ku. So that's how it was. Lin Ming finally understood. The 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Assembly Tournament was focused on the core disciples. Normally, non-core disciples wouldn't be allowed to participate. However, these 5 core disciples probably weren't up to Qin Ziya's standards, so he had pulled in Ling Sun and Ta Ku. Sun Liang proceeded to say, Junior apprentice Brother Lin, since you've come back, you should hurry and see Martial House Mater Qin. He's currently at the Martial House's Profound Martial Palace. To the 7 profound Martial House masters of every country, the total faction martial meeting that occurred every 3 years was a very important event. Qin Ziya also took this tournament in complete earnest. He had lent Lin Ming his assistance and helped him so much because he hoped that Lin Ming would be able to shine at the total faction martial meeting. Of course now, he didn't hold much hope this time. After all, Lin Ming was too young, and his cultivation was only at the altering muscle stage. No matter how great his talent, it was impossible for him to match against those pulse condensation period talents that seemed blessed by the will of the heavens. The age limit for martial artists to participate in the total faction martial meeting was 22 years old. Since Lin Ming could participate in 2 more tournaments, Qin Ziya believed that with Lin Ming's talent, he would definitely be able to shine in all his radiant glory at the latter martial meetings. But before Qin Zia had the time to carry out his plan, Lin Ming had gone missing. Qin Zia suspected the one behind this was Ouyang Dihua, but he had no proof to back his suspicions. However, he had never imagined that Ouyang Dihua would perish half a month ago. Not only did he meet his maker, he had also been killed in a very strange manner. He had actually died within the headquarters of the Allied Trade Association, and the several bodyguards close to him hadn't even noticed anything strange. As soon as Ouyang Dihua passed away, Ouyang Boyan had rushed to Sky Fortune City. Now, the whole Sky Fortune City was a complete mess. There was chaos and disorder everywhere, and Qin Zia was constantly miserable. At this critical junction, the Total Faction Assembly Tournament was about to begin. Because Sky Fortune Kingdom was a second-grade country, they were able to send out 5 participants. The 7 Profound Martial House had altogether 5 core disciples. However, Qin Zia was unsatisfied and discontent with the strength of these 5 core disciples. Of those 5, only Qin Xingxuan had shown some promise, but her age was simply too young. He feared that she wouldn't even reach the top 200. Therefore, his only option had been to also let Ling Sun and Ta Ku participate. The truth was Qin Zia did not wish to do this, because if he did, the other countries would laugh at his Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House and say that they didn't have anyone decent. They would ridicule the fact that outer disciples had been chosen to participate in the Total Faction Martial Meeting and claim that they did so only to fill in numbers. Although Qin Zia had an easygoing temperament and was usually indifferent, that didn't mean that he didn't care about anything. Since he became the Martial House Master, he also shouldered the burden of being a Martial House Master. He didn't wish to see his Martial House being looked down upon by others. Chapter 2:25 Start of the Qualifiers. Chapter 2:25 Start of the Qualifiers. Chapter 2:25 Start of the Qualifiers. Qin Zia sighed. This time we really are short on personnel. The last time, Muin was able to enter the top 100, but now he has already passed 22 years of age and was accepted into the Total Faction. Qin Xingxuan is still too young. She won't achieve good results. From here on, we can only rely on Ling Sun to fill the gap. And what a pity. If Lin Ming were here, then his current strength might have even surpassed Ta Ku. The man who spoke to Qin Zia wore blue clothes, his white hair tied up in a bun. He looked like a priest, and he was one of the 2 deputy house masters of the 7 Profound Martial House, Sun Yudao. Sun Yudao was 45 years old when he stepped into the Hotian realm. Presently, he had already been stuck at the Hotian realm for 70 years. Although his cultivation had reached the peak of Hotian realm, Sun Yudao knew that with his talent, there was no way the Total Faction would bestow upon him a heaven-opening pill. In any case, the truth was that giving a heaven-opening pill to him would simply be a waste. A heaven-opening pill wouldn't even be enough for him to reach the Xiantian realm. Because he had already accepted the reality of his life, Sun Yudao had always maintained an upbeat and good mentality of things. He was proper, safe, and after becoming deputy house master, never engaged in any needless battles. He also maintained a good relationship with Qin Zia. Qin Zia nodded and said, "It's likely, but unfortunately, Lin Ming is still missing at this time. If he had really gone out adventuring, then I fear that..." Sun Yudao trailed off. He wasn't really convinced that Lin Ming had gone out adventuring. It simply made no sense. Not to mention all the enemies that he had managed to make, but even if he had no enemies, the experience of being out adventuring in the world wasn't necessarily that much better than being in the 7 Profound Martial House, where he could have unlimited use of the 7 major killing arrays. Qin Zia remained silent. Sun Yudao sighed and said, "Lin Ming was indeed a good seed. If he had continued to grow, then even though he might not achieve outstanding results at this Total Faction Martial Meeting, he definitely would have been able to get good results. He might not be able to reach the top 10, but he could still have his hopeful aspirations. Sun Yudao had just finished speaking when a sound-transmitting talisman burst into flames in the room. Qin Zia heard the message in the sound-transmitting talisman and instantly shot up. What's going on? Sun Yudao rarely saw Qin Zia lose his composure. The Marshall House Registration Office just sent some news. Lin Ming has come back. And Sun Yudao was shocked. This boy, did he really go out adventuring? Sun Yudao had just voiced this out when Lin Ming called out from outside the profound Marshall Palace. Disciple Lin Ming seeks an audience with Marshall House Master Qin. Come in. The doors of the palace were shoved open, and Lin Ming walked forward, bowing. Marshall House Master Qin, Marshall House Master Sunday. This was the blue-clothed old man that Lin Ming had met several months ago. He was the one that had given him the heavy, profound, soft spear. Qin Zia began giving Lin Ming a once-over, examining him from head to toe. His facial expression even changed a few times, eyes widening and blinking, mouth closing and opening. Qin Zia was usually calm, but this time he was stunned out of his indifferent and tranquil appearance. Lin Ming, you reached the peak bone forging stage. Yes, a few days ago I encountered a lucky opportunity and made a breakthrough. Lin Ming said this lightly, but Qin Zia's heart was surging with marvel and wonder. When a martial artist found a fortuitous encounter, it was usually followed by danger. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. Just what had Lin Ming experienced in his 2 months outside. Every martial artist had their own secrets, so Qin Zia didn't press this issue. The blue-clothed old man was also stunned, almost to the point of his beard popping up. When Lin Ming was at the altering muscle stage, he was able to defeat the bone-forging stage Zhang Guanyu. Now he was at the bone-forging stage, a truly terrifying state. He might even reach the top 50 of the total faction assembly tournament, or if he did well, even the top 30. Qin Zia asked, Lin Ming, did you really go out adventuring these past 2 months? Lin Ming nodded. Naturally, he did not mention the issue of Ouyang Dihua. Qin Zia hesitated and didn't ask again. He always thought that something seemed off about this. Lin Ming had suddenly gone out adventuring, and then there was the death of Ouyang Dihua. If Lin Ming's cultivation weren't so low where it would be impossible to kill Ouyang Dihua, then Qin Zia might even suspect that he was related to the incident. I may have overthought some things. Since Lin Ming had answered, Qin Zia didn't question him any further. What he wanted to know now was the extent of Lin Ming's strength. Lin Ming, according to the 7 Profound Decree, you are now officially a core disciple of my 7 Profound Martial House. Do you know about this total faction martial meeting? Lin Ming nodded in affirmation. This disciple knows. Good. For this total faction martial meeting, we are actually short of 2 people. We originally decided to select from Ling Sun, Ta Ku, Zhao Jifeng, and Jiang Bin. Now, with you, that makes 5 people from which we can choose 2. You rest well tonight. Tomorrow in the morning, the qualifying martial arts contest will begin. This is a good time for you to duel with Ling Sun, and Ta Ku will have you match against those 2. If you win, then the blue miracle pill and body spiritual ichor that was promised previously will also be given to you. Incidentally, Ling Sun had also broken through to the bone forging stage half a month ago. You should come prepared. Although he knew that Lin Ming would definitely take one of the 2 spots, Qin Zia still wanted him to participate in the matches. The first reason was to convince the public, and the second reason was because he wanted to know just how strong Lin Ming had become. Oh, I know. Lin Ming knew that this was no accident. Ling Sun had already paused at the peak altering muscle stage for a very long time. It was about time that he made a breakthrough. Lin Ming was looking forward to this match against Ling Senator. Originally, Ling Sun was the goal, which Lin Ming had been wholeheartedly pursuing with all his passion. But now, that was all in the past. When news of Lin Ming's return spread, It was as if it had grown wings, steadily spreading throughout the entire Sky Fortune City. Most people didn't have an inkling about anything untoward that happened. They only thought that Lin Ming had really gone out adventuring. There were only a few influential individuals who felt that this was unusual. Of course, the most shocked one of all had been Bai Luo. Lin Ming was actually still alive. This little beast really has the best luck ever. Bai Luo's face sank, because his lasting impression so far was that Ouyang Dihua had died in the hands of a Xiantian master. He did not suspect Lin Ming at all. Would he know that other than Ouyang Dihua trying to kill him, there was also me? As Bai Luo thought this, he became very uneasy. Lin Ming's rate of growth was simply too quick. In a few years, he might even be able to threaten him. Bai Luo had thought of telling Ouyang Boyan of the hostility between Ouyang Dihua and Lin Ming and how they had tried to murder him, but he feared that Ouyang Boyan would fly into a rage and take out his anger on him. As it was, Bai Luo was placed in a dilemma as if he were walking on eggshells. The Total Faction Martial Meetings qualifying contest was a grand occasion that occurred every 3 years at the Seven Profound Martial House. The qualifying contest was open to some of the public, as long as one was an aristocrat, had status, or was a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, then they could come to observe. When the first round of core disciples had been chosen, because of the cold weather, the audience was younger and smaller than it was in the past. But this time was different. Now, the entire field was packed with people. Out of them, 90% had come because they heard Lin Ming had returned and wanted to watch the decisive showdown between Lin Ming and Ling Sr. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, the two most well-known individuals of the younger generation were Ling Sun and Lin Ming. As for Zhou Yu and Liang Long, they were core disciples of the Martial House, and not many people knew of them. These two originated from the 4 great martial cultivation families that lived at the edge of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Because they were not people of Sky Fortune Kingdom, most people didn't care whether they were strong or weak. Snow was still falling from the sky, but it had greatly lessened from before. The entire Seven Profound Martial House martial stage had been swept clean of snow, and a snow cover was put up to prevent snow from falling around. Those martial artists with cultivation had no need to fear the cold, but as for those physically weak aristocrats, they wore warm mink silk clothing, drank hot tea on one side, and had a burning brazier on the other, so they weren't feeling the chill either. Liang Long and Zhou Yu, who had passed the qualifying contest early, were also sitting in the audience as they waited for the start of the matches. You think Ling Sun will win, or will it be Lin Ming? Liang Long casually mumbled as he ate pine nuts. In his opinion, the main event of the qualifiers was the showdown between Lin Ming and Ling Senator. As for Zhao Jifeng, Jiang Bin, and Ta Ku, they were a bit less exciting. Zhou Yu laughed and said, "This is hard to say. When Ling Sun was at the peak of altering muscle, he was comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist. As for Lin Ming, when he was at the early altering muscle stage, he was able to defeat Zhang Guanyu. Now that both their strengths have increased, this will truly be an absolutely savage and fierce struggle between the two." The news of Lin Ming reaching the peak bone forging stage hadn't yet spread, but Zhou Yan had already been informed in advance. Lin Ming was now an official core disciple. Jiang Bin and Zhao Jifeng are truly much worse. I'd like to go up on stage and test myself against Lin Ming's ability. Liang Long said with a confident grin. He didn't think his strength was any worse than that of Ling Sun and Lin Ming. The Martial House master has arrived. Liang Long put down his pine nuts. At the entrance of the martial stage, a line of people filed in. The one at the front wearing white was Qin Zia. As the snowflakes fluttered down, none of them touched his body. They simply flew away before getting too close. Behind Qin Zia was Martial House Master Sun, and behind him was Lin Ming, Ling Sun, and the rest of the 5 participants. Seeing Lin Ming appear, the atmosphere of the entire field began to suddenly boil over. A few months ago, Lin Ming had managed to create miracles over and over again. His accumulated popularity even surpassed that of Qin Xingxuan. To martial artists with commoner backgrounds, his male fans, and his female Lin maniacs, Lin Ming was their absolute idol. He was their rising sun, dazzlingly splendid. There were many young aristocrat girls who dropped all sense of modesty and bodily waved at Lin Ming with their handkerchiefs. Due to Lin Ming reappearing after 2 months of silence, this caused a feeling of intense and infinite anticipation among all the Lin maniacs, like a roiling storm beneath a calm sea. As the hour approached, more and more people began to arrive on the viewing grounds. Among them was even Bai Jingyun, who had recently left the confines of her home. This had even caused Murongzi to be surprised. "Big Sister Jingyun, you finally came out. If you stayed in your room any longer, then you might start molding." Bai Jingyun smiled and said nothing. She inadvertently glanced at the audience, her eyes stopping on Lin Ming for a moment before moving past him. Bai Jingyun naturally knew of the feud between Ouyang Dihua and Lin Ming, but common logic and reasoning told her that Ouyang Dihua's death was committed by a mysterious Xiantian realm master and had nothing at all to do with Lin Ming. However, she didn't know why, but somehow she had subconsciously associated Lin Ming with her mysterious Xiantian savior. "Big Sister Jingyun, who are you looking for?" Murongzi asked on the side with an impish smile. "Nothing. I'm just looking around." Bai Jingyun shook her head and lightly smiled. But the truth was her heart wasn't calm at all. With a quarter of an hour left until the start of the qualifiers, Crown Prince Yang Lin also appeared. Today, Yang Lin had put on a gown emblazoned with a kirin. He wore snow boots and straddled a snow dragon horse. He could be described as being in very high spirits. When the Crown Prince arrived, there wasn't an announcement. This was because among those present today, there were many important people, too many to count. There were the heads and elders of large and small aristocratic families, the nobility, marquis, counts, and even 2 of the 10 great generals. With such a scene, his mere status of a prince wasn't as high profile. Chapter 2, 26 Lin Ming versus Jiang Bin. Chapter 2, 26 Lin Ming versus Jiang Bin. Chapter 2, 26 Lin Ming versus Jiang Bin. Here, after Yang Lin arrived, he glanced at Lin Ming, nodding at him with a smile before he went to sit down at his own seat. Ever since Ouyang Dihua died, the status of the crown prince had risen, and all the major powers were much more polite and gracious towards Yang Lin. Following closely behind the crown prince was the state marshal Qin Shao. As soon as Qin Shao appeared, everyone that was present from the military stood up and saluted. Even the 2 great generals rushed over to greet him. These past years, Qin Zhao's fame had been unparalleled within the hearts of the people. The citizens of Sky Fortune Kingdom may not know the name of the emperor, but everyone recognized the name of Qin Shao. Flanking behind Qin Shao was Qin Xingxuan and Muyi. As Qin Xingxuan appeared, she instantly attracted the wandering, lustful gaze of every single aristocratic junior. Although these juniors clearly knew that they would never reach the level of Qin Xingxuan, they inevitably sent out peeking glances. Lin Ming smiled at her from afar, politely greeting her. Just half a year ago, Qin Shao had been an unattainable existence that was far beyond his reach. Even just seeing the carriage of the martial quarters had filled his heart with a naive sense of awe. But now, after coming to know Mu Qinyu, Lin Ming was somewhat indifferent after seeing Qin Shao again. In the minds of Sky Fortune Kingdom citizens, Qin Shao was a living god, but outside of Sky Fortune Kingdom, he was only considered an ordinary Hotian realm martial artist. In the eyes of existences like Mu Qinyu and those like her, someone like Qin Shao was a completely negligible character. At this time, the elder who chaired the qualifying contest stood up after seeing the time. He said, We shall begin drawing the lots. The qualifying contest was conducted via double elimination. Of the 5 disciples, one would draw a bye, and the other 4 would pair up in duels. The defeated would enter the loser's bracket, and the winner would continue onwards. The defeated could still carry on in the contest. However, once they lost again, they would be disqualified. Finally, the victor of the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket would be the ones to participate in the total faction martial meeting. Lin Ming placed his hand in the drawing box and fished out a jade tablet. On the jade tablet was written first. The deacon responsible for registering the competition numbers wrote Lin Ming's number on the notice board. Finally, everyone had drawn their lots. The first round would be Lin Ming versus Jiang Bin, and the second round would be Ling Sun versus Zhao Jifeng. Ta Ku had drawn a bye. After the schedule had been posted on the notice board, the enthusiasm of the audience reached a feverish pitch. Lin Ming was fighting in the first round. This was what they had all been waiting for. In a distant corner of the martial stage, Jiang Bin was looking at the zealous audience. He coldly laughed. Zhang Jifeng glanced at Jiang Bin, noticing his expression. He asked with a smile, "Are you dissatisfied? Why don't you take a look at the audience? Is there even a single one that favors me? I don't think that any of them even know my name," Jiang Bin said with a sneer. Jiang Bin was a 5th-grade martial talent. He was 18 years old, and his cultivation had reached the peak of bone forging. Hopefully, if everything went as expected, he would break through to the pulse condensation period before he was 20 years old. Although he admitted that his cultivation speed was far slower than Lin Ming, in terms of combat strength, he didn't believe he was any worse. Who wasn't a talent here? Lin Ming may have defeated the early bone-forging Zhang Guanyu when he had merely been at the altering muscle stage, but Zhang Guanyu was ultimately a non-core disciple. Just how fierce could he possibly be? Was there even any meaning in defeating someone like that? As for the so-called miracles that Lin Ming kept creating, in Jiang Bin's opinion, these were all a joke. If defeating small fries like Zhu Yan and Zhang Tsang could be considered creating a miracle, then miracles were too damn cheap. Zhao Jifeng also sneered, echoing his opinion. It's normal for these people not to have heard of us. After all, we aren't people of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Why would the government publicize our achievements? These fools and misinformed losers are waiting for Lin Ming to crush you beneath his boot. You need to show these people just who you are. I may not roll over him, but at least I won't lose. Both of us are peak bone forging martial artists, and our true battle efficiency is higher than normal martial artists at the same level. Why would they think that I will lose so easily? What a joke. Jiang Bin came from the Jiang family, an ancient martial cultivation family that was one of the 4 great martial families that existed on the edge of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Anyone that came from one of these 4 great families was born with inherent superiority and a loftily arrogant attitude. Not to mention that Jiang Bin was one of the most outstanding young disciples of the Jiang family. Young people often were full of spirit and vigor. There was no way that Jiang Bin would willingly be placed underneath someone else. Once the competition starts and we go on stage, make sure you eliminate Lin Ming, and I will eliminate Ling's senator. Then we'll see what sort of expression these bunch of fools will have. Lin Ming was waiting on the stage. He was already holding the heavy, profound, soft spear, waiting for his opponent to show up. Jiang Bin billowed with a formidable aura as he walked on stage. He looked at Lin Ming and sneered. "Lin Ming, I've heard many things about you. In the 7 profound martial house, you are a genius only seen once in 100 years. But this so-called 7 profound martial house only consists of non-core disciples. The 4 great martial cultivation families that surround Sky Fortune Kingdom are not included. Our 4 great martial cultivation families have 1,000 years of history. We have legacies that you cannot begin to imagine. The 4 great martial cultivation families lived at the frontier of Sky Fortune Kingdom, occupying their own spiritual mountains. Truly, they had an inheritance that stretched back almost 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, the dynasty of Sky Fortune Kingdom had changed hands, and the ruling family had been overthrown 6 times. But during all this conflict, these 4 great martial cultivation families had always existed. No dynasty dared to move against them. If the 4 great martial cultivation families united, then they would be a monstrous force to be reckoned with. Oh, the 4 families already have a legacy of 1,000 years? Lin Ming merrily smiled, then shook his head. A family with just 1,000 years of history could be considered as having a deep heritage that was really a waste of a so-called 1,000-year history. Jiang Bin saw Lin Ming's smiling face and knew that he was refuting his claims. He suddenly burned with anger. Lin Ming, since you look down on my 4 great martial cultivation families, well then, I will let you experience the ancestral blade of Jiang family. Jiang Bin wasn't sure who was stronger between him and Lin Ming, but after seeing Lin Ming underestimate him, his confidence of winning shot up by several points. Just you wait, boy. I will make you pay for your rampant arrogance. I will defeat you within 20 moves. I want to see just what sort of expression your adoring audience will have. As Jiang Bin thought this, the treasure longsword in his hand immediately began to congeal with thick true essence. This was a medium-grade human step treasure sword, and was also considered at the pinnacle of its rank. At this moment, the elder who was acting as referee loudly announced the rules of the contest. You may use any treasure. There is no limit to the grade. If you willingly admit defeat or are lying injured on the ground, then you will automatically forfeit. You cannot kill the opposite party, and you cannot intentionally cripple them. The competition starts now. The voice had just fallen, but Jiang Bin had already gathered his power and taken a step forward, launching his movement technique to close in on Lin Ming. This was the ancestral movement technique that only the Jiang family possessed, Traceless River. Jiang Bin's body flashed, and he dissolved into a series of shadows. His movements were simply like the floating clouds and flowing rivers. It was completely natural and filled with grace. The shadows gradually increased until it was difficult to distinguish just which one Jiang Bin was. The audience gasped in amazement as they watched this scene. They didn't know who Jiang Bin was. They only knew he was a core disciple of the martial house. As for his strength, they were unsure. But because they blindly worshipped Lin Ming with raging fanaticism, they only regarded Jiang Bin as a minor side character, someone for Lin Ming to step on. But now that they looked at him, they noticed that this Jiang Bin wasn't some common talent of his generation. A layman simply enjoyed the show, but an expert recognized the art. There were many martial artists present, including several generals that had reached the mid or late post-condensation period, that were extremely startled after seeing this movement technique from Jiang Bin. Even though they were closely watching, they still couldn't see where Jiang Bin's real body was. Jiang Bin is just being a deliberate show-off. Of the 4 great families' movement techniques, the Jiang family's Traceless River is the most beautiful and exquisite. A normal martial artist would simply have no means to counter this movement technique, Liang Long said in the crowd, as he was sitting down eating a pine nut. Lin Ming is not an ordinary martial artist. If Jiang Bin had reached the point where he could advance and retreat like the flowing waters and be untouchable, then he would be able to defeat Lin Ming. But his movement technique is only 50% complete. Victory or defeat is still undecided. However, he should still be able to give Lin Ming some trouble. Zhou Yu had a good understanding of the Jiang family's Traceless River and was able to immediately identify the level of Jiang Bin's movement technique. Just as many in the audience grew worried of Lin Ming, Jiang Bin drew his sword. But it was more accurate to say that over a dozen Jiang Bins had drawn their sword. The many-sword rose at the same time, a thick true essence condensing at the sword point, substantialized into a visible sword light that reflected off the tip. True essence manifestation. With that, many of the audience gasped in amazement. True essence manifestation was usually only achievable by pulse condensation period martial artists, but Jiangbin was only at the peak of bone forging. Moon traversing the river. Jiangbin gave a loud shout, the sound coming from all sides, and the numerous swords thrust straight towards Lin Ming. This strike surged with momentum, true essence swelling forth just like a torrential river. The dense rain of sword light made the audience's hearts tense up. How could one possibly hide from this? Moon traversing the river was one of the top 3 sword skills of the Jiang family. Although Jiangbin had spoken demeaning words towards Lin Ming, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. What good swordsmanship! The sword is the river, permeating all, seizing every weakness. When the Jiang family's moon traversing the river and traceless river are combined together, it is nearly unstoppable. Just how is Lin Ming? Before Liang Long could finish half his thought, he was already stunned speechless. He helplessly looked as Lin Ming didn't even use his heavy, profound silver spear. Instead, Lin Ming only took a sudden step forwards and punched out with his fist, body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Bang! The tiles under Lin Ming's feet shattered under the power of his step. 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments erupted outwards and plunged towards Jiang Bin like a savage flood dragon. If Jiang Bin's sword was like the torrential river, then Lin Ming's vibrating true essence was the ferocious dragon that crossed the river. Po! All of Jiang Bin's shadows were directly demolished, and Jiang Bin's main body was struck by Lin Ming's punch. Jiang Bin was sent flying backwards like a broken kite, and he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Even his sword was sent flying off in another direction. Unless a martial artist was severely wounded, they would never abandon their blade. But no matter how Jiang Bin tried to hold on, he couldn't keep his grip. A deadly and fierce vibration transmitted down the sword hilt, and the resulting shock shattered the web of his palm. Seeing Jiang Bin fall off the martial stage, the entire audience rose up in an uproar. Although they believed that Lin Ming would win, they hadn't expected he would triumph in such a complete victory. That fellow Jiang Bin, who had thought that Lin Ming was trash, was actually thrown out by Lin Ming like a bag of trash. Lin Ming hadn't even needed to use the heavy, profound, soft spear. Murongzi stared on, her eyes unmoving. She mumbled, "It's only been 2 months. Damn your sister. How did this farm animal make so much progress? Do you really want to give this sister a heart attack?" Chapter 2:27 Ling Sen's Strength. Chapter 2:27 Ling Sen's Strength. Chapter 2:27 Ling Sen's Strength. Liang Long shut his mouth, not even cracking the pine nut between his teeth. As he remembered his own haughty words from earlier, he felt his face heat up. He had said that he also wanted to go on stage and test out Lin Ming's ability, but presently, if he had gone on stage, he likely would have followed in Jiang Bin's footsteps. Liang Long was stronger than Jiang Bin, but by how much? Was this really a peak bone forging martial artist? His strength was at least equal to a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Liang Long gulped. He couldn't help but glance at Zhou Yu next to him. Zhou Yu's face had sunk like a rock in water, and his eyes were gloomy. What he was thinking, no one knew. Qin Zia nodded from his seat of honor, unable to conceal his jubilant smile. This Lin Ming, after going out adventuring, his strength had increased by far too much upon his return. If it were 2 months ago when Lin Ming had only been at the altering muscle stage, then there was no way he would have been a match for Jiang Bin. Hee, this kid probably has other cards up his sleeve. I'm really looking forward to what happens next. Sun Yudao stroked his beard, his face full of smiles. To someone of his age and cultivation, it was impossible to make a breakthrough. Thus, he could only pride himself on producing the most excellent and talented of disciples. To Sun Yudao, This was the greatest comfort and gratification he could have. Victory to Lin Ming. The competition's referee elder had also been distracted for a moment before he announced the result of this match. As an elder of the 7 profound martial house's inner circle, he clearly knew very well how strong Jiang Bin was. Although his cultivation was at the peak of bone forging, he could definitely fight evenly with a weak pulse condensation period martial artist. But now he had actually been defeated by Lin Ming with a single move. Didn't this mean that Lin Ming could at least instantly kill a weak pulse condensation period martial artist? A peak bone forging boy that only needed a second to kill a pulse condensation period martial artist. What sort of absurd concept was that? This elder wondered. After Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, would he also only need a second to kill him? The referee gave Lin Ming a deep look and then announced, second match, Ling Sun versus Zhao Jifeng. The second match was about to start soon. Jiang Bin had entered the loser's bracket, but looking at the state he was in, there was no point in him doing so. It was impossible for him to be one of the top 2 contestants. It's your turn to go on stage. Ta Ku sighed and supportively patted Ling Sen's shoulder. It looks like there's no hope for me to go to the total faction martial meeting. I cannot defeat you. And now looking at Lin Ming, I know I cannot catch up to a monster like him. After I graduate, I'll have to prepare to join the army. Although Ta Ku shook his head and sighed, he still had a big friendly smile on his face. He wasn't particularly sad or heartbroken about this. After Lin Ming had returned, Ta Ku learned that Lin Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of bone forging. He had a faint suspicion that he wouldn't be Lin Ming's match, but he hadn't thought that the gap between them would be so big. After I graduate, I'll join you and also enter the army. It's most suitable for me there. Ling Sun silently withdrew his old heavy sword. He didn't have a spatial ring, so he carried the heavy sword on his back. Using this method, he had continually honed his connection with this sword until he reached the realm of becoming one with his blade. Old friend Ling, if someone here is going to beat Lin Ming, it's going to be you. I think you'll have the best fight, Ta Ku said to Ling Sun as he looked afar, his gaze falling on Lin Ming. Ling Sun was quiet. If what Lin Ming had displayed just now was his true strength, then Ling Sun could evenly match with him, and even win. But could this really be the limit of Lin Ming's true strength? Perhaps he had other unknown cards he hadn't shown. Simply unfathomable. This was what Ling Sun felt about Lin Ming. After Ling Sun walked onto the stage, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. This was the elder senior apprentice brother of the 7 profound martial house's heavenly abode. He had quietly occupied this position for several years. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Guanyu or Ta Ku, they were far from his match. It was not clear how strong Ling Sun truly was. The rumors only stated that when he had been at the peak of altering muscle, his strength had surpassed the early pulse condensation period martial artists. Now that Ling Sun had broken through to the bone forging stage, just what heights had his strength reached? The hearts of everyone present were filled with fiery expectations, including Lin Ming. He was especially curious. Although Ling Sen's cultivation progress was slow, he had worked carefully and made steady and even progress, and finally his efforts had paid off. Ling Sen's Ashura martial intent didn't assist in his cultivation, but in terms of practicing a martial artist's combat prowess, it was able to achieve the maximum effect. In this aspect, the ethereal martial intent was absolutely inferior. Ling Sr. As Ling Sun stood on the martial stage, he silently observed his opponent and reported his name. His voice was filled with an icy and murderous intent. This was the experience he had gained from endless slaughter within his Ashura martial intent. Zhao family, Zhao Jifeng. Zhao Jifeng's voice was timid. After his friend had been thoroughly ruined by Lin Ming, Zhao Jifeng had lost his emboldened and haughty attitude. He didn't feel that he was able to fully grasp Ling Sr. Damn! That Lin Ming is such a freak of nature. There is no way that I'm his match. I cannot lose this round to Ling's senator. If I'm defeated, then I will be forced out of the total faction martial meeting. Zhao Jifeng thought to himself, his grip around the black saber tightened. Although he didn't expect to achieve great results at the total faction martial meeting, the Zhou family's Zhou Yu and the Liang family's Liang Long were selected as participants in the martial meeting. If he was eliminated, then it would bring shame to his family's name. Later on, he would lose his standing within his family. With this in mind, Zhao Jifeng gritted his teeth. "Let's fight." The referee stepped onto the stage and loudly announced, "I will not repeat the rules of the competition. The match begins now." As the referee's voice fell, Zhao Jifeng took a single step forwards and dragged his inky black saber outwards. As the saber curved, a black beam of light followed it, over several tens of feet long. This saber light was crescent-shaped. Looking from a distance, it was as if a large black moon had suddenly descended to earth. "Falling moon cut!" Zhang Jifeng cried out. He tightly grasped the black saber in both hands and viciously cut at Ling's sun. This saber light was even able to block the sun. It was as if night had fallen. Ling Sen's eyes condensed. He wielded the heavy sword in his hands and struck out. His heavy sword was very slow. It was impossible to overtake Zhao Jifeng's falling moon cut. But in the moment that the saber and sword crossed each other, an incomprehensible scene took place. Zhao Jifeng's body suddenly stopped as Ling Sen's sword arrived in front of him. Peng! An incomparably clear sound reverberated through the air. Zhao Jifeng's falling moon cut suddenly shattered like a piece of glass, breaking into countless tiny black shards. Zhao Jifeng's body shook, and he suddenly plopped downwards like a bag of rice that fell from the air, heavily hitting the floor. He hadn't been cut by Ling Sen's sword wind, nor was he wounded. He hadn't even vomited blood, but in that instant, he had tumbled onto the ground and didn't rise back up. Ling's son retracted the heavy sword, placing it back onto his back, and turned around to walk away. He didn't even spare Zhao Jifeng a backwards glance. The entire audience was dumbfounded. Obviously, Ling Sen's sword light hadn't even touched Zhao Jifeng's body. So why did Zhao Jifeng suddenly hit the floor? Liang Long, Zhou Yu, and the others didn't understand. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. His soul force was powerful, and his sense of perception was far sharper than a normal man. He had faintly felt something. Ling's son had released some sort of murderous aura that penetrated into Zhao Jifeng's body, giving him internal injuries. Second match, victory to Ling's son. The referee probed Zhao Jifeng's condition with his perception and found that no permanent damage had been done. He ordered several people to carry Zhao Jifeng down. After the referee announced the result, the audience flew into an uproar. This was a victory? It was finished in a single strike, and Zhao Jifeng hadn't even been touched. What was going on? Listening to the excited chatter of the audience, Liang Long and Zhou Yu's faces were hung with embarrassment. Instead, they were now glad that almost no one knew about them, and didn't know their identity as martial cultivation family core disciples. Otherwise, they would really need to find a hole to crawl into. 2 matches in a row, 2 of the 4 great families' juniors had been eliminated. And not only that, but they were all defeated in less than a second. Lin Ming was freakishly fierce, but why was Ling Sen also so abnormal? Both of Liang Long and Zhou Yu's strengths weren't much stronger than Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin. That is to say, Lin Ming and Ling Sen could also instantly defeat them. This Ling Sen really gave me a pleasant surprise, Qin Zia remarked as he watched Ling Sen's back as he left. He was secretly startled. He assumed that Ling Sen would not be Lin Ming's match, but now it looked as if the 2 people would have a good fight. It should be because of his spirit of slaughter. Ling Sen has no love or desire in his heart, only endless slaughter. This is the demon of his heart of martial arts, but at the same time, it is also a supreme weapon. his murderous intent can substantialize into an essence that be used in a direct attack. The reason that Zhao Jifeng paused was because he was compelled to do so by Ling Sen's killing aura. This is a strength that can't be easily seen. Sun Yudao had lived for over 100 years. Although his strength is considered at the peak of his level, he had a very rich range of experiences and was able to discern Ling Sen's attack methods with just a glance. Qin Zia said, not only that, but Ling Sun was able to gather and unite all of the murderous aura around him into a condensed form, creating a sort of killing domain. If one's strength is insufficient, it would be impossible to break through this protection. To be able to create this sort of ability, Ling Sen's perception is simply terrifying. No wonder his strength grew so quickly. These past years, I hadn't paid much attention to Ling Sun, and now his strength has actually reached this degree. Hee, this is something to be joyous about. I thought that the match between Lin Ming and Ling Sun would be a one-sided stomp, but this has added greatly to the suspense. Who do you think will win? Qin Zia shook his head. I don't know. In these matches, both Ling Sun and Lin Ming didn't use their full strength. They are still hiding most of their ability. We can only see whose hidden cards are fiercer. This time when we go to the total faction, I will petition for Ling Sun to become a core disciple. It's just too bad. Although Ling Sun is gifted, his martial arts cultivation talent is simply too ordinary. His cultivation speed is too slow. Ling Sun was already 21 years old and was only at the bone forging stage. He would probably reach the pulse condensation period at 24 or 25 and would be over 30 before he reached the Hotian realm. When he achieved the peak Hotian realm, he would most likely be 40 or 50 years old. At that time, he would have already missed his best time to attack the Xiantian realm bottleneck. As Ling Sen's match concluded, the qualifying competition entered into the second round. Lin Ming would soon match up against Ling Sun and Ta Ku. As the audience thought of Ling Sen's overwhelming victory from a moment ago, they all became filled with enthusiastic fervor. Sky Fortune Kingdom would gain an extreme martial master, and the most thrilling about this was that it would be decided in the showdown between Lin Ming and Ling Sun. This would be a fierce clash between two evenly matched opponents. It really made everyone's blood boil in excitement. Even the two great generals present were hysterical with excitement. To someone like them, who had experienced countless life and death battles and had been through numerous difficulties in life, there was very little that would be able to fill them with so much ardor. But now, they had once again run into the wistful passion that had driven them when they were young. In this collision between two top talents, who would come out on top? State Marshal Qin Shao was also looking at Lin Ming in a new light. The more he saw of him, the more he liked him. If it weren't for his granddaughter Qin Xingxuan saying that she wanted to reach the Xiantian realm and refused to consider anything about marriage, then he would definitely try to snatch Lin Ming to become his granddaughter's husband. Chapter 2, 28 Fighting Ta Ku. Chapter 2, 28 Fighting Ta Ku. Chapter 2, 28 Fighting Ta Ku. Asterisk feet measurement is a bit shorter in this world. 7 feet equals 6 feet. 9 feet equals 7. 5 feet. The second round of the competition will immediately commence. Do you two need any time to rest? The referee elder symbolically asked Lin Ming, and Ling Senator in truth, his opinion was that neither of them had wasted any effort at all. The two of them most likely didn't need to recuperate. Sure enough, Ling Sun and Lin Ming simultaneously shook their heads. Then let's begin the second round. The referee elder took out the drawing box again. This time, the drawing box only held 2 plates. One was to fight, the other was a bye. Ta Ku had already drawn a bye, so this time it was up to Ling Sun and Lin Ming to draw lots. At this time, Ta Ku spoke up, "There's no need to draw anything. There's only 3 people left, and I can defeat neither of them. but I still want to have a match against Lin Ming. This has already been scheduled far in advance, Ta Ku said as he looked at Lin Ming. How about a junior apprentice, Brother Lin? Let's have a little match on stage. Is that cool with you? You still have to defeat me if you want the blue miracle pill. Lin Ming laughed and agreed. Why not? What great fun, now we're talking. Come on, Ta Ku said as he jumped up onto the martial stage. He also took out his own 8-foot staff. The dark purple elastic iron staff was as thick as an egg, and 2 golden bands circled the staff. These golden bands were put in place to prevent the opponent's weapon from sliding down the shaft and wounding his fingers. Lin Ming looked at Ta Ku's weapon and thought for a moment. Then he pulled out his own penetrating rainbow spear from his spatial ring. Ever since he obtained the heavy, profound, soft spear, he hadn't used the penetrating rainbow spear for a long time. This time he took it out because he didn't want to take advantage of Ta Ku's weapon. It was just too difficult to find a treasure staff, especially when one needed it to be elastic. For all these years, Ta Ku had been using the dark purple elastic iron staff. Ta Ku saw that Lin Ming had swapped his weapon and smiled. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, there is no need for you to change weapons. To tell you the truth, since I came on stage today, I didn't plan on competing against you in martial arts. And Lin Ming was startled. If we're not going to have a martial arts match, then how do you want to settle this contest? Ta Ku cheekily grinned and chuckled. I want to compare strength. His voice was loud and clear. The entire audience could hear the words he said. Hearing this, Murongzi didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. If they weren't going to compare martial arts, but instead just strength, then it was obvious that Lin Ming would be the one to lose. Ta Ku had inborn divine strength, and the cultivation method he practiced also tempered the body and increased strength. He was the strongest disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ming wasn't weak, but how could he compare to Ta Ku? She couldn't help but mutter to Jingyun, Humph! Ta Ku, that big gorilla. He usually looks so honest, but who knew he was such a tricky beast? Although Lin Ming is a farm animal's strength is certainly less than a big gorilla. Bai Jingyan smiled at Murongzi and vexingly said, since Ta Ku says that then he has already give up this match. He only wants to have a contest of physical strength with Lin Ming. And just like Bai Jingyan had predicted, Ta Ku said, Junior apprentice Brother Lin, in terms of total power, I am far from being your match, therefore, I will concede in advance. My speed is bad, my striking power is poor, and my cultivation isn't great. However, my physical strength is something that I am decent at. I know that Junior apprentice Brother Lin also excels in this aspect. When you first entered the 7 profound martial house, you were considered as having inborn divine strength, and your early forms of fighting mostly involved meeting your opponent head-on physically. At that time, I was thinking of waiting until your cultivation reached the same as mine, before having an earnest competition of body strength, so we could see who the number 1 in terms of strength at the 7 profound martial houses. So how about it? As Ta Ku said this, he casually bent the 8-foot staff in his hands. The dark purple elastic iron staff that was as thick as an egg, easily bent like a thin wooden stick, taking any shape that Ta Ku wanted it to. Lin Ming saw this and burst into laughter. Good. Then, let's compare strength. However, I will not take advantage of you. Our match will be decided by who has the greater strength. The one with the most physical strength will win. Ta Ku was stunned. He immediately rejected the idea. There's no need. I'm also looking forward to your showdown with Ling Senator. If I battle him, there won't be any meaning to it, and it would be quite boring. I've lost count of how many times I've been abused by that vicious fellow. I'd rather not have him publicly embarrass me under the watch of such a big crowd of people. Ta Ku infectiously laughed as he explained. Lin Ming also smiled and challenged. Even though you say that, do you think I will necessarily lose to you in strength? I didn't say that you would definitely lose, but Ta Ku slyly grinned. revealing a straight row of gleaming white teeth. "There's a high chance that I'll win today." "Haha, say nothing more. We'll have a look ourselves." As Lin Ming said this, he shook the penetrating rainbow spear in his hands. The 8-foot penetrating rainbow spear wobbled back and forth like a fiercely trembling spring. "Good." Ta Ku gave a loud shout, and there was a giant ripping sound as all of the clothes covering his upper body was torn apart, flying in all directions. He revealed a massive body glistening with thick and hard muscles, just like granite. Ta Ku was 9 feet tall, nearly 2 heads taller than Lin Ming. When he stood in front of someone, he would block the sunlight from reaching them like a massive iron tower. Normally, a good man of Sky Fortune Kingdom was around 7 feet tall. If they were at this height, they could proudly call themselves a 7-foot-tall son. But if someone like them stood in front of Ta Ku, they wouldn't even reach his shoulders. As Ta Ku exercised his strength, all the muscles of his body began to send out explosive popping sounds. His impressive chest was thicker than a water barrel, and his massive thighs were larger than buckets. The blue veins that wound around his body were just like twisting earthworms. His build and size were simply too exaggerated, making the entire audience called out in alarm as they feasted their eyes. This fellow was simply a big bear. "Come!" Ta Ku stamped his foot and immediately squatted down in a horse stance. As his foot hit the floor, there was a loud explosion as the tiles underneath him shattered apart. Lin Ming was unable to restrain a sigh of praise. The tiles of this martial stage had gone through special processing and were extremely durable, but with just a casual step by Ta Ku and only his human body strength, these tiles had been broken into pieces. This really was inborn divine strength. Lin Ming also slowly stripped off his robe, revealing the well-corded and shapely muscles he had been hiding underneath. Compared to Ta Ku's rock-like muscles and solidly rugged exterior, Lin Ming's body seemed somewhat tender and supple. As he had practiced martial arts for 4 years, Lin Ming had been exposed to countless hours of wind, rain, and exposure to sunlight. As he had also deboned for a long time, Lin Ming's body had been left with countless scars and calluses. However, after absorbing a colossal power of vitality and also having undergone the washing of his muscles and marrows multiple times, his calluses and scars had slowly flaked away over time. Now looking at the present Lin Ming, he seemed just like a wealthy young master that had never worked before. Lin Ming was almost 16 years old. He had grown up into a tall young man. The childlike tenderness of his face had gradually vanished. Together with his beautifully sculpted muscles, it was very easy to overlook his true age. Although Lin Ming's looks couldn't be considered heavenly jade, he was still a very handsome and outstanding male specimen. As he stripped off his robe, there were some girls present that couldn't help but hysterically scream as they reached out their grasping hands at him. "What a bunch of sluts!" Murongzi disdainfully curled her lips. In her opinion, Lin Ming's crazy Lin maniacs were just selling themselves off at a loss because it was impossible that he would marry any of them. They likely knew that there was no hope in even becoming concubines. So what was the point of being such a bunch of sex-crazed nymphos? Bai Jingyan smiled but didn't say anything. She also agreed with Murongzi. It was impossible for Lin Ming to be contained within Sky Fortune Kingdom. One day he would leave here. As Lin Ming and Ta Ku faced each other on stage, their body structures were completely beyond compare. This really made many of those present worry. How could Lin Ming beat this big bear fellow in strength? Lin Ming held the spear in his right hand, his forearm touched the spear shaft, and his elbow pressed down on the base of the spear. He extended penetrating rainbow horizontally and took the iron bridge blocks the river stance. "Watch out!" Ta Ku fiercely tread both feet on ground. The tiles underneath him shattered apart, and his body was no different from a massive warship as it came rushing forwards. "Ha!" Ta Ku gripped the dark purple elastic iron staff in both hands and smashed down at Lin Ming. Lin Ming dropped down into the horse stance, lifted the penetrating rainbow spear above him, meeting the strike of Taku's head-on. Bang! The massive impact caused the tile under Lin Ming's feet to fracture. The two of them did not use any martial skill or cultivation method. What they used was completely and only physical strength. Zhiga. As the staff and spear struck each other, they began to creak as metal bent. The spear shaft and staff shaft had already been bent together like a bow, overwhelmed, on the verge of being broken. As the two powerful forces collided, the ground underneath the two of them began to produce thin cracks that spread out like a spider's web. The audience was watching with bated breath and fear. Was this really the strength of a human? Lin Ming felt the danger the penetrating rainbow spear was in. It wasn't hard to endure the strike, but he knew that if he gushed out with his full strength, he would definitely cause irreparable damage to his penetrating rainbow spear. This spear had followed him for such a long time. He couldn't bear to see it damaged like this. Let's switch to another way. If we keep this up, our weapons won't be able to bear the load. In such a tough fight, Lin Ming was still able to calmly speak. Obviously, he hadn't used his full strength. I agree. How do you want to do this? Let's not use weapons. Let's wrestle. Taku thought for a moment, then growled, I'm bigger than you are. If we wrestle, you'll be at a disadvantage. We shall use the strength measuring pillar. That's the most direct way. Strength measuring pillar? Okay. After Taku mentioned the strength measuring pillar, Lin Ming also wanted to know the limit of his own physical strength. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last used a strength measuring pillar. This martial arts contest had taken a bizarre turn. Now, this match boiled down to competing with a strength measuring pillar. The audience was also waiting with high expectations. They were curious as to what the limit of these two youths' strength was. Referee, can you prepare a strength measuring pillar? Lin Ming asked. Yes, of course I can. The 7 Profound Martial House's strength measuring room wasn't too far away. The referee elder gave a command, and 2 martial artists ran over. Strength measuring pillar? I remember that just last year, this boy Taku was able to achieve an 8,000 gene result. At that time, he was only at the early bone forging stage. At that time, his cultivation was unstable as he had just started true essence bone forging. Now he has reached the middle bone forging stage. Perhaps he might already have achieved the large success of true essence bone forging. This time, he will definitely be able to hit over 9,000 genes. 9,000 genes. Even a peak pulse condensation martial artist only has around 8,000 genes of physical strength. This boy Lin Ming has really fallen into Taku's trap this time. Sun Yudao smiled as he stroked his beard. It wasn't easy to increase one's physical strength. Starting from early bone forging to middle bone forging, one's true essence force would enhance several times over, but physical strength wouldn't grow by that much. Therefore, the advantage of inborn divine strength was less obvious the further one cultivated. Chinzia smiled without a word. To Taku, victory or loss was unimportant. All he wanted was to be known as number 1 in physical strength at the 7 Profound Martial House. Taku wanted to try his hardest and never give up. Lin Ming isn't weak himself. I'm curious as to how high his level of strength is. The strength measuring pillar was quickly moved over and affixed onto an array formation on stage. The black crystal strength measuring pillar quickly stood in the center of the martial stage, waiting. The light in the crystal pillar could go up 12 feet. Every foot represented 1,000 genes. Taku took to the stage with a wry smile. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, I'll be going first. All right, you go first. Chapter 229, over 10,000 genes of strength. Chapter 229, over 10,000 genes of strength. Chapter 229, over 10,000 genes of strength. As Ta Ku walked onto the stage, the noise from the crowd finally died down. As Ta Ku stood in front of the crystal measuring pillar, he was grasping his dark, purple elastic iron staff. Suddenly, with a loud explosive sound, it was directly inserted into the ground, piercing through the tiled floor. Ta Ku kneaded his fists, cracking his joints. The cracking sounds were just like mini thunderclaps. He spread his legs, slowly lowering himself into a horse stance squat. He then took several deep breaths, completely stabilizing his mental and physical condition. He was just like a lion that was biding its time and energy in order to make a single, fatal blow. The entire audience, including the great generals Liang Long, Zhou Yu, and all else, were watching with bated breath, waiting for Ta Ku to strike. Creak! With another explosive sound of joints popping, Ta Ku clenched his right fist. He aimed it flush at his target, and he slowly wounded back. Ha! Ta Ku gave a shout, and his entire body thrust forwards. His right fist was like a meteor as it smashed the pillar. There was only the deafening sound of the crystal pillar being stuck as it trembled, almost as if it were about to explode. The crystal light erupted upwards like a geyser, until it rose even higher than Ta Ku. 9 feet 5 inches. 9,500 genes. The entire audience were in uproar. This result exceeded the limits of a body transformation stage martial artist. Even a peak pulse condensation period martial artist would only have around 8,000 genes. Even Hotian realm martial artists would find it difficult to surpass 9,000 genes. This was because the longer a martial artist cultivated, the more and more they would have to rely on their true essence. After all, there was a limit as to how high a human strength could grow. As one approached that limit, it would become increasingly difficult. Even Qin Zia's own physical strength wasn't necessarily stronger than Ta Ku. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Ming. It was true that Lin Ming was famed for his strength, but 9,500 genes was simply like a mountain. It was beyond challenging past that. Junior apprentice Brother Lin, it's your turn. Ta Ku rubbed his fists. He was quite satisfied with his result. Previously, he had done a few trials of his own, and the highest score he achieved was 9,500 genes. Lin Ming walked onto the stage, and then he touched the crystal column. He was testing the strength of the binding array. He felt that it was all right. It should be able to withstand his strength. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Ming's strike. They all wanted to know just how high he could reach. Lin Ming relaxed his mind and body. He was just like a bow that was preparing itself to draw. Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians was a body transformation cultivation method originally. When one practiced this, their true essence would become thick and mighty, and their strength would become formidable. To those that practiced the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, their body had no limit. After pulse condensation was tempering marrow, and after tempering marrow, one could open the 8 inner hidden gates and 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At that stage, their body could affect the world. Their physical strength alone could shatter mountains and pull down stars. Of course, Lin Ming was far, far from this realm. But these past months, he had absorbed a massive amount of blood vitality, and in addition, due to the enhancements to his body from the life and death smelting trial, his body's vitality was similar to a billowing cloud. His body always contained an explosive force that was waiting to erupt at any given moment. If he didn't vent this power, he wouldn't feel so great. With a deep breath, Lin Ming lowered his center of gravity as he squatted down. His spine bent backwards, just like a taut bow that was being pulled backwards. With a roar, Lin Ming suddenly jumped up, his body flushing forwards, his fist like a flood dragon that emerged from the sea. With an indomitable momentum, his fist struck its target savagely. Bang! Over 10,000 genes of strength erupted. The fist cracked the crystal column underneath it with a tremendous impact. The black crystal column began to rattle violently, and the crystal light instantly shot to 12 feet. This was actually the limit of the strength measuring tablet. Pung! The loud sound of breaking glass rang in the air, and the crystal pillar exploded into countless shards. Clouds of true essence stone powder began to fall down like twinkling stars. In that moment, the entire audience was flabbergasted. He destroyed the crystal pillar. The crystal pillar can measure up to 12,000 genes of strength, and yet it was actually destroyed. Qinzia was also eminently surprised. He knew that Lin Ming had inborn divine strength, but he didn't know to what degree his divine strength had reached. Actually, no one knew. If that 12,000 gene crystal column was destroyed, it meant that Lin Ming's strength was at least above 13,000 genes. Just relying on the strength of the human body to reach 13,000 genes, let alone in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, this was rare even in the entire Sky Spill continent. This was because after a martial artist reaches the Xiantian realm, their physical strength basically no longer increased. Even an extreme Xiantian master's strength wouldn't surpass 10,000 genes. Tisk, TSK, TSK. A farm animal is really a farm animal. It simply can't be judged by others. I have no idea what sort of fodder he was fed while growing up. Morongzi had long since adapted to Lin Ming's bizarre abilities. She exclaimed in surprise in the past, but soon she accepted this fact. She was longer surprised by any of the excessive miracles that Lin Ming accomplished. Instead, if one day Lin Ming ceased to continually violate common sense, Morongzi would be surprised. However, at this moment, Bai Jingyun, who was sitting next to Morongzi, was also looking at the center of the martial stage. Her eyes were clouded over, and she was lost in thought. The truth was that 12,000 or 13,000 genes of strength didn't have much effect on one's combat prowess. It only indicated that Lin Ming had a special physique, inborn divine strength, or maybe he had eaten some sort of valuable material that enhanced strength. But Bai Jingyun had a very special feeling. She was sure that Lin Ming had many more cards hidden up his sleeve. His strength was absolutely more than what he had revealed so far. But reasoning told her that even if Lin Ming could instantly kill a peak pulse condensation master, it was still impossible for him to kill Ouyang Dihua in the situation he was. But Lin Ming was an existence that continued to violate all norms and common sense. Who could predict what sorts of miracles he could create? Ta Ku watched as the true essence stone powder landed on the floor, and he also saw that the crystal strength measuring column had been shattered apart. He let out a sigh, shook his head with a wistful smile, and said, "I admit defeat. I am sincerely convinced if I reach the peak of pulse condensation, the most I will ever be able to achieve is 12,000 genes of strength. I wouldn't be able to destroy the stone column. Junior Apprentice Brother's amazing body leaves me speechless. I have nothing else to say." The crystal column didn't have 12,000 genes randomly set as a limit. 12,000 genes could be said to be the limit of a human's body. Lin Ming said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Taku, the truth is you don't need to blindly pursue physical strength. There are many other aspects that you could place your effort in. After all, there is a limit to how high one's strength can grow." To the martial artists of Sky Spill Continent, they did not understand how to open the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Thus, there was no future in only pursuing physical power. Refining and tempering the body was of some use, but after they entered the Hotian realm, a mere 10,000 genes of human strength would become insignificant. Taku humbly said, "I know this, but strength is my best aspect. In other roles, I'm not so good. First, I will break through to the pulse condensation period, and then I'll slowly consider my options in the future." Taku was 21 years old. He should be able to step into the pulse condensation period at around 23 or 24 years of age. At this age, he would have basically lost all value for a large sect to raise him. Even if he gave up joining any sects in favor of enlisting in the military, Ta Ku could still become a brave and wonderful general that slaughtered all his enemies. Just imagine him on the battlefield, a man riding his horse with a staff in hand, bringing down enemy generals with his mighty strikes. This kind of image was inspirational, and it would no doubt incite the growth of soldier morale. This was something that a martial artist who specialized in true essence cultivation would never be able to achieve. Although Ta Ku could not enter a sect, he was destined to live a life of wealth, glory, honor, and status. It wouldn't even be a problem for him to become one of the 10 great generals. He would be at the pinnacle of the mortal world, and countless numbers of soldiers would look up to him in admiration. It wasn't a bad thing to stay in the mortal world. He could live an easygoing and honored life in comfort, and he would enjoy 2 centuries of wealth and fame at least. He would be the subject of affection and reverence, and he could have countless wives and concubines. Conversely, if he pursued the peak of martial arts, he was doomed to tread a road of suffering. He would have to explore his limits and seek fortuitous encounters, fighting with other masters, and narrowly escape with his life. He would have to constantly and tediously cultivate, and he would have to live a lonely life. Although wealth and glory would be at his fingertips, to drown in this would only corrupt his martial spirit. To a martial arts master, they could go into seclusion for 10 or 20 years and not be able to enjoy any pleasures during it. This way of living was normal. If one wanted to stand against their destiny and escape the endless samsara, they had to experience pain and loneliness. Lin Ming, especially after having met Mu Qinyu, he had strengthened his resolve to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. A mushroom didn't know its beginning and end, and a mole didn't know spring or fall. A great figure of the mortal world. Even if it were the state marshal of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Qin Shao, they would only live a mere 200 years or so. To a martial arts master who stood at the peak, people like Qin Shao would only be a mole. At most, he would be a mole king. The sorcerer of the southern wilderness had lived for over 30,000 years, and he had left behind 72 sorcerer pagodas that would exist in perpetuity. But to the common people of Sky Spill Continent, just what was tens of thousands of years. They could only listen to some legendary fables and stories that weren't even listed in the ancient texts. As the saying goes, paper lasts a millennia and silk lasts 800 years. Silk scrolls would decay in 800 years, and paper books would decay in 1,000. How could there possibly be any ancient text from tens of thousands of years ago? Even if it is a legend that is passed down to descendants, most of it is probably made-up stories. Lin Ming didn't want to return to dust after a few hundred years. He wanted to free himself from the cycle of samsara and see just what the peak of martial arts was. What would it be like? When Lin Ming walked off the stage, Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin watched him. They had already recovered, but seeing Lin Ming, they felt a deep sense of fear. Any thoughts of resisting had already fled their mind. Although 13,000 genes of strength didn't equate to one's combat prowess, the scene of the shattering crystal stone pillar was simply too visually impacting. Was he a human? Who had ever seen a crystal stone pillar destroyed like that? They had never even heard of it before. Seeing Lin Ming approach, the two of them hastily stood up and quickly scurried away. To stand in the same place as an inhuman existence like Lin Ming was simply too stressful. Lin Ming, you can rest for the next quarter of an hour and adjust your condition, the referee elder said. Lin Ming shook his head. I haven't used anything. There's no need to rest. I can go up now. Rest, said Ling's senator. He was dressed in a tight black outfit with his trademark heavy sword on his back. I want to fight you when you are in your peak condition, even if it means I lose. Lin Ming smiled and said, Good. What you say is true. I, too, have long been looking forward to fighting you. From the first moment I saw you. The first time that Lin Ming saw Ling's son was at the 7 Profound Martial House entrance examination. Ling Sen's entrance on the stage had left an exceedingly profound impression on Lin Ming. His status as the elder senior apprentice brother of the heavenly abode was simply unshakable. To the Lin Ming of then, Ling Sun had been an unreachable existence. But at that time, Lin Ming had also steeled his resolve that one day he would stand in an arena with Ling Sun and have an earnest match. Chapter 230, Martial Intent Showdown. Chapter 230, Martial Intent Showdown. Chapter 230, Martial Intent Showdown. I too have long been awaiting this showdown. Ever since you defeated Zhang Sam, I thought I would have to wait several years, but I never imagined this fated day would arrive so soon. The first time Ling Sen had begun to pay attention to Lin Ming was when he saw Lin Ming's duel against Zhang Sam. He had arrived at the scene together with Ta Ku, causing no small stir. Lin Ming had only entered the Seven Profound Martial House for a trivial month, and yet he was able to defeat the Earth Hall Master, Zhang Sam. At that time, Ling Sun had a premonition that he would eventually face Lin Ming one day. To him, this was already a very high evaluation of Lin Ming's skills. But now looking back, it seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ming by far. For a quarter of an hour, Lin Ming sat down in meditation, adjusting his condition to the peak even though he hadn't consumed any of his strength. With his thoughts completely relaxed, he entered into the ethereal state, waiting for this anticipated match. The audience was already fidgeting with expectation. This long-awaited battle was a matchup between the fiercest top two young talents of Sky Fortune Kingdom. This was a rarely seen once-in-a-lifetime grand event. As far as a martial artist was concerned, what could possibly be more exciting? Although snow was falling from the sky, the burning enthusiasm of the audience seemed hot enough to melt the winter ice. Who will win? Who do you think will win? I wonder who will be the #1 martial artist among our Sky Fortune Kingdom's younger generation. Almost the entire audience was discussing this issue. They each began to express their own views and opinions of the match. There were even some discerning experts that were deducing how the fight would progress, even though the match hadn't even started. Ling Sun and Lin Ming hadn't yet fought, but already there were a good number of possible versions and outcomes that had been imagined, each of them narrated with a vivid intensity. These stories were so vibrant and imaginative that if people didn't know, they might even think that these spittle-splashing martial artists had already seen the outcome of Lin Ming and Ling Sen's match. This fight would determine who was at the pinnacle of Sky Fortune Kingdom's younger generation. But Ling Sun actually thought that his chances of winning weren't high. Even if he won, he also wouldn't take the position of the #1 youth talent. He was already 21 years old, while Lin Ming was almost 16. This 5-year age gap between them was an insurmountable divide. These 5 years were the most important and essential years of a martial artist's life. 5 years later, Lin Ming would definitely become a Hotian master. But at that time, Ling Sun would have only broken through to the pulse condensation period. A quarter hour passed quickly. Ling Sun was the first to walk onto the martial stage. His pace was steady, calm, and his entire being exuded a murderous aura. The snow that fell towards him was blown away by this aura. Not a single snowflake landed on his body. Lin Ming took out his heavy, profound, soft spear. His spear and Ling Sen's sword were both medium-grade human step treasures. The weapons were fair and equal. The two stood 100 feet apart, silently gazing at the other. The surrounding airflow around them was disturbed by their presence, as if an invisible vortex had been summoned. Billowing snow recklessly covered the sky. The rules will not be repeated. Match, begin. After the referee elder announced the start of the match, the two of them on stage hadn't even moved. Lin Ming's right hand gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear outwards. The spear tip slanted towards the ground. Ling Sun had his heavy sword in both hands. the hilt pressed against his chest. Although they hadn't moved, the two of them were slowly beginning to gather their momentum. Ling Sen's murderous aura was formed from his countless beheadings and massacre of the Ashura devils within his Ashura martial intent. If a weaker martial artist were to directly confront Ling Sen's murderous aura, it would be the same as if an average man were standing stark naked in a frozen world of snow and ice. They would only be able to use half of their strength, and those whose minds weren't as aware might even be directly struck by dread and forced into defeat without having done anything. But Lin Ming was the opposite. His imposing and majestic aura was formed by the power of his vitality. The force of his powerful spirit was like a billowing flame that reached the clouds. An ordinary person might not feel anything strange, but if a martial artist that cultivated dark arts of technique involving the usage of evil spirits approached, then they would feel as if they were in a blazing inferno. Any ghosts or demons that drew near would be immediately returned to nothingness. Ling Sen's icy cold murderous aura and Lin Ming's power of vitality engaged in an airborne battle. One was freezing cold, and the other was burning hot. As these two forces met, they would battle. Ice would not coexist with fire. But eventually, Lin Ming's billowing vitality overcame Ling Sen's Yin chill. Ling Sun could evenly clearly hear his murderous aura being chipped apart by Lin Ming's power of vitality. I never thought that someone would be able to suppress my Ashura murderous intent with just the strength of their blood vitality. His speed was like a phantom. His body strength was formidable. His true essence was pure and thick. And he also had the support of an overwhelming blood vitality. His endurance was without a doubt terrifying. This Lin Ming was simply versatile in all aspects. Ling Sen's expression became more dignified. He instantly converged all of his murderous aura, condensing that murderous essence onto the surface of his body in conjunction with his heavy sword. At that moment, he was like an insurmountable existence in the eyes of all present. Even the two great generals in the audience, who had reached the middle and late pulse condensation period, were unable to help but wonder if they could win against Ling Sun if they fought. For a middle pulse condensation period martial artist to not be able to defeat an early bone forging stage martial artist, that was simply an unimaginable fantasy. Meet my sword. As the word sword was said, the murderous aura that was concentrated on Ling Sen's body began to flow into the black heavy sword. This 5-foot-long heavy sword began to emit a piercing cry. Cha! It was as if space itself was torn asunder. A peerless sword wind shot forwards like a dark rainbow, piercing towards Lin Ming's chest. The entire area was swept up by the aftermath of the sword wind. Even the tiles cracked and exploded under the pressure. Countless broken stones that were crushed by true essence was thrown into the wind. From afar, Ling Sen's blade was like a missile that left the ground shattered in its path. It was simply unstoppable. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming gave a loud shout, and 5,000 vibrating true essence filaments erupted outwards, towards the surging tide of true essence that rolled towards him. The heavy, profound, soft spear was like a silver flood dragon, thrusting forwards with a grandiose momentum. Bang! The powerful impact formed a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye. The loose floor tiles were all sent flying backwards, and all the snow in a radius of 100 meters was swept clean. The savage true essence continued to flood outwards, being met with this rush of true essence. Even a flesh training or viscera training martial artist felt as if they were mere leaves in a storm. They could be blown away at any moment. Fortunately, the important personages in the audience had master bodyguards protecting them. A true essence shield was put up, guarding them from the aftermath of the true essence collision. Pung, 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 pung. After Ling Sun made his first move, he no longer stopped, following up his first strike with a series of attacks. The heavy sword carried an epic majesty as thick true essence congealed into each sword strike. Every strike contained an immense potential, as if a mountain were crashing down. Lin Ming unhurriedly and calmly revolved the true primal chaos formula to the limit. He steadily blocked each strike, slowly retreating backwards. But no matter how calm his expression was, every time he took a blow, the stage behind him would explode, sending everyone watching into alarm. Lin Ming took a step back after every strike, and every time he stepped backwards, the stage tiles would explode into pieces. Then Ling Sen's sword wind would lift up all these fragments before throwing them off the stage. In just a few moments of time, the entire stage had become very unseemly. This is too terrifying. Just the true essence that is scattered from their strikes already carried such destructive power. If one were to face them head-on in a fight, how could anyone possibly resist? There were some martial artists that believed they were strong watching the battle on stage. As they saw the match unfold, they were gradually filled with abject depression. They had been cultivating for several dozens of years, but yet there was such a big difference between them and the two youths on stage. Ling Sen's strength is at least equal to a normal middle pulse condensation period martial artist. He might even be able to compete with the late pulse condensation period. After the masters present made some comparisons, they couldn't help but draw this conclusion. For someone with an early bone forging cultivation to cross over an entire realm and surpass someone at the middle pulse condensation period was simply incredible. Bai Jingyun listened to the arguments occurring around her and silently gazed at Lin Ming's figure, her expression complex. Lin Ming, what cards do you hold in your hands? Just what is the limit of your power? The battle on stage was becoming increasingly intense. True essence collided in the air, causing deafening explosions, as if they were in the middle of a roiling spring thunderstorm. However, during the fight, Lin Ming's face wasn't flushed, his heartbeat was normal. His blood vitality was vigorous, and his breath was long. He inhaled like a snake and exhaled like bellows. In such a calm state, a single breath was enough to let him fight for an incense stick of time. But Ling Sun had slightly less stamina. Slaughter aura. Ling Sun gave a loud shout, and his slaughter domain broke forth. This was a specialized domain attack that he developed using the Ashura martial intent. When he had faced Zhao Jifeng, Ling Sen's sword hadn't even touched his opponent's body. This was because he had used the slaughter domain to defeat his enemy. Oh, in that moment, Lin Ming's surroundings instantly changed. The audience vanished, all became quiet, and the stage under his feet disappeared. He arrived in a completely new and strange world. The world was cast in a dim, bleak gray. The sky overhead was colored in a dull beige tones. Endless rocky outcroppings dotted the world, and behind these rocks were hiding countless Ashura devils. Between the giant rocks, there were bottomless pits that seemed to lead into an abyss, exuding a limitless cold. Ghosts constantly crawled out from this abyss. Their expressions were ferocious, and they hungrily gazed at Lin Ming with their empty eyes, trembling with greed and desire for human life. This extremely cold feeling was like a freezing wind that could drill its way into a person's soul. Even though Lin Ming had exuberant blood vitality, in such an environment, he still felt as if he were being pushed down upon. Ashura? So this is the Ashura martial intent attack. A martial intent wasn't only used in cultivation. Some could also be used offensively. It all depended on a martial artist's utilization and comprehension, but also the inherent quality of the martial intent. This Ashura martial intent was a martial intent that cultivated battle. From this aspect, it was superior to even Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent. However, Lin Ming didn't only possess the ethereal martial intent. Lin Ming gave a cold snort, and both of his eyes turned into swirling black vortexes. Two rotating storms appeared. With Lin Ming's eyes as the center, they indiscriminately swept out. Woo, 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 woo. The countless devils emitted heart-piercing screams. However, they were unable to resist the pulling force of the tornado and were swept inside the vortex, shredded into fragments. The gray rocks they hid behind disintegrated under the power of the vortexes. Even space itself began to crack under the immense pressure. These are only Ashura devils formed by a martial intent. How can it be equal to hell found within the life and death smelting trial? Lin Ming let loose a resonant roar. Pung, with a bang. The dark world collapsed. The countless illusionary fragments were all swept into the giant swirling black vortex and completely vanished into oblivion. Lin Ming's samsara martial intent was comprehended after experiencing the world of 100 samsaras. In terms of illusion attacks, how could Ling Sun possibly compare? Lin Ming appeared back on the familiar martial stage. Across him, Ling Sun gave a stuffed cough and kneeled down onto the stage, supporting himself with his heavy sword, his face pale. The audience was baffled. They only saw Lin Ming pause for a moment, and then Ling Sun fell to his knees as if he had been heavily struck. In this period of time, Lin Ming's spear hadn't even touched Ling Sr. Just what was going on? Chapter 230, One Divine Punishment Blade. Chapter 230, One Divine Punishment Blade. Chapter 231, Divine Punishment Blade. When Qinzia saw this scene, his expression immediately changed. Ling Sen's slaughter domain was broken by Lin Ming. In the illusion realm, time flowed at a different speed. In the moment when Lin Ming had ceased physical movement, a fierce battle against Ling Sun had already taken place within the slaughter domain. The result was obvious. Ling Sun had been defeated, and Lin Ming had emerged victorious. How could this happen? Ling Sen's slaughter domain is dependent upon his Ashura martial intent, as well as the murderous aura he had accumulated over the years in order to create his own unique ability. Although this makes it easy to develop a demon in the heart in terms of striking power, it should be very strong. Ling Sen's Ashura martial intent is by itself savage and brutal. It only helps cultivate one's attack power. As for Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent, that relies on placing one's mind into an empty, unconscious state, it is a type of supplementary cultivating martial intent. How could the result be that Ling Sun loses? Although Sun Yudeo's cultivation wasn't too high, he had a deep and broad range of experience. In just a few words, he had pointed out the characteristics between Ling Sun and Lin Ming's martial intent. Qinzia pondered out loud. I had also thought that his ethereal martial intent could only be used to cultivate. If it could also be used offensively, then I can only say that Lin Ming's perception is just too terrifying. How a martial intent could be used not only depended on one's studying and understanding of it, but also one's perception. Maybe it's not an attack, but it was able to stabilize his mind. Therefore, he was able to shatter Ling Sen's martial intent dream world. In any case, Lin Ming is truly a genius. The 2-7 profound martial house masters' only thought was that Lin Ming's perception was amazingly astonishing, and he had comprehended multiple ways to use the ethereal martial intent. They had never dreamt of the possibility of Lin Ming comprehending a second martial intent. If they had known, they would be stunned speechless. A martial artist that could comprehend two different kinds of martial intent only existed in ancient legends and fairy tales, let alone Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even in the entire 36 kingdoms ruled by the 7 profound valleys, there hadn't been anyone that had ever realized two different martial intents. Although Lin Ming had broken Ling Sen's slaughter domain with his samsara martial intent, he actually felt a bit discontented. There was only one reason that he was able to accomplish this. His samsara martial intent was of a far higher grade than Ling Sen's Ashura martial intent. However, in terms of development and usage, he was far inferior to Ling Sr. Ling Sun had studied and pondered upon his Ashura martial intent to the limit, digging out all of its latent potential. In reverse, Ling Ming knew very little about his samsara martial intent, except that it was able to cultivate the soul. Also, because he hardly used his soul force, he hadn't carefully studied his samsara martial intent. In understanding, I am inferior to Ling Sr. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. The truth was, he had forgotten that in just these past 6 months he had obtained too many abilities that needed to be carefully perceived and studied through meditation over time. There was the chaotic virtues combat meridians, inscription technique, flow like silk, heretical god force, ethereal martial intent, golden rock shattering the void, samsara martial intent, and so many other things that he needed to thoroughly consider. There were so many things on his plate that he found it difficult to balance. The fact that he could cultivate flow like silk to 5,000 filaments while also achieving his current results in the heretical god force and golden rock shattering the void was because he had the assistance of the mighty elder's memories. Although this also meant that Lin Ming's perception could be considered very good, but Ling Sun had already obtained the Ashura martial intent long ago, and he had combed over every aspect of it throughout the years. In terms of martial intent comprehension, it naturally wasn't something that Lin Ming could compare with so far. At this moment, Ling Sun stood up. His complexion recovered from its pale state, and he brandished his heavy sword across his chest. He sighed and said, "Lin Ming, throughout all these years, you are the one martial artist that I admire the most out of the entire younger generation of Sky Fortune Kingdom. I had long been looking forward to this battle against you. Now that my slaughter domain has been broken, I'm already half defeated. Still, I hope that you won't go easy on me. I still want to see just how much strength you have hidden within you." Good. Come. Against an opponent like Ling Sun, Lin Ming only had heartfelt admiration. This was a true martial artist who single-mindedly pursued the path of martial arts. As for those like Zhang Guanyu and Ouyang Dihua, they only practiced martial arts in order to consolidate their status and position. They would have power and more time to enjoy wealth, beauties, and authority. The heavy, profound, soft spear crossed out. A purple thunder leapt onto its bright silver spear point. The winding arcs of thunder twisted around like snakes, crawling up the shaft. Summoning the power of thunder meant that Lin Ming no longer held back. He would defeat his opponent with everything he had. This was a martial artist's respect for another. As Ling Sun gazed upon the scene, his eyes narrowed. This was control over the power of thunder. Qin Zia and Sun Yudao couldn't keep still. Not even Qin Xingxuan, Qin Xiao, Muyi, or Bai Jingyun were unaffected. They all stared wide-eyed, unblinking. Thunder attributed martial artist. Most martial artists had no specific attribute to their true essence, but there were a few whose true essence was associated with the 5 elements. For instance, Bai Jingyun's water attribute and Zhu Yan's fire attribute, compared to non-attribute true essence. These 5-element true essences offered many special abilities. However, the trade-off was that they were limited in the cultivation methods and skills they could learn. It was difficult to say whether this was ultimately good or bad. Besides the 5-element aligned true essence, there were also the forces of wind and thunder that existed beyond the 5 elements of nature. There were exceedingly few who had these 2 kinds of true essence attributes, but they were also much stronger than the 5 elements, especially the thunder attribute. In terms of attack speed, it went against the will of the heavens. Even if one searched the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, there weren't many thunder-attributed martial artists. And not only that, even if they were of the thunder attribute, it didn't mean that they were a good match. Even if they practiced a thunder-based cultivation method, they wouldn't necessarily achieve any results. But now looking at Lin Ming, it appeared that he had the power of thunder at his beck and call. Not only that, but there was a prodigious energy contained within. He had clearly cultivated it to the large success stage. How is this possible? In just half a year, Lin Ming had managed to comprehend a thunder-based cultivation method. It looks like during his adventure, Lin Ming also experienced another fortuitous encounter. Qin Zia applauded, somewhat envying Lin Ming in his heart. There were many lucky opportunities that could be found with the Sky Spill continent. However, these lucky opportunities were often fraught with peril. There was fortune that just lay there for one to pick up. However, if one wished to obtain it, one had to have the courage while also putting in 120% of their effort. These opportunities were fleeting. Only those martial artists that were prepared could reach for them. Sun Yudao sighed with emotion. This kid is just too scary. If he just cultivated with his combat talent, he would certainly reach the Xiantian realm, even the extreme Xiantian realm. But if he is able to attain the fortunes that come with danger, then he might reach the revolving Dan realm, or an even higher existence. This sort of martial artist must not only have cultivation and combat talent, they also have to have a firm mind and be incomparably calm. They must act bold, be fearless, daring to do what no one else does. In front of a fortuitous encounter, just a little bit of hesitation will cause them to lose their chance. Lin Xing looked at the thick electric arc that was twisting around Lin Ming's spear point and suddenly laughed. Junior apprentice brother Lin, today Ling Sun, have truly gained in experience. It is a rare opportunity and honor to be able to fight a martial artist who has reached large success in thunder cultivation. You may have broken my slaughter domain, but I also have a martial skill. As Ling Sun said this, he gripped his 5-foot-long heavy sword, horizontally outwards. The hilt of the heavy sword was very long. It would take at least 4 or 5 hands to cover it. Divine punishment blade. Purple air comes from the east. Bang. Ling Sun tread the ground and pulled the 5-foot-long heavy sword around him, drawing a perfect arc on the ground. True essence manifested as a silver shark that was plowing a path through a sea of ice. In that moment, Ling Sun had gathered all of his murderous aura, his momentum reaching the extreme. Its purple air comes from the east. This is senior apprentice brother Ling's strongest skill. This is a high-grade human step martial skill. In addition, it is at the pinnacle of high-grade human step martial skills. I heard that there are 6 different moves within the divine punishment blade, and this purple air comes from the east is the strongest 6th move. I hadn't thought that I would be so fortunate to see senior apprentice brother Ling display this skill today. Hearing the name purple air comes from the east, those outside martial artists in the audience didn't react much. However, the 7 profound Martial House disciples were incomparably excited to the point of almost frothing at the mouth. When one was below the 100 rankings of the 7 profound Martial House, they could only choose a low-grade human step martial skill. If they entered the top 100, then they could choose a medium-grade human step martial skill. There were few true high-grade human step martial skills. Ling Sun had been especially permitted to practice the divine punishment blade, which was at the apex of all high-grade human step martial skills. Most disciples only heard rumors about this, but when would they ever have the opportunity to see it? Now, they would personally experience its majesty. Not only that, they would also be able to see the strongest 6th move of the divine punishment blade. How could they not be feverish from excitement? Facing off against Ling Sun, Lin Ming still displayed his eternally unchanging stance. Iron bridge blocks the river. This style was not fancy. It was a simple pose that was the most fundamental of spear skills. What Lin Ming depended on was his pure and thick true essence. At this time, the 5-foot heavy sword in Ling Sen's hand had already turned into a vibrant and flawless purple color, as if a flame was burning on the blade. At this moment, Lin Ming's momentum had reached its peak. "Take my sword." With that final word, Ling Sun stepped forward. The sword was like black lightning. It carried a vast power that roared towards Lin Ming. In a blink of an eye, he had closed the 200 feet distance that separated them. True essence wildly fluctuated. Purple flames ignited the air. Ling Sen's sword was like a mountain as it smashed downwards. Lin Ming's vision sharpened, and the heretical god force activated. Highly compressed true essence and the power of thunder erupted outwards. The purple flood dragon divine, thunder began to issue out cries of excitement. A thick arc of lightning jumped onto the silver spear, wrapping around it like thick python, directly striking out to meet Ling Sen's sword. The heretical god force was open, and power of thunder had also been galvanized. This was a strength that wasn't any lower than a peak pulse condensation master. Bang! The ground beneath suddenly shook, and Ling Sen's condensed purple air comes from the east was struck by the thunder. It was no different than pure, white snow basking in the summer sun. It rapidly melted. What? Ling Sun was shocked. His strongest strike was actually broken apart like this. In that split second, Ling Sun hesitated. The thick, purple electric snake burst through the purple cloud and directly struck Ling Sen's body. In that moment, Ling Sun felt his entire body go numb, and even his heart stopped beating. In that moment, he even thought he would die. However, that feeling soon passed. That thick electric snake drilled through his body and howled as it pierced into the sky. In a few moments, it submerged into the clouds above. At this time, the sky was still snowing, and dark clouds covered the martial stage. After that thick electric snake broke into the cloud, faint sparks of lightning were seen, and a rumbling thunder began to sound through the air. This was like a winter thunderstorm. There was no snow in summer and no thunder in winter. Seeing thunder billowing in the sky, the entire audience was shocked speechless. With his own strength, Lin Ming had moved the heavens and created thunder, even changing the laws of nature. What sort of nonsensical exaggeration was this? Was this really something that a body transformation martial artist could achieve? Qinzia looked up at the sky and let loose a breath. This was far from changing the laws of nature. But to be able to create thunder in the clouds, the intensity and ferocity of that thunderstrike was simply too astonishing. Chapter 232, Awakening Thunder. Chapter 232, Awakening Thunder. Chapter 232, Awakening Thunder. Yeah. Brother Sun, our 7 profound martial house has really picked up a gem. Lin Ming's thunder fusion has probably reached 5th or even 6th grade. A martial artist's martial talent had a grade, and the fusion compatibility that a martial artist had with metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder also had a grade, each corresponding to each other. A 6th grade fusion was something that hadn't been seen in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom for millennia. Sun Yudao nodded. If it really is a 5th or 6th grade fusion, then indeed. I think it is strange how I never noticed Lin Ming's potential to cultivate lightning. This Lin Ming, the more I look at him, the less I understand. Oh, I lost. Ling Sun let a dreary breath loose. The difference in their strength was simply too great. In that flash a moment ago, if it weren't for Lin Ming's amazing control of the thunder force, his heart would have stopped beating, and even his body would have been charred black. His own strongest strike could not even halt half of the opponent's blow. He sincerely admitted defeat. Well fought, Lin Ming humbly said as he put his spear away, cupping his fists in respect. Ling Sun was silent for a moment, and then he asked, was that your strongest strike? Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force slightly, while spurring the purple flood dragon, divine thunder. This was indeed most of his strength. Of course, he had thunder fire annihilation and the coiling dragon steel needle as well, but these 2 powers contained a massive killing potential. Unless he went all out in desperation, he normally wouldn't use it. Lin Ming nodded and said, yes. After hearing Lin Ming's less than positive answer, Ling Sun sighed with emotion. One should always strive to get to the top, and there would always be someone beyond him. He suddenly felt that after he graduated, joining the army might not be the wisest choice. When Lin Ming had left the 7 Profound Martial House to adventure, he had obviously found some sort of lucky opportunity. Otherwise, there was no way that his strength would have grown so fast. Although Ling Sen's combat prowess was far beyond a martial artist at the same level, his talent was limited, and he would find it difficult to reach the Xiantian realm in his entire life. But there was simply too big a difference between the Xiantian realm and Hotian realm to defeat weak pulse-condensation period martial artist with only bone-forging cultivation was stunning, but there were talents in every country that could do the same thing. But for a peak Hotian master to defeat a Xiantian master, there might not even be one in the entire 7 Profound Valley's 36 countries that could do this. After joining the army, Ling Sun would absolutely become one of the 10 great generals. He could even become a state marshal like Qin Shao. But if it were only this, it would be impossible for him to break through the bottleneck and reach the Xiantian realm. After his fight with Lin Ming, Ling Sun firmly decided that he would leave Sky Fortune Kingdom and find his own lucky chance. The winner's bracket had ended, and according to the original rules, the loser's bracket would begin. But Ta Ku was the first to forfeit. Zhao Jifeng and Jiang Bin looked at each other and could only ruefully smile before similarly forfeiting. Although Ling Sun had been defeated by Lin Min, he could still deal with them just like chopping a chicken. There was simply no reason to disgrace themselves. So the final 2 spots for participation in the total faction martial meeting were given to Ling Sun and Lin Ming. The total list of names was Qin Xingxuan, Zhou Yu, Liang Long, Ling Sun, and Lin Ming. This news spread like the wind. Ling Sun and Lin Ming were both recognized as the fiercest 2 in the group of 5. The battle between Lin Ming and Ling Sun also spread through Sky Fortune City like wildfire. Everyone who watched the competition of top talents was incomparably excited to tell everyone else. For those that hadn't watched the match, after listening with wringing hands, they would excitedly beat their chests and stamp their feet. Many people would regret that they didn't have the qualifications to enter the 7 Profound Martial House and personally watch the competition. Otherwise, how could they possibly miss such an event? The bards and storytellers of Sky Fortune Kingdom also retold this story. They started with the exact events, but as time passed, each version became more and more exaggerated. But no matter which version of events was told, the one scene they would never forget is Lin Ming galvanizing a winter thunderstorm. With his own strength, he moved the thunder of heaven and earth. The words of these storytellers sounded like fantasy, but on that day, the people of Sky Fortune City also saw that winter thunderstorm. But even if they saw this sight, everyone found it hard to accept. Using one's own power to alter the laws of nature? What sort of concept was that? There was no snow in summer and no thunder in winter. This was common knowledge. It was said that yesterday, there was a lover that pledged to the winter thunderstorm, inciting it with his true love. The lover said, "If the winter thunder rumbles, then my love will be eternal and without regret." The girl that heard this was incomparably touched and moved because of this holy promise. But although it was romantic, she knew that he was playing around. As the lover pledged this, in the next quarter hour, the sky filled with thunder. The lover was immediately dumbfounded, his mouth wide enough to stick an egg in. At this time, he only had one thought: motherfucker, heavens, are you playing with me? The truth was, the common people simply didn't understand the difference in strength between martial artists and their corresponding divisions. However, to create thunder in winter was actually too shocking for everyone. Wasn't this just the same as God? Before, Lin Ming's name had been mainly known among the aristocracy as a martial artist, but now, even the commoners knew that there was a young martial artist in the Sky Fortune Kingdom named Lin Ming who had incomparably fierce strength and was able to call down heavenly thunder. Zhou Mountain Peak, Marshall House Main Hall. Qin Zia sat in the main seat, followed down the row by Lin Ming, Ling Sun, Qin Xingxuan, Zhou Yu, and Liang Long. In addition, there was a blue-clothed old man. This old man was the Seven Profound Marshall House's deputy house master, Sun Yudao. Qin Zia's gaze swept over the 5 youths one at a time. Finally, it landed on Lin Ming. Although Qin Zia had long concluded that Lin Ming would blossom in dazzling radiance in the future, he had never thought that this young boy would make so much progress in such a short time. It was just too shocking. To have such strength at his age, let alone Sky Fortune Kingdom, he would be a top figure even in a large sect. Obviously, Lin Ming had encountered a fortuitous opportunity when he went out on adventure. It was rare for a martial artist to encounter a lucky chance outside, but it wasn't uncommon. Thus, Qin Zia didn't press him for details. Everyone had their own secrets. As long as he wasn't traitorous or disloyal, it was fine. If it wasn't for Lin Ming being so young, he would have the grand opportunity to seize first place. If he really did manage to grasp first place, that would be an unprecedented record in the Seven Profound Valleys. According to what Qin Zia knew, there had never been a disciple outside of the Total Faction that was able to attain first place at the Total Faction Marshal Meeting. However, the current Lin Ming had a very high chance of reaching the top 20. Qin Zia wasn't underestimating Lin Ming. It was just that the geniuses of the Total Faction were simply too strong. These top talents all had the qualifications to seize first place. At 19 or 20 years of age, they would have reached the peak pulse condensation period, and their battle prowess would be worthy enough to face a Hotian master. To Qin Zia, Lin Ming's strength seemed far off from such a level. However, Qin Zia didn't worry. Lin Ming still had time. In the future, his chances of winning first place would be gigantic. Qin Zia lightly coughed and slowly said, "The reason I called you here today is to discuss matters of the Total Faction Marshal Meeting. As you have guessed, in just half a month's time, the Total Faction Marshal Meeting will begin. The second-grade powers under the jurisdiction of the Seven Profound Valleys can send 5 people to participate. In Sky Spill Continent, it wasn't just sects that were divided into grades. Great martial families and countries were also divided into grades. The Seven Profound Valleys was a third-grade sect and was also at the top of third-grade sections. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a second-grade influence. The Zhao, Jiang, Liang, and Zhou families that lived at the edge of Sky Fortune Kingdom were all first-grade influences. For convenience in management, the Seven Profound Valleys put the first-gradal influences into the second-gradal countries. That was the reason why this week the Liang, Jiang, Zhou, and Zhao families had sent their successors to come to Sky Fortune Kingdom's Seven Profound Marshal House for training. Qin Zia continued to say, "You 5 disciples are the ones that my Sky Fortune Kingdom's Seven Profound Marshal House have decided to send to the Total Faction Marshal Meeting. There will be countless masters and geniuses at the Total Faction Marshal Meeting. You may have been top-tier talents in Sky Fortune Kingdom, but placed in the Total Faction, you are just ordinary." Saying this, Qin Zia caught a glimpse of a disapproving look from Liang Long. He frowned and icily said, "Liang Long, are you not convinced?" Liang Long was startled. He quickly rose up and apologized. "I do not dare." But thinking a bit, Liang Long whispered, "Marshal House Master, although I don't believe we can with the first-place title, isn't it too much to say that we are ordinary?" Qin Zia sternly said, "Ordinary is fine." "Liang Long, what is your martial talent?" "Inferior 5th grade," Liang Long said. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, this talent was pretty good. An inferior 5th grade talent is splendid in Sky Fortune Kingdom, and you are also astonishing in your Liang family. But the Seven Profound Valleys has an accumulated inheritance of 600 years. When the great founders of the Seven Factions started, they had been constantly screening talents to be married. A fifth-grade talent is nothing at all. Even a janitor would need to be at least a superior fourth-grade talent. Not only that, the disciples of the total faction have family backgrounds and resources that are far superior to yours. Thus, their cultivation speed naturally exceeds yours. It is already good that you can catch up to the ordinary level. Now sit back down. Yes, Marshall House Master. Liang Long submissively sat down, feeling a bit battered. One would need to be a superior fourth-grade talent just to sweep the floor. That was to say, that even if he went to the 7 profound valleys, he would be no more than a disciple who swept the floor or cooked the food. Lin Ming sighed in his heart sourly. Resources were simply too important to a martial artist's cultivation. One needed cultivation methods, cultivation locations, pills, and so forth. It could be said that when the disciples of a large sect were first born, they had already arrived at a starting line that a common martial artist would never be able to reach in their entire life. They could be like Ouyang Dihua, who dawdled around doing nothing and still reached the Hotian realm. But as for a common martial artist, it was difficult to even reach the pulse condensation period. To a common martial artist, they would be ecstatic to even be able to enjoy 1 hour of the 7 profound Marshall House's 7 major killing arrays. If they could use it as they wished, they would probably willingly shorten their lifespan by a dozen years. But if the likes of this were placed in the 7 profound valleys, what use would it be? A core disciple probably would even disdain themselves to glance at it. Qinzia continued to say, this time, there will be the 36 countries under the rule of the 7 profound valleys, as well as 16 second-grade martial families. This amounts to a total of 52 different powers. With each side being able to send out 5 people, there should be 260 participants in total. But because of the power of Huolon Nation, Grace Venerate Nation, and some other great countries, they have an additional quota. So there will be 280 disciples altogether. In addition, the 7 factions of the 7 profound valleys will send 240 of their own disciples. So altogether, there will be 520 participants. In these 520 individuals, there will be at least 200 which will have reached the pulse condensation period. They might even be middle pulse condensation, late pulse condensation, or even peak pulse condensation. If you want to stand out in this group of 520 people, you can think on your own just how difficult this will be. Chapter 233, Earth Step Treasure. Chapter 233, Earth Step Treasure. Chapter 233, Earth Step Treasure. Liang Long thought that Lin Ming and Ling Sun were freakish enough. Even if they couldn't obtain first place, he assumed that it would still be a piece of cake for them to reach the top 20 or 30. For himself, making the top 100 was already a great honor he could return home with. But now it looked like out of all these hundreds of people, he was one of the worst. If he ranked lower than 400 or 500, it would be a deep shame. How could he explain it once he returned home? Liang Long hadn't even spoken again when the next words of Qinzia caused his heart to sink to the bottom of the ocean. Qinzia said, the total factions martial meeting will be held at the 7 profound valleys, profound Sky Mountain Range. Before the martial meeting starts, there will be a checkpoint barrier. At least 60% of participants will be eliminated. Only those that pass through will have the qualifications to enter the profound Sky Mountains. 60%. Liang Long's mouth fell open. Did that mean he wouldn't even have the chance to pass through the mountain gate? If he went to the total faction martial meeting and couldn't even pass through the door, then that would be an absolute family shame that even his grandma would feel. If this news spread throughout the family, then where would he have faced to see anyone? Wouldn't he just become the family joke? Liang Long was known as the future head of the Liang family. There were many people who were jealous of his position. If he became a joke, then all sorts of baseless rumors would be spread. As he turned around to look at Zhou Yu, he saw that Zhou Yu was also forcing a smile. Even Zhou Yu was worrying about whether or not he would pass through the gate. The family had always said that there was a heaven above the heavens, and there were always people that stood above others. Now he finally understood that, let alone him, there were even monsters that were stronger than Qin Xingxuan. Martial House Master, what's the matter? Liang Long wanted to say that he wished to abstain from the meeting. Since he couldn't even pass through the gate, there was no point in going just to shame himself. But seeing Qin Zia's eyes sweep past him, Liang Long felt his mind numb and his body go cold. He could only gulp and change his words. When do we leave? We will go early tomorrow morning. You will go back and prepare. Tomorrow, we will take the heavenly wind eagles to get there. Do you have any other questions? Lin Ming was silent for a moment, and then he said, Martial House Master Qin, I have a question. Ask. What is the prize? As soon as this question was asked, Liang Long and Zhou Yu both shrank their necks. They had both been worrying about how to pass through the mountain gate and not lose face after returning to their family in shame. But Lin Ming had actually opened his big mouth and asked what the prize would be. This was really the difference in their positions. Their thoughts were just too different. Qin Zia gave Lin Ming an appreciative look and said, The reward for first place is a heaven-opening pill. However, you won't immediately receive this heaven-opening pill. First, you must officially join the 7 profound valleys, and then reach the peak Hotian realm. Afterwards, it will be given to you. I won't go into unnecessary details about how valuable the heaven-opening pill is. Besides the heaven-opening pill, there are also some low-grade earth step treasures. There are offensive treasures and defensive treasures of all sorts. 2nd through 5th place will not receive a heaven-opening pill, but they will be rewarded with a low-grade earth step treasure. 6th through 10th place will receive a sky spirit pill, which is also a top-quality medicinal pill. As for 11th through 30th place, they will receive a high-grade human step treasure and an earth spirit pill. Lin Ming's mind stirred as soon as he heard earth step treasure. They have many different types of treasure? Do they have a spear? Qin Zia smiled and said, Your weapon simply takes advantages of others. A spear's value is several times that of other weapons of the same step. Still, you can rest assured that the 7 profound valleys has been established for many years, and they have a deep heritage. Naturally, they will have a spear. Earth step treasure. Lin Ming clenched his fists. Qin Zia saw Lin Ming's enthusiastic look and couldn't help musing to himself. This boy won't make first place. Although Lin Ming is strong, reaching first place is just too distant a goal. There are many middle pulse condensation, late pulse condensation, and even peak pulse condensation masters. How could a peak bone forging martial artist ever take first place? What Qin Zia didn't know was that ever since Lin Ming had met Mu Qinyu, in Lin Ming's eyes, these so-called talents of the 7 profound valleys weren't even worth mentioning. Mu Qinyu reached pulse condensation at 15, Hotian at 17, Xiantian at 22, Extreme Xiantian at 26, and now at 27, she was a half step into the revolving Dan realm. At 22 years of age, talents of the 7 profound valleys were just beginning to attempt their breakthrough to the Hotian realm, but Mu Qinyu had already stepped into the Xiantian realm. This difference was simply like cloud and mud. If he couldn't defeat these professed talent of the 7 profound valleys, then what was the point in reaching for the peak of martial arts? 700,000 miles away, 7 profound valleys. The tens of thousands of miles of the profound sky mountains were just like a towering black dragon. In the center of the 7 profound territory of the profound sky mountains was the Absolute Sword Peak. This mountain peak was 60,000 feet high and incredibly steep. The cliffs in all directions were almost vertical. It was as if the entire Absolute Sword Peak was made of 60,000 feet high sharp swords piercing the heavens. This Absolute Sword Peak was the center of the 7 profound valleys sword faction. With the Absolute Sword Peak as the center, There were also 12 surrounding smaller peaks that circled around like a constellation. In the thick, high clouds, there was a majestic and grand main hall. The outside of the main hall was layered with hundreds of feet of blue stone tiles. In the middle of these tiles was a massive 200-foot sword that stabbed the ground. Although this giant sword was just a carved statue, it was entirely made of dark steel and weighed hundreds of thousands of genes. If there really was a giant capable of pulling this sword up from the ground, it could truly be used for slaughtering one's enemies. Under this great sword, the sword faction sovereign stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. He was looking at an 18 or 19-year-old youth in front of him. His eyebrows were slanted up like scimitars, and his aura was impressive. During the last martial meeting, you were defeated by the Acacia faction's Ouyang Ming. Now, after 3 years, Ouyang Ming has already reached the peak of pulse condensation. He will be your greatest opponent. The youth was silent for a moment. Then he said, Ouyang Ming is not my greatest opponent. Then who will you take as your opponent? My greatest opponent is only myself. As the young man said this, his eyes shone with brilliance. If during this martial meeting I can't even defeat the talents of a third-grade sect, what is the point of me thinking of climbing to the peak of swordsmanship? Though he and Lin Ming were separated by several 100,000 miles, words similar to those that were said by Lin Ming slowly came from this young man's lips. Ha! Well said. You are truly my son. Then, during this martial meeting, I will only have one expectation. You will win first place. Yes, father. At the same time, just 100 miles away at the main peak of the Acacia faction, there was another young man around 20 years old that was looking down on the cloudy mountains, as if he was disdaining everything beneath him. This young man was the one mentioned by the sword faction youth, Ouyang Ming. Minger, you are the most splendidly talented disciple that has come from the Acacia faction in the last 100 years. This is the last martial meeting you can participate in before you are too old. I hope that you will be able to attain first place. Yes, mother. Behind Ouyang Ming was a beautiful woman. This elegant lady was none other than Ouyang Ming's mother. Although she was already over 50 years old, her appearance was no different to a young girl in her 20s. This time, I am destined to be first place. I had actually hoped that Su Ran hadn't surpassed the age limit. I was hoping to have a match against him. This is such a pity. The age limit for the 7 Profound Valleys total faction disciples to participate in the martial meeting was 20 years. 2 years less than the disciples from outside. This was the last time that Ouyang Ming would be able to participate in the total faction martial meeting. Achieving first place is good enough. As for the battle between you and Su Ran, you must win, otherwise it will frustrate your spirit. I understand, mother. Also, do not lower your guard and underestimate others. The Zither faction's Qin Wuxin's cultivation has reached the peak of pulse condensation. Although the Zither faction doesn't have many disciples, their skills and abilities are the most difficult to handle. There is also the Refiner faction's Han Yanluo. The Refiner faction sovereign has paid a great price in order to force a flame essence into Han Yanluo's body, using a special method. This man cannot be looked down upon. I know, mother. Although the 7 factions of the 7 Profound Valleys were united together due to common interests, there was still infighting among them. They constantly struggled for power, treasure, resources, talent, pills, manuals, and other things. Sometimes there were conflicts that escalated to the point of fighting. In regards to this, even the 7 Profound Valleys' Valley Master couldn't do anything. If it wasn't for the fact that the Valley Master had excellent cultivation and also the backing of the Ancestor, then there would be no one that even cared about him. The 7 Profound Valleys had many worries, and these things weren't necessarily unsolvable. They just had to be changed to a certain extent. For instance, the assignment of resources in the 7 Profound Valleys must have a method to distribute resources. 200 years ago, the old Valley Master decreed that every 3 years there would be a total faction martial meeting. The overall assignment of resources would be given out according to results of the disciples, then nobody could oppose it. Therefore, the 7 factions consumed a massive amount of resources and took great care in order to raise the ultimate direct disciple and use them to aim for the first place of the total faction martial meeting. The direct disciple was chosen from the most talented individuals of the younger generation, and then unlimited resources were poured into them. The sovereign would personally aid in their cultivation, and they would receive any sort of core cultivation method or ability they desired. For the last 200 years, almost all of the first-place titles of the total faction martial meeting were taken by a direct disciple of the 7 factions. There were only a few exceptions, but those were also caused by other disciples of the total faction. As for disciples outside of the 7 profound valleys, they had never achieved first place. Let alone first place, they hadn't even reached the top 10. To the disciples of the 7 profound valleys, those so-called talents that came from the 36 countries and second-grade martial families were nothing more than country bumpkins. At most, they would be slightly stronger than a janitor who swept the floor. The direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys had only ever considered each other as their opponents. They hadn't even deigned to consider the disciples that were from the outside. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was 200,000 miles away from the 7 profound valleys total faction. It would take over a dozen days to get there, even riding a heavenly winged eagle. Qinzia led a line of people to the 7 profound Marshall House's departure station. There were already a row of heavenly winged eagles waiting there, and not only that, but they were of the finest quality. Their flying speed would be much quicker than an ordinary heavenly winged eagle. "Let's go!" As soon as Qinzia waved his hand, Lin Ming leapt onto a heavenly winged eagle. With a keening screech, the heavenly winged eagle shot into the sky, a billowing cloud of snow following in its wake. The cold wind whistled in one's ears. In a few breaths, the heavenly winged eagles had already risen 1,000 feet into the sky. If one leaned over to look, they could see the endless earth carpeted by a pure white blanket. This snowy white extended all the way to the ends of the horizon. The touching scene gave birth to a desolate, heroic feeling in one's heart. Because the heavenly winged eagle was so fast, the snowflakes that struck the face were just like blades. Lin Ming put up a shield of true essence around himself, blocking the wind and snow. The heavenly winged eagle flew faster and faster. A clarion cry sounded out like a joyous song, echoing between the ends of heaven and earth. Chapter 234, Profound Sky City. Chapter 234, Profound Sky City. Chapter 234, Profound Sky City. The 7 profound valleys total faction was located within the Profound Sky Mountain Range. The Profound Sky Mountain Range didn't belong to any country. It had a very special status within the 36 countries in the 7 profound territory. The Profound Sky Mountain Range's tallest peak was 60,000 feet high. The mountain itself contained a massive amount of profound iron ore, so the entire mountain was a deep black iron color all over. The mountain had sparse vegetation, was rocky, and had extremely dangerous and steep cliffs. It was unknown why, but the entire mountain exuded a thick, baleful aura that caused those watching to feel unease. An average person climbing the mountain would feel very suppressed, and even if a martial artist were to pass by this place, they would attempt to take a winding detour around. At the foot of the Profound Sky Mountain Range was a giant city. The walls of the city were 50 feet high and stretched for hundreds of miles. This city was named Profound Sky City, and this was where the total faction martial meeting was held every 3 years. There was a citywide flying ban for hundreds of miles around Profound Sky City. Lin Ming saw this magnificent city rising from afar as a line of people swooped down from their heavenly winged eagles and walked towards profound Sky City on foot. Along the way, there were many fellow martial artists coming and going. Most of the martial artist cultivations were at the altering muscle stage or above. With their movement abilities, they were able to cover the 100 miles in only a quarter of an hour. Outside the city gate of profound Sky City was a team of guards that kept watch. Seeing the cultivation of these guards, Lin Ming let out a breath. They were actually all bone-forging martial artists. The captain of that group of guards was impressively at the peak of bone forging. The 7 profound valleys was truly worthy of being called a large sect. If a peak bone forging martial artist went to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, they could become a well-known and respected commander in the army. But in the 7 profound valleys, these bone-forging martial artists were only gate guards. Many martial artists rushed to the 7 profound valleys because of their esteemed reputation. The profound Sky Mountains contained an incomparably rich and thick heaven and earth origin energy. This was the reason the guards would rather live here. For instance, some people would rather live in the capital city and work hard labor as opposed to living in the countryside and finding a wife and having children. As long as they stayed in the capital city, they would have the hope of breaking through. But if they lived in a small country, then they might live their entire lives as a mere commander and never enter into the pulse condensation period. The profound Sky City's gate was gigantic, but there were too many people trying to enter the city. It seemed very crowded. Particularly because the total faction martial meeting was occurring, there were many people that accompanied the core disciples. To enter the city cost 10 gold taels. This high entry fee caused many of the low-level martial artists and common folk to shrink back, discouraged by the price. Once Lin Ming paid the gold fee to enter the city, he discovered that over 90% of the residents of profound Sky City were martial artists. Even the random peddler who hawked his wares on the street, or the waiters serving outside restaurants were martial artists. Although their cultivation was only at the first or second stage of body transformation, these people, if they went to Sky Fortune City, could live as a well-to-do servant or retainer in a respected family, while also having a high income and good reputation. As the group walked by, Lin Ming saw all sorts of various treasures being sold. There was a pill shop and inscription symbol shops everywhere. If these shops were casually placed in Sky Fortune City, they would be on the scale of the 100 treasures pavilions. What they sold would be considered incredibly valuable items that a common martial artist would never be able to afford, even if they added up all of their savings. All of this caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. If one lived at a different location, then their experience was also different. If he didn't reach his current strength, then he would never have come to profound Sky City in his entire life and seen such scenes. Zhou Yu and Liang Long also noticed these shops. They drooled over many of the items inside. There were many treasures that were difficult to purchase in Sky Fortune Kingdom, or might not even be sold. Qin Zia sensed what was on everyone's mind. He waited until they reached the inn, and then he told everyone, "You can go anywhere you want now. Come back to the inn before it's dark, and try not to cause a ruckus anywhere." Okay. Zhou Yu and Liang Long were very happy at this news. They left first together. There were many shops that they wanted to go check out. Lin Ming had wanted to stay in the inn and calmly cultivate, but Qin Xingxuan suddenly tugged on his sleeve and said, "Lin Ming, don't you want to take a stroll around? This is my first time coming to Profound Sky City. I want to have a look around." This was considered an implicit invitation from Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't decline such an invitation. He laughed and said with a smile, "This is also good. How about we go together?" Okay. As soon as she heard this, Qin Xingxuan's features lit up with a smile. It was otherworldly and enchanting, the epitome of beauty and elegance. After the two of them walked away, Sun Yudao sighed and said, it's nice to be young. Those two cute little kids are just a match made in heaven. I really hope they end up together." Chin Zia heard Sun Yudeo's thoughts and only smiled, not saying anything. If these two were content with the current status quo, then ending up together would be very easy. But if they both had the determination and resolve to pursue the peak of martial arts, then he was afraid that they would have to separate in the future. The two youths freely strolled around the city. Qin Xingxuan bought many things. She bought jewelry, some precious fabrics to weave into beautiful dresses, unique souvenirs, handcrafted items, and other little trinkets and things like this. The merchandise of Profound Sky City was valuable. There were even some items that required true essence stones to buy. For instance, Qin Xingxuan bought a dress, but because there was skyworm silk woven into the fabric, giving it protection against fire and water, the price was a true essence stone. Luckily, Qin Xingxuan was the daughter of a rich family. If it were a normal martial artist, they would never be willing to buy a piece of clothing for 1,000 gold taels. This was half the price of a treasure. As they walked around, they suddenly saw a restaurant with a pleasant atmosphere. This restaurant was called Desert Flower Hall. There was a signboard in front of the restaurant that listed out some signature dishes which caught Lin Ming's eye. The recipes here actually contained the meat of fourth-level vicious beasts. It had to be known that a fourth-level vicious beast was equal to a Hotian Realm Master. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, this power was considered the pinnacle. Even if Lin Ming were to encounter a fourth-level vicious beast, he would usually run away. A fourth-level vicious beast body was simply a treasure. There were many parts that could be used to refine pills and elixirs, but placed here, it was actually food that was prepared in a restaurant. If this was so, then just how outrageously expensive would the food be? We've been in a hurry for the last few days, so all we've eaten is dry food and cured meats. Since we came here, let's take a look inside. Lin Ming said, since he had grown up in a restaurant, he had special feelings towards them. Since he came to Profound Sky City, he definitely needed to sample the best restaurant here. Qin Xingxuan read the signboard. She hesitated and said, "Here is very expensive." If in the past Lin Ming had heard that Qin Xingxuan would feel timid about going into a restaurant due to price, then he would think it was simply a joke. But looking at this restaurant, it wouldn't be strange if the food it prepared with fourth-level vicious beasts cost around 20 or 30 pure true essence stones. 20 or 30 true essence stones was equal to 20 to 30,000 gold taels. That was a price equivalent to a medium-grade human step treasure. Even Qin Xingxuan would feel a bit distressed by this cost. After Lin Ming had looted Ouyang Dihua and Zhang Fengxian, he could be said to be filthy rich. He naturally didn't care about costs like this. He smiled and said, "During my adventure, I found a small treasure site and gained some true essence stones. Let me treat you." But before Qin Xingxuan could say any more, Lin Ming had already pulled her hand and entered into Desert Flower Hall. When they found a tasteful corner of the restaurant to sit down in, the waiter took out 2 menus and handed them to them. Qin Xingxuan glanced over the prices and was secretly mind-boggled. Every dish on the menu was priced in true essence stones. The cheapest dish cost 2 true essence stones. "If I eat the food here, can I become immortal?" Qin Xingxuan excoriated in her heart. Coming here, she had brought 80,000 gold taels. This money was meant to buy pills and treasures. If she spent a quarter of it on food, then that would be hilarious. "What are your specialties here?" Lin Ming asked after he glanced over the menu. If he was eating at a famous restaurant, then he naturally must eat the best and most well-known dishes. The water's smiling face blossomed at hearing this. He said, "We have many specialties. For instance, we have keel soup made from the marrow of a fourth-level vicious beast with a horned dragon's bloodline, and also brewed with several dozen different sorts of precious herbs. The taste is mellow, and the soup is smooth. After drinking, it can help consolidate true essence and positively affect the body. The keel soup is 25 true essence stones." 25 true essence stones? 25,000 gold? This was simply robbery. Qin Xingxuan let out a breath. Although she didn't feel like it was worth the price, she didn't display any different expression in front of the waiter. The waiter smiled and said, "Young master, young lady, I can see with just a glance that you are talented juniors of a large aristocratic martial family. If a martial artist cultivates every day, it is easy to overtax one's body. If one doesn't supplement their body with food, then later it will be very difficult to reach the Xiantian realm." A mere waiter with a cultivation at the third stage of body transformation opened his mouth and spoke about breaking through to the Xiantian realm. This sort of vision could be considered pretty grand. Desert Flower Hall probably didn't often entertain many true Xiantian realm masters. Then I'll take a pot of the keel soup and a few side dishes, 2 bowls of Spirit Valley rice, and a pot of green tea. Even if Lin Ming was rich, he would only occasionally partake in such a luxurious feast. If he ate like this too often, even he wouldn't be able to afford it. The dishes soon came. The keel soup was a lustrous pearl white and was as thick as milk. Just looking at it made one's appetite rise. As Qin Xingxuan saw this keel soup arrive, she first served Lin Ming a big bowl and then scooped one for herself. The creamy thick soup within the crystal jade bowl appeared just like a work of art. Looking at this small bowl of soup, Qin Xingxuan self-deprecatingly said, "This small bowl is 2 or 3 true essence stones. It's enough for me to spend for half a month. I'll have to thoroughly taste it and see if it's any different." Qin Xingxuan picked up the clear jade bowl and took a small sip. After feeling the soup slide past her lips, it quickly turned into a warm stream that flowed into her stomach. There seemed to be a faint trace of origin energy that flowed into her meridians, slowly and gently tempering the meridians within her body. Although this origin energy was very weak, it was incomparably pure. Pills had pill toxins. If one ate them, they could increase one's cultivation. But it would cause their true essence to become impure, and they would need to expend energy in order to refine it out. But this keel soup, although it contained traces of origin energy, was very smooth and gentle. If one drank this long term, it would consolidate one's true essence and give a miraculous strengthening effect on the meridians. And the best part was that there were no side effects. Qin Xingxuan was shocked. There might not be any effect with just 1 or 2 bowls, but what if one were to drink it all the time? Would it accumulate? After she tasted the Spirit Valley rice, she found that it had equally good effects. Even the pot of green tea contained a rich, wood-based origin energy and was extremely refreshing after drinking it. The soul force within her spiritual sea seemed to have been subtly supplemented. "How is it?" Lin Ming asked Qin Xingxuan as he put down his chopsticks. Qin Xingxuan's beautiful eyebrows furrowed for a bit as she pondered the aftertaste. She sighed and said, "No wonder their food is more expensive than our treasure. If you ate this every day, then even without practice you could still break through to the pulse condensation period." Chapter 235 Conflict. Chapter 235 Conflict. Chapter 235 Conflict. Yeah. Lin Ming finished the keel soup and licked his lips. He said, "This is the heritage of a large sect. An ordinary martial artist can't even think about things like this, much less eat it. When I went out adventuring, I ran into a senior. Every day, she would eat the rarest spirit fruits, and what she drank was the dew of a spring morning. She truly didn't eat the smoke and fire of the mortal world and contaminate her body with the Hotian air." Qin Xingxuan scooped another bowl of soup for Lin Ming and asked, if these delicacies were eaten every day, wouldn't it be several dozens of true essence stones spent every day as well? Lin Ming said, "That's right, but how many true essence stones do you think our Sky Fortune Kingdom's true essence mines produce every year? 99% of that is sent to the 7 profound valleys. Besides us, there are also 35 countries whose resources, such as medicinal herbs, materials, precious ores, and other things, are shipped here every day. The direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys probably enjoy over 1,000 true essence stones every month. Even if they eat food like this every day, it probably isn't anything to them. They might even eat foods better than this. The difference is just too big. Qin Xingxuan sighed. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, she lived in the upper echelons of society. But once she arrived here, she actually had to be careful about every meal, for fear that she wouldn't be able to afford it. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, common martial artists had to risk their lives in order to obtain few normal medicinal herbs, and there were even more who couldn't afford the materials and money for medicine to practice martial arts, and thus they had hidden internal injuries left over in their body. These martial artists would be disabled in their late 40s. When Qin Xingxuan thought of this, she suddenly felt sad. This was the disparity that a martial artist had to face from their very birth. Many martial artists of Sky Fortune Kingdom wanted to reach the pulse condensation period. But even if they were diligent in cultivating their entire lives, it might not bear any fruit. But those that came from the 7 profound valleys total faction only needed to eat and sleep every day. And with just a bit of practice, they could break through to the pulse condensation period, or even reach the peak Hotian realm. If their parents were valley elders, they would be given focus and resources during training, and with a few heaven-opening pills, they could become a Xiantian master. Thinking this, Qin Xingxuan quietly looked at Lin Ming. She suddenly thought, wasn't Lin Ming from an ordinary family? He had struggled so far to arrive where he was now. What price did he have to pay? What kind of danger did he have to face in order to obtain his lucky opportunities? As she recalled Lin Ming's rare, once-in-millennia perception and his ethereal martial intent, Qin Xingxuan felt some regret. If Lin Ming was born in a large sect, his results might even be better than they were now. What are you thinking of? Lin Ming asked with a smile after he demolished the second bowl of soup. He found that Qin Xingxuan was quietly gazing at him, a thoughtful and deep look in her limpid eyes. Nothing much. I just think that this world is very unfair. An ordinary martial artist can diligently practice for a lifetime, and yet they would never be able to touch a toe of these sect juniors. Yes, life is unfair, but even so, you can either resign yourself to fate or fight against the heavens. I heard in the legends that in the past, Emperor Sakya also came from a humble background. He fused 7 different types of martial intent and broke through the martial void. It is harder for a common martial artist to succeed than to ascend to the heavens. But if one truly does succeed, because they were tempered by their road of hardship and suffering, the path they walk down might even go farther than that of the disciples of a sect. Lin Ming was very calm as he spoke this. Qin Xingxuan suddenly felt that Lin Ming was talking about himself. Qin Xingxuan was silent for a moment, and then she turned her head to look out of the window. Her heartbeat quickened as a strange thought popped up in her mind. Can I catch up with his shadow? In just half a year, I was overtaken by him. In the future, the gap between us will only grow. Thinking this, Qin Xingxuan felt something aching in her young heart that she couldn't identify. At this moment, several martial artists in bright clothing entered the Desert Flower Hall. The one leading them yelled, "Waiter, come get us a table with some good dishes and 2 jars of dragon bone wine." Okay. The waiter could instantly tell from the attitude of these people that they were wealthy patrons. He was all smiles as he walked over to greet them. The manner and aura with which this group of people ordered dishes was completely different than Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. Desert Flower Hall was one of Profound Sky City's best restaurants, and it was also one of the places that was most frequented by young talents. Lin Ming saw the group place their equipment on the table, and all of them were high-grade human step treasures. Obviously, they came from some extraordinary background. I've waited well enough for these last 3 years. I didn't have a chance to participate in the last total faction martial meeting, but now I've finally struggled enough and they've given me a spot. If I can get a good ranking this time, Father won't be able to say anything about it. The young martial artist, who said this was a half step into the pulse condensation period. He looked about 18 years old. In another year or two, he would most likely break into the pulse condensation period. If he achieved the pulse condensation period at 19 or 20 years old, that result couldn't be matched by anyone in the Sky Fortune Kingdom except by Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. And listening to the way he spoke, not only was this youth's cultivation high, but his combat prowess was probably much higher than a normal martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to participate in this total faction martial meeting. Haha, Brother Ouyang is too humble. During this total faction martial meeting, you will at least reach the top 100 rankings. I'm just a bit too lacking. If I want to reach the top 100 rankings, I'll need to be at the pulse condensation period. If I try hard, I have hope that I'll be able to enter the top 150. Brother Ouyang is too modest. Who doesn't know that Brother Ouyang's divine acacia power has already reached the 4th layer? There are many pulse condensation disciples that are still struggling at the 3rd layer. In terms of combat power, Brother Ouyang's true strength is at least equal to the middle pulse condensation period. If compared with those countryside bumpkins from the 36 countries, even their peak pulse condensation martial artists wouldn't be Brother Ouyang's match. The young man named Ouyang drank a glass of wine and smiled. His name was Ouyang Ziyun, one of the Acacia faction disciples that would participate in the total faction martial meeting. Come on, don't compare me with those martial artists of the 36 countries. That's nothing more than an insult to me. You might as well compare me to the 16 martial cultivation martial families. At least those families have a legacy of 1,000 years and also have some ability. They should have sent a few talented people to this year's martial meeting. Are you saying that the Zhang family's Zhang, Yanzhao, might reach the top 20? Although he may reach the top 20, he is still really inferior to the direct disciples of our 7 profound valleys, let alone Brother Ouyang. Even if it were us, if we went to the 36 countries and 16 martial families, we would sweep 99% of those so-called talents away. Ha! As the laughter came over from the wine table, Qin Xingxuan had a very unpleasant and angry expression. She clenched her teeth and frowned as she said, "These people are simply too arrogant. Strength determines status. It's normal for these 7 profound valleys disciples to look down on the 36 countries and the 16 martial families. But to speak so brashly and loudly, they really do not place others in their eyes. There aren't only the disciples of the 7 profound valleys that dine at this desert flower hall." As Lin Ming said this, he pointed over to a table. Qin Xingxuan followed his finger's direction and saw 3 young men and a young girl stand up from a nearby table. They had very black and somber expressions as they walked over to where the 7 profound valley disciples were sitting. Ouyang Ziyun also noticed the 4 people walk over. These 4 individuals had a small golden dragon embroidered on the chest of their robes. Obviously, they came from the same family. His eyes swept over them, taking note of their cultivation. The leader of the shabby little group was a youth who was at early pulse condensation. The other 3 were at the bone forging stage. Even though he was at the pulse condensation period, the truth is that his meridians had just opened, and his foundation wasn't solid. Seeing these people's cultivation, Ouyang Ziyun smiled. This kind of brash martial artist had just stepped into the pulse condensation period, and even though their strength hadn't increased by much, they still held a superior feeling towards anyone that was at the bone forging stage, thinking that they wouldn't be his match. This is nice too. Today I will ruin your spirit and let you know how big the gap is between you and the total faction disciples. Thinking this, Ouyang Ziyun's smile widened even more. You said that you will sweep my 16 martial cultivation families away? Good. I, Long Yun, am standing here today. How about you try and sweep me away? The leader of the group, who was a pulse condensation, coldly snorted. He looked around 20 years old. and most likely he came here to participate in the total faction martial meeting. Long Yun? From Flower Spirit Mountain's Long family? Humph, you think to speak up with that trivial family name? Ouyang Xian played with the wine in his hand, not even disdaining to stand up. Why don't you see if we are your match? Hearing Ouyang Xian insult her family, the young girl behind Long Yun snapped. The treasure sword in her hand had already left its scabbard. Ouyang Xian laughed. This beautiful rose has some thorns. I have recently broken through to the 4th layer of the divine acacia power, and was just looking for some talented women to cultivate with me. Your looks and cultivation are barely acceptable. Are you interested? Ooh. As Ouyang Xian said this, the 7 Profound Valleys martial artists who were sitting with him also laughed. The young girl from the Long family ground her teeth together. Not only had she been sexually harassed, she had also been insulted. How could she not be angry? I'll kill you. The young girl pulled her sword out to strike, but she was actually stopped by Long Yun. Ninth sister, you are not his match. Let me. Long Yun took a long spear out from his spatial ring and took a strange stance. Surname Ouyang. Today, I will experience your divine acacia power, and I will have a look to see if you have the qualifications to spout such boastful crap. Seeing Long Yun's weapon, Lin Ming's eyes shone. This youth was actually a spear user. That was quite rare. As the saying went, sword like jade, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. There were many martial artists who, after becoming famous, would use the name of their weapon or cultivation method to establish a martial family. For instance, the 7 Profound Valleys Zither faction's founder took Qin as her surname, Qin meaning Zither. As for those that used the spear, they might create a family named Long, which also meant dragon. As the guests sitting nearby saw a fight about to break out, not only did they not panic, but they looked over with great interest. They drank their wine, ate their food, and looked forward to a spectacular performance. The restaurant waiter didn't seem to be overly excited. He draped a towel off his back and began to put the wine away as he slowly said, "Several masters, if our store is damaged, then the items must be compensated. Would you prefer the winner to pay or the loser to pay?" Hearing the waiter ask this, Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This really was a wonderful restaurant, but this was quite normal. After all, those that came here were mostly proud and arrogant martial artists. Causing fights over disputes was probably a common matter. Naturally, the loser will pay. Ouyang Xian lazily rose from his seat, a playful smile tugging at his face. Surname Long, let me warn you, any item at Desert Flower Hall is not cheap. If you want to fight, having to pay 100 true essence stones is already a low estimate. Don't think you don't have to pay if you lose. The boss of Desert Flower Hall is not some chump. If you're scared, there is still time for you to kneel right now and beg for forgiveness. Hearing 100 true essence stones, Long Yun's face shifted between red and white. Eating here today had already left him bleeding in the heart. If he had to pay 100 true essence stones, he really wouldn't be able to afford it. But this time, he had no path left to retreat. You think that you've already won? What a joke. Take my spear. Long Yun gave a great shout and stepped forwards. True essence flooded out and gathered on Long Yun's spear, thrusting straight towards Ouyang Xian's chest like a black snake. Chapter 236, Youthful Instincts. Chapter 236, Youthful Instincts. Chapter 236, Youthful Instincts. Humph, how overconfident. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Ouyang Xian flipped his wrist, and a 3-foot-long purple-red sword appeared in his hands. This was a high-grade human step treasure. True essence flooded the blade, and the purple-red sword began to turn the color of bleached bone. Ouyang Xian's sword cut out, and noise of crying ghosts sounded out as his blade met Long Yun's spear. Pung! As spear and sword crossed, a wave of true essence raged out. directly tossing aside several tables. Long Yun shuddered. He had felt an cold drill into his body, like a poisonous serpent. His right hand that held his spear instantly lost all feeling, as if it wasn't his own. Long Yun took a few steps, his face pale. Ouyang was still quietly sitting there. Not even the table behind him had been impacted in the least. Big brother, senior apprentice brother. The two young men and the girl behind Long Yun hurried over to support him. However, as soon as they touched Long Yun, they instantly felt a chilling cold and were frightened. Lin Ming had been watching everything from the side. What Ouyang had used was the life-severing dead bone blade. He had personally experienced this technique from the hands of Zhang Guanyu and Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang had a lower cultivation and his true essence was less thick than Ouyang Dihua's. But in terms of controlling the strength of the life-severing dead bone blade, he was much more skillful than Ouyang Dihua. This Ouyang, although his cultivation isn't at the pulse condensation period, his divine acacia power is at a higher level than Ouyang Dihua's. He should be considered a genius who has his own pride. Ouyang laughed. You can't even take my sword? Those that come out from the 16 martial families are nothing but waste. I think that your 16 families and 36 countries should hold their own martial meeting and not come to the 7 profound valleys to embarrass yourselves. Otherwise, later you might not even be able to cross the mountain gate. You would all be a joke. Ha ha, well said, Brother Ouyang. This bunch of rat shits really ruined the soup pot. The total faction has raised their age limit to 22 and also lowered the threshold as far as possible. They have more than 200 people that come, and yet only little more than 70 can pass the mountain gate. With such a great effort, they came hundreds of thousands of miles here and still can't pass through the gate. Isn't that just too funny? Listening to these unscrupulous people mocking him, Long Yun burned with anger. He gave a loud shout, and true essence surged within his body. His face turned a strange purple red, and a large crack appeared in the floor beneath his feet. Even the walls began to faintly tremble. Die. Long Yun's figure blurred, and he rushed like a phantom towards Ouyang. With both hands on his spear, he smashed downwards. A shining bloody light burst out from Long Yun just like a rising red sun. Apparently, this was his ultimate ability. Ouyang eyes revealed an imposing color for the first time. He bit the top of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood that covered the blade of his sword. The cold and shining sword, after absorbing the blood, turned a dangerous blood red. Soul-severing blood skull. Ouyang gave a piercing roar as if his heart and lungs were being ripped out. A chilly wind blew through the entire restaurant, and vitality seemed to drain from the air. A red skull shot out from the blade of the sword, swiftly rushing towards Long Yun. The skull opened its massive mouth. Long Yun shouted and thrust his spear directly into the bloody skull's jaws. True essence erupted outwards. However, afterwards the blood skull actually swallowed all of Long Yun's true essence and inflated like a balloon, then bit down on Long Yun's shoulder. Ah! Long Yun miserably screamed. It felt as if all of the blood vitality throughout his body was being drawn out by this blood skill. His right arm that was bitten by the bloody skull began to visibly wither, and that bloody skull, which was absorbing his blood essence, grew more and more red, as if it were dripping blood. Big brother! Senior apprentice brother! The girl that was with Long Yun cried out. Obviously, the feelings she had towards Long Yun were very deep. Their relationship probably wasn't as simple as apprentice brother and sister. Ouyang saw the girl's reaction, and a deviant light shined in his eyes. He wiped his mouth of blood, true essence restlessly roiling in his body. He paid a large price to use the soul-severing blood skill. Without several days of time, he wouldn't be restored to his peak condition. At this time, Long Yun had been completely swallowed by that bloody skull. His body was suspended in midair, as if he were wrapped in a giant bloody bubble. He had lost all his color, his eyes shrank and almost seemed dead. Although it looked horrifying, the truth was that Ouyang had never dared to kill since the start. The total faction marshal meeting would begin soon, and if he killed a contestant in front of so many people, it would be very bad. Even if he had a backer in the 7 profound valleys, he wouldn't dare to do so. The young girl wished she could tear Ouyang to shreds, but she was just able to maintain her reasoning. She was no match for Long Yun, and the gap between her and Ouyang was even greater. Let go of my senior apprentice brother. Ouyang lewdly grinned at the young girl and said, "You want me to let go of your senior apprentice brother? Hee, why would I do anything so cheaply? I lost a great deal of my blood and vitality in order to use the soul-severing blood skull. I won't be able to fully recover for several days. Since the martial meeting is about to begin, this won't just be a small loss for me." The young girl trembled with rage, her chest heaving up and down. She hatefully said, "What do you want?" Ouyang Ziyun's eyes lasciviously swept over the young girl's milk-white breasts. He vulgarly smiled and said, "It's simple. Double cultivate with me for 3 days, so I can recover my vitality. Don't worry, double cultivating also has advantages for you." The young girl could hardly believe her own ears. This Ouyang was actually shameless to such a degree. "Ninth younger sister, don't speak nonsense with such an animal. Let's go and kill him together." The 2 young boys behind the young girl were ignited with rage. They pulled out long spears from their spatial rings. "Right, let's go together." They couldn't endure this rage any longer. True essence erupted from their bodies. Their cultivation methods were identical. Obviously, their cultivation stemmed from the same heritage of the Long family. Ouyang coldly snorted, "You are not my match. Hey, we'll come play with you for a bit." The silk-robed disciples behind Ouyang stood up, smiling. They were at the peak of bone forging, and since Long Yun was defeated, they were more than enough to deal with these 3 remaining. Suddenly, the imposing momentum of both sides burst out, but the Long family was obviously the weaker side. The young girl's eyes flashed with loathing, but her face was extremely pale. She knew that if they fought, her side would absolutely lose. At this time, the 3 of them suddenly heard a sizzling sound overhead. A purple electric snake drilled into the skull, took a circle around, and then with a prong sound, the bloody skull exploded into a crimson fog. Long Yun fell down from the air, unconscious. Senior apprentice brother. Big brother. The young girl and the 2 young boys ran over to catch Long Yun. Seeing Long Yun's pale face, the young girl's heart ached and her lips trembled. It felt as if a blade had been thrust into her heart. Who? The soul-severing blood skull was connected to the blood and vitality of Ouyang. Since it was suddenly broken, the blood within his body began to surge restlessly, and he almost spat out a mouthful. Ouyang angrily glared at Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. Because they had been sitting in a remote corner, he hadn't really taken notice of them. "Who are you? Which family are you from?" Looking at Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan's clothing, they were obviously not from the 7 profound valleys. That was why he asked this question. "We aren't from a family. We are from Sky Fortune Kingdom," Qin Xingxuan said, as she sent a loathing look towards Ouyang, towards the disciples of the Acacia faction who used their strength to bully men and take women. She found them incomparably disgusting. The 7 profound valleys was a paradox with both good and evil. Because of the difference in the 7 factions' cultivation methods, their personalities also varied greatly. As the saying went, those who walked different paths cannot make plans together. There wasn't much love lost between the 7 great elders of the 7 factions. Not even the 7 profound valleys' valley master could change this. In the 7 profound valleys, the Acacia faction was infamous for being absolutely wicked. This was because of their cultivation method, because their sect required one to travel around and plunder women to use as cultivation furnaces. Otherwise, they would not be able to advance in their cultivation method. Not only that, but because the disciples of the Acacia faction had intense desires. This often resulted in them bullying men and taking their women. As for these matters, the great elder of the Acacia faction had adopted a manner in which he tacitly consented to this, as long as they didn't provoke a deadly calamity. As for the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master, even if he wanted to do something, he could not control this. Sky Fortune Kingdom? Haha, so it is Sky Fortune Kingdom. In the 36 countries, Sky Fortune Kingdom is only ranked in the middle. You are even worse than the 16 martial families. Although Ouyang Xian was insolently smiling, he was vigilant in his heart. Since when did Sky Fortune Kingdom have a talented martial artist of the Thunder Attribute? A Thunder Attribute martial artist had a restraining effect towards ghosts and phantoms. They were the most difficult to deal with. The few people behind Ouyang Xian didn't know that he had already taken a disadvantage. Hearing that the 2 came from Sky Fortune Kingdom, they laughed. Brother Ouyang, there is no need for you to take action. We are enough to handle them. These 2 country bumpkin martial artists came from Sky Fortune Kingdom with only a trivial bone forging cultivation, and yet dare to act so rampantly. Speaking of which, that little girl's skin looks quite good. Brothers, let's help take her so Brother Ouyang can cultivate the perfect level of the divine Acacia Power's 4th layer. Hearing them have such dastardly ideas towards her, Qin Xingxuan became short of breath. She clenched her teeth and took out a long sword from her spatial ring. But at this moment, Lin Ming held down Qin Xingxuan's sword and said, "Let me handle this." As she relaxed her sword hand, Qin Xingxuan nipped her lip and said, "I can deal with those underlings, but I'm not confident against that Ouyang boy. Still, I will have no problems protecting myself." Hearing Qin Xingxuan's words, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Ouyang Xian had the strength of an ordinary middle pulse condensation martial artist. If Qin Xingxuan was able to protect herself from him, that meant that she had the power of a peak early pulse condensation martial artist. Her progress was just too quick. 6th grade talents were just too abnormal. He still pressed down Qin Xingxuan's sword and confidently smiled at her. "Don't worry, I'll fight this time." Lin Ming said he would fight, but that didn't mean he would resort to violence. For him, this was just a spur-of-the-moment fight due to circumstances. There was no need to be violent. The playboy disciples of Sky Fortune City, especially those juniors of large martial families, would frequently come to blows in restaurants or brothels because of misspoken words or because of love for women. These actions may seem as if they came from more brainless and arrogant fools, but what young hot-blooded youth had never been driven by their natural impulses and obsessions towards beautiful women and acted completely out of sorts. Although Lin Ming didn't agree with this approach, he had to admit that he once envied the pleasurable and arrogant life of these playboys. However, at the time, he had limited strength and no background to speak of. Usually every day he would be in the back mountains, practicing his martial arts day in and day out like endless torture. That sort of life left him completely insulated from this, but also isolated. His youthful instincts had been suppressed for so many years, and now he finally had an opportunity to fight for a woman he liked. He wanted to fight for Qin Xingxuan. Chapter 237 Soul Force Genius. Chapter 237 Soul Force Genius. Chapter 237 Soul Force Genius. Lin Ming stood in front of Qin Xingxuan, then slowly placed down the bowl in his hand. "I just heard a moment ago that you want to sweep away the 36 countries. I'm looking forward to that very much. Since I'm standing right here, why don't you try sweeping me away?" "Haha, This silly boy actually thinks he's something. Brothers, let's fulfill his wish and sweep away this stupid boy just like garbage. The one speaking was a black-clothed martial artist. He didn't think he could win by himself, but with everyone together, he didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to handle such a kid. With the shout from the black-clothed man, the four men rushed out together. Lin Ming stood still where he was. Not only did he not dodge, but he had even closed his eyes. The black-clothed martial artist didn't know just what Lin Ming was trying to do, but seeing his sword about to fall onto Lin Ming's face, the corners of his lips curved up in a devilish smirk. Today, I will make you suffer. As their attacks were about to come down, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his vision sweeping out. The black vortex bloomed like a beautiful obsidian lotus, devouring everything in its wake. The samsara martial intent erupted outwards, and at this time, countless illusions poured into the four martial artists' minds. Their bodies instantly shook as monstrously turbulent waves shook their spiritual sea, their consciousness becoming a complete mess. Their hands no longer moved. Instead, the martial artists' eyes became glazed over with a dark glimmering light, their pupils losing focus. Plop, 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 plop. The four martial artists fell to the ground like a bunch of dead dogs, foaming at the mouth. Their bodies were trembling as if they had an epileptic seizure. Ouyang Zian was looking at them confusedly. They had all been taken down with a single glance. What had he done? Ouyang Zian subconsciously tightened the grip on his sword as he looked at Lin Ming with a slight tinge of fear creeping into his eyes. Those in the hall who had been enjoying the fight also instantly noticed Lin Ming. Just where had this boy come from? Although those four martial artists' strength weren't that much, they were still peak bone forging martial artists. Why did they inexplicably all fall to the ground? Things have gotten a bit interesting. A youth with an early pulse condensation cultivation commented as he leisurely sipped his wine. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at Lin Ming. It was simply inconceivable for someone with this strength to come from the 36 countries. Against these four martial artists, Lin Ming had already stayed his hand. He certainly couldn't turn them into idiots, but this was also good enough. Their spiritual seas had been injured, and they would take at least a few weeks, if not a month, to recover. Ouyang Ziyun's complexion was very ugly, as if he had just kicked an iron door. But he couldn't back down. There were many people watching him in the Desert Flower Hall who knew how many of them were disciples of the 7 profound valleys. If he chickened out today, then these people would definitely publicize how he was like a turtle once they returned to their respective factions. In the 7 factions, every disciple competed against each other. The Acacia faction tacitly allowed its disciples to act in a domineering and arrogant manner wherever they went. So if one were to be a coward, that would truly be a great disgrace. Ouyang Zian braced himself and said, "Boy, don't play such petty tricks in front of me. What you used just now was a soul attack. If you were skilled in this method of attack, and the difference in strength isn't too great, then you could instantly dispatch someone. But if you run into someone stronger than yourself, then your ability is worth nothing. In fact, your powers will only backfire on yourself. None of this represents how strong you are. After all, Ouyang Ziyun originated from a large sect, and he had a respectable amount of knowledge. In just a few words, he was able to luckily guess about Lin Ming's samsara martial intent. However, the samsara martial intent's effects were much more formidable than Ouyang Ziyan had imagined. It was only that Lin Ming hadn't yet been able to fully develop them. If you can take my strike, then I sincerely admit defeat. As Ouyang Ziyan said this, his entire body ignited with a queer purple fire that burned all around him. What was strange about this was not that the fire wasn't hot, but that it caused a bone-chilling breeze to blow through the room. After this cold wind touched the table and floor behind him, a layer of purple ice congealed over them. After a period of time, the furniture that was wrapped in this purple ice turned into ashes, as if the ice had a hot fire wrapped within. This was the technique that Ouyang Ziyun had comprehended after reaching the fourth layer of the divine acacia power, purple flame bone lance. To use it required an extreme consumption of true essence. He had originally planned to use it as his final move within the total faction martial meeting, but at this moment he had no choice but to bring it out. Lin Ming stood still and crossed his arms against his backs. Against someone like Ouyang Ziyun, there was no point in making a move. In a few breaths of time, the brilliantly shining purple flames began to condense into a purple lance within Ouyang Ziyun's right hand. The sounds of crying ghosts began to emanate outwards from the lance. Ouyang Ziyun's face became incomparably pale and wan. All of the skills within the divine acacia power were the extreme Yin and extreme cold. Using any move required a massive consumption of essence and blood, which was why they would take a woman's Yin energy in order to recover their own. For Ouyang Ziyun to produce this purple bone lance was already his limit. He was just like a skinny old man who was trying to wield a heavy several dozen gene sledgehammer. He was barely able to control it. Die. Ouyang Ziyun barely managed to spit out this word. The endless purple flames on the purple bone lance in his hand were wavering. It would be very difficult to throw it at this time. Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Are you done yet? I've been waiting for you so long that my food is getting cold. Do you think you could actually kill someone using a move like this? You would already have long been done in by your enemy." Ouyang Ziyun was provoked by Lin Ming's mocking words and almost lost control of the bone spear within his hand. This move wasn't ready to use in actual combat yet because Ouyang Ziyun had just broken through to the fourth layer of the divine acacia power, and it was difficult for him to control the purple flame bone lance. If an old man used a sledgehammer to fight his enemy, it would take him a while to pick it up. Not only that, but he would most likely miss, and if things went badly, he might even twist his waist and smash his own foot. The reason that Ouyang Ziyun used this move against Lin Ming was because he was depending on Lin Ming's conceited attitude to directly take his move. Like this, he would have a chance against Lin Ming. "You don't dare to take my move?" Ouyang Ziyun tried to goad Lin Ming, barely managing to squeeze these words through his clenched teeth. His face was becoming increasingly pale, and even speaking was becoming difficult. Lin Ming laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Why would I want to take your move?" Lin Ming's voice had just fallen when a black light flashed in his eyes. A shadowy vortex appeared in his eyes, silently enveloping Ouyang Ziyun and swallowing him whole. Bang! Ouyang Ziyun felt as if an explosion instantly occurred within his head. Countless images and phantoms sunk into his spiritual sea. He had already been approaching the limit of his strength, so he didn't even have the strength to resist. His body didn't tremble, he only directly collapsed to the floor. But the purple flame bone lance in his hand had lost Ouyang Ziyun's soul force control and dissipated. The bone lance turned into a cloud of chilling purple fire that scattered in all directions. If these chilling flames shot out, they would be able to wipe out the entire restaurant. As for Ouyang Ziyun, who had lost consciousness, he would meet with a great disaster. But at this moment, a black-clothed man flew down from the second floor and waved his hand. A powerful whirlwind appeared in the air and sucked all the purple flames into his hand, condensing into a dark purple orb. The black-clothed man casually flung his hand, and the dark purple orb shot out of like an arrow, shattered the window, and continued flying into the horizon before it finally disappeared out of everyone's vision. Lin Ming had already discovered this black-clothed man at this start of the conflict when he had appeared on the second floor. Lin Ming guessed he was a master that worked for the Desert Flower Hall. This restaurant was so big and was located in such a sensitive location. How could it not have a master here sitting guard? The audience hadn't even expected such a result. They had been waiting to see how Lin Ming would deal with the purple flame bone lance. No one knew he had discovered the black-clothed man. Once Ouyang Ziyun had lost control of the bone lance, if it wasn't for the black-clothed man saving the day, Ouyangxian would have been burned black by his own purple flames. The black-clothed man furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at Lin Ming. This man's cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm. He wasn't much worse than Qin Zia. Boy, you are quite cruel. If I hadn't taken action in time, then you would never have left Desert Flower Hall today. Lin Ming apologetically smiled and said, Senior had long since been ready to take action. There was no way Senior would let an important disciple of the Acacia faction die in Desert Flower Hall. Otherwise, Desert Flower Hall's troubles would be no less than mine. The black-clothed man stiffened, unable to think of anything that could refute Lin Ming's claim. He only coldly grunted to express his dissatisfaction. This young boy was simply mad. How could he be certain that he would take action? He didn't believe that Lin Ming knew he would come out once the purple flames began to overflow in order to salvage the situation. If this kid can find me, he has some ability. His soul force must be incomparably powerful. He might be born with a superior 5th grade soul talent, or even an inferior 6th grade. The black-clothed man's cultivation was at the peak Hotian realm. Although he hadn't reached the realm of returning to his origin, he still knew some ways to hide himself. He had been restraining his breath a moment ago in order to not be discovered by Lin Ming. That black-clothed man sent a long look towards Lin Ming before turning to leave. At this time, the companions of Ouyangxian had already begun to wake up. They saw Ouyangxian lying like a dead dog on the floor, and they shrunk back. Suppressing their headaches, they picked up Ouyangxian and hastily left, not daring to look Lin Ming in the eyes. The surrounding martial artists had all turned their gazes on Lin Ming, their expressions differing. A martial artist who is skilled in soul force is quite rare. I never thought that the 36 countries could produce one with passable talent. The martial artist who spoke was at the pulse condensation period and had some pride in his knowledge. The soul attack that was used on Ouyangxian could instantly take out a lesser opponent, but against someone with surpassing strength, rashly using an ability like that would only cause a backlash. Don't look down on him. He was able to bring down 4 peak bone forging martial artists at the same time. The power of his soul force is simply amazing. He might have a 6th grade soul talent. I think that even an early pulse condensation martial artist might not be his match. But like this, the most he can reach is the top 150 rankings. And before that, they are mostly early pulse condensation period martial artists, and they are also talented martial artists whose strength surpasses their cultivation. The martial artists at Desert Flower Hall were discussing this situation with true essence sound transmission. Some of them had already begun jotting down Lin Ming's appearance and preparing to notify their family or sect. At this time, in a private room on the 2nd floor of Desert Flower Hall, a black-clothed man was calmly drinking a cup of wine. There was no expression on his face, as if the fierce commotion that occurred downstairs a moment ago was completely separate from him. This boy is a bit interesting. In front of the black-clothed man was a purple-clothed man, whose cultivation was at the middle pulse condensation period. He carried a 4-foot-long sword on his back. There were many swordsmen who, even if they had a spatial ring, would prefer to carry their sword on their back in order to increase the connection between themselves and their swords. Chapter 238 Jiang Lanjian. Chapter 238 Jiang Lanjian. Chapter 238 Jiang Lanjian. Yeah, that kid may be considered invincible underneath the pulse condensation period, but once he meets a true pulse condensation talent, anything he does will be useless, the black-clothed martial artist casually said. His name was Jiang Lanjian, and he was a direct descendant of the sword faction founder Jiang Yu. In addition, he was also the second genius direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valley sword faction, just underneath Zhang Baoyun. Jiang Lanjian's cultivation was already at the peak pulse condensation period. With such strength, he was considered among the best disciples of the 7 profound valleys. My sword wind has already reached the higher echelons. There is nothing that I cannot cut to nihility, whether it is obsession, life, heart demons, which also include soul attacks, or even the power of thunder. There is nothing my sword cannot pierce. Even if that boy was at the same cultivation level as me, he still wouldn't be my match. After all, soul attacks simply aren't the correct path. At first you will have wonderful results, and your strength will rapidly grow, but once you reach a higher realm, they simply become weak. If you put in too much effort, it will instead be a limiter placed on your future strength and potential. Jiang Lanjian calmly commented as he quietly drank his wine, pointing out the details to the purple-clothed person. The purple-clothed person laughed. He knew that Jiang Lanjian had an extremely broad vision of the world, and there was nothing wrong with his review of abilities, styles, cultivations, and so on. Even the sword faction sovereign praised his judgment. How can the disciples of the 36 countries possibly compare with you? Even if they advance to the top 100, that can already be considered their greatest glory. If they luck their way into the top 50, that can be considered the highest praise to their ancestors. As for soul attacks, they certainly aren't the proper path, but it is still better than those unorthodox methods. Jiang Lanjian no longer spoke. Towards the 36 countries, if they had a decent ability, it was better than nothing, even if it didn't follow the proper path. Let's go. The Acacia faction hates being shown at the most. Now that Ouyang Ziyun has suffered so much this time, his big brother Ouyang Zifeng will surely take revenge for him. This young boy has gotten himself into no small amount of trouble. While Lin Ming was fighting Ouyang Ziyun, Long Yun had already drank up some bloodstone milk to recover his blood vitality. He had recovered just in time to see Lin Ming defeating Ouyang Ziyun. After finding out that Lin Ming came from Sky Fortune Kingdom, Long Yun was filled with emotion. The 16 martial cultivation families had also had a certain conceit and arrogance because they had abundant resources and their own independent heritage. As for Long Yun, he was an outstanding genius of the Long family, yet today he had actually fallen far behind a young talent from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Not only that, but what Long Yun was most unable to accept was that Lin Ming's cultivation was lower than his. Thank you. I am Long Yun, a disciple of the 31st generation of the Long family. Long Yun stepped forwards, cupping his fists together in thanks. The ancient martial cultivation families would often introduce themselves by stating which generation they stemmed from. This was also a way for these martial families to show off their heritage. For many martial artists, in order to not delay their cultivation, they would marry and have children at 30 or 40 years of age. If a family could have 31 generations of disciples, that meant they had to at least have a millennium of history. I am Lin Ming from Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming politely stated his own name, then went to sit back in his own seat. Qin Xingxuan was waiting there, and kindly handed Lin Ming a big bowl of keel soup. To her, Lin Ming's victory was a natural matter. Not counting Lin Ming, even Ling Sun would have easily defeated that Ouyang Ziyun. Long Yin also noticed that Qin Xingxuan was at the middle bone forging stage. This cultivation, in contrast with her young and incomparably beautiful appearance, immediately took him by surprise. This young girl was obviously 15 or 16 years old, and yet she had such a high cultivation. Did she also have a high talent? If she didn't have some fortuitous encounter, then she was probably a 6th grade martial talent. Was she also from the Sky Fortune Kingdom? When did the Sky Fortune Kingdom have so many talents? The several people behind Long Yun also noticed Qin Xingxuan. For the past few months that Lin Ming had wandered in the southern wilderness, he had already grown up. His skin had tanned, his features became sharper, and his presence contained a dark edge. It wouldn't be too much even if someone thought he was 17 years old, But as for Qin Xingxuan, she had a very sweet and young appearance. When they were the same age as Qin Xingxuan, their cultivations were only at the altering muscle stage, especially the young girl behind Long Yun. After she saw Qin Xingxuan, a deep feeling of inferiority and unworthiness emerged in her heart. After all, when two girls met, they compared not just their strength and talent, but even their looks. Having lost in every aspect, the young girl could only give a heavy sigh. If she knew earlier, then she wouldn't have come. Long Yun hid his shock and sent a friendly smile towards Qin Xingxuan. Perhaps in 5 years, this young girl would become infamous throughout all 36 countries. Seeing Long Yun smile at her, Qin Xingxuan only politely nodded her head. Since Long Yun had no intention of staying, he quickly bid farewell. Brother Lin, if you go to Huolon Nation, you can come visit my Long family. My Long family lives at the edge of Huolon Nation at Flower Spirit Mountain. Well then, goodbye. Farewell. Several hours later, 7 Profound Valleys Acacia Faction. The mountain peak where the Acacia Faction was stationed was lush with perennial flowers and plants, as if it were a glorious spring morning. This was because the founder of the Acacia Faction, Ouyang Sun, had paid a steep price in order to set up a massive array formation at the peak of the Acacia Faction and prevent the cold mountain air from entering. Because of this, the entire mountain peak was green all year round. Of course, because of this array formation, over 10,000 pure true essence stones were consumed every year. In a small country, this amount would already have been enough to bankrupt a great family. As one walked up to the peak of the Acacia Faction, not only did they see gorgeous flowers, but there were also superb and exquisite women roaming around. This sight was simply beautiful to behold. The faction within the 7 Profound Valleys with the most women was not the Zither faction, who primarily took in female disciples, but the Acacia Faction. For every male disciple of the Acacia Faction, there would be 3 or 4 female companions. Some of these women were coerced, but most of them had voluntarily come. The cultivation method of the Acacia Faction had a greater benefit for the men, but if applied properly, would also benefit the women. Because of this, there were some 4th-grade talents who hadn't been able to join the 7 Profound Valleys as disciples, who would rather enter the Acacia Faction and cultivate the divine Acacia power. With the assistance of the Acacia Faction, they hoped they would step into the pulse condensation period, or even the Hotian realm, before their looks began to wither from age. If they could do this, they would have dozens of extra years of life, and they would be able to remain at the most beautiful point of their lives. To those beautiful women, this was a fatal temptation. Among them, there were even many women who came from distinguished families of the 36 countries. Their statuses weren't much different compared to Bai Jingyun or Murongzi's positions in Sky Fortune Kingdom. If Bai Jingyun hadn't preferred to die rather than join Ouyang Dihua, she would have entered here and also have become a companion in these halls. At a gathering in the mountains, there was a group of female cultivators that had come together. They were celebrating the fact that they had just stepped into the pulse condensation period and attained several dozen years of youth. Most of them were in their mid-20s. This was the time in a woman's life when they were at their most mesmerizing and enchanting. Because they had good maintenance of their looks and took a variety of pills, their skin was tender and moist like water. They looked no different from a young girl in her teens. But as they were celebrating, they were surprised to see several Acacia Faction disciples hurriedly carrying someone up the mountain. This person was pale, and his whole body was twitching, just as if he were an epileptic. That twitching person is that Ouyang Zian? A woman recognized Ouyang Zian. There were a handful of promising future disciples that the female cultivators gave special attention towards. After all, if they cultivated with these geniuses, they would obtain more resources. If they took care of them, they might even obtain miracle medicines that would help them break through to the pulse condensation period. To these women, pill toxins were something that never entered their thoughts. As long as they entered the pulse condensation period, They had no problem, even if their combat prowess was horrible. It's really Ouyang Ziyun. Heavens, how did he come to look like that? Another woman covered up her mouth. Recently things seemed to have been occurring at the Acacia faction. Just a while ago, an elder's nephew, Ouyang Dihua, had been killed. And now, Ouyang Ziyun had become like this. As they spoke, a middle-aged man and a youth came soaring down from the mountain. Apparently they had received a message in advance and had come down to receive them. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Ouyang Ziyun's pitiful appearance, his soul force swept out, and he immediately understood his condition. After he reluctantly summoned the purple flame bone lance, he was attacked. The following backlash from the attack had turned him into this. It would take him at least half a month to recover. Like this, he could not participate in the total faction martial meeting. This would be a large blow to Ouyang Ziyun. The middle-aged man frowned and asked, "What happened?" This middle-aged man was Ouyang Ziyun's father, Ouyang Wenzong. He was a Xiantian elder of the Acacia faction. In the Acacia faction, around 70% of the elders had the surname of Ouyang. This was because they were the descendants of the Acacia faction founder, Ouyang Sun. As they had a solid foundation already established, they were able to obtain more resources. Also, because their inherited talent was better than other disciples, the chances of them breaking into the Xiantian realm were quite high. The several low-level Acacia faction disciples were compelled by Ouyang Wenzong's forceful aura and immediately felt a heavy sense of pressure. They didn't dare to say anything false and reported what had happened with quivering lips. As the middle-aged man heard the several people tell their story, his eyes flashed. An expert soul attack user, but also has some ability to control thunder. He is able to instantly defeat any martial artist at his cultivation, and is invincible under the pulse condensation period. The three Acacia faction disciples were only trying to shift the blame onto someone else. Thus they had branded Lin Ming as brilliant and mysterious, giving him the title of invincible under the pulse condensation period. In their opinion, Ouyang Ziyun was already someone with only a rare rival underneath the pulse condensation period. If Lin Ming could defeat Ouyang Ziyun in an instant, then saying invincible underneath the pulse condensation period wasn't an exaggeration. Humph! This world is so big, and yet he dares to call himself invincible underneath the pulse condensation period? The youth snorted, obviously thinking otherwise. This youth was Ouyang Ziyun's older brother, Ouyang Zifeng, and his cultivation was at the late pulse condensation period. Those martial artists that can use soul attacks are completely worthless against martial artists that are stronger. I will defeat him on the martial meeting stage and make him pay a great price for what he's done. But only as far as the rules allow. Don't try to be provocative. Ouyang Wenzong also wanted to have Ouyang Zifeng give some payback for his youngest son. Otherwise, it would frustrate Ouyang Ziyun's heart and affect his future cultivation. Father, don't worry. I understand. On the 5th day since Qin Zia and his team arrived at Profound Sky City, the total faction martial meeting began. The 520 disciples of the 36 countries within the 7 Profound territory, the 16 martial cultivation families, as well as the 7 Profound Valleys total faction, converged at the Profound Sky Mountain range and waited to enter the entrance. With so many young talents gathered, Lin Ming was inconspicuous in the crowd. Although he had aroused a lot of interest in Desert Flower Hall a few days ago, compared to the middle pulse condensation or late pulse condensation talents, he was only a little genius worth paying attention to, unworthy of being the cause of widespread discussion amongst everyone. Chapter 239. Let me use the Seraphic Pond. Chapter 239. Let me use the Seraphic Pond. Chapter 239. Let me use the Seraphic Pond. In the continuous 10,000 miles of the Profound Sky Mountains, the 7 Profound area was located in the center. It was rumored that once there had been a purple flood dragon who had ascended into a true dragon, and it died here. Its bones were buried in the ground for 10,000 years and forming an ancient dragon vein mountain range. The profound Sky Mountain's greatest mountain peak was the center of where this Dragon Pulse mountain range had been. Because of this, the heaven and earth origin energy in the profound Sky Mountains was exceedingly rich. If one cultivated here, they would get twice the result with half the effort. Not only that, but there was an abundant true essence stone vein located in a canyon of the profound Sky Mountains that produced not ordinary true essence stones, but high-quality medium-grade true essence stones, and even high-grade true essence stones. These high-quality true essence stones were only given to core disciples and elders of the sect. An ordinary martial artist would never have heard of them, much less use them. At this time, there was a gathering of young talents in an open area at the entrance of the profound Sky Mountains. Because there were too many people, Qin Zia and his group were assigned a space that was only a few dozen feet wide. Lin Ming and Ling Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, tuning their condition. However, Zhou Yu and Liang Long weren't as calm. They were worrying that they might not even pass the mountain gate. If they couldn't even get through the first hurdle, it would be a big shame for them. If your heart isn't still, it will be very difficult to display your true potential, Qin Zia slowly said from the side. Naturally, he was referring to Zhou Yu and Liang Long. Zhou Yu and Liang Long were embarrassed. They certainly understood this, but it was difficult to keep their hearts steady, knowing their own lack of strength. But as they helplessly sat down and began adjusting their mental state, a voice suddenly sounded out. "Oh my, if it isn't Marshall House Qin from the Sky Fortune Kingdom? How fortunate it is to meet you." Qin Zia turned his head and saw a tall and thin middle-aged man wearing a long gray robe walking towards him. All smiles. Qin Zia politely cupped his fists in greetings and frostily said, "Marshall House Master Luo, how nice to see you here." Marshall House Master Luo glanced at Lin Ming before sweeping his vision across each of the Sky Fortune Kingdom disciples, probing their cultivation. His expression became even happier than it was before. This Sky Fortune Kingdom hadn't even sent out a single pulse condensation period disciple. The only one that had a chance of accomplishing anything was Qin Xingxuan, but she was just too young, so she wouldn't get much results. He already expected the Sky Fortune Kingdom to be a complete debacle during this total faction martial meeting. Marshall House Master Qin, are these the 5 disciples that you brought this time? How come you also have one at the early bone forging stage? With great strength like that, won't it be difficult to cross the gate? Marshall House Master Luo said with a touch of sarcasm. The only one with an early bone forging cultivation was Ling Sun. His words were just too harsh and grating on the ears. Ling Sun opened his eyes to glance at Marshall House Master Luo before returning to his meditative state. To someone like Ling Sun, who was impersonal and a bit cold-blooded at times, how others perceived him was simply meaningless. Strength doesn't just depend on cultivation, Qin Zia faintly said before disinclining to speak to the other party again. This Marshall House Master Luo was the Marshall House Master of Hulo Nation's 7 profound Marshall House. He and Qin Zia had been disciples together during their time at the 7 profound valleys, and their relationship had been somewhat rocky. Afterwards, they were later assigned to hold the position of Marshall House Master in the neighboring countries of Hulo Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom. Hulo Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom were doomed to be in the same group together. Ever since then, the 2 Marshall Houses had been in a silently fierce competition. Marshall House Master Luo never missed a chance to step on Qin Zia's back. What Marshall House Master Qin said is right. It is true that cultivation doesn't represent someone's total strength, but it is the most important factor in determining strength. Since our Hulo Nation is so close to your Sky Fortune Kingdom, our fates will be intertwined at this total faction martial meeting, and we will experience honor and disgrace together. Since it is like this, We should support each other in order to attain the best result. At least, we should all be able to pass through the mountain gate. As Marshall House Master Luo said this, 10 young disciples walked forwards from behind him in greeting. Although Hulua Nation was a second-grade country, Hoa Nation was several times larger than Sky Fortune Kingdom, and thus they were given a quota of 10 people instead of 5. These 10 individuals were all around 20 years old. There were 3 of them whose cultivation had reached the early pulse condensation period, and even one who had reached the middle pulse condensation period. The rest were at the peak bone forging stage. Hulua Nation was among the top ranked in the 36 countries. Because of this, their homegrown disciples always had a hint of superior attitude, not to mention that they had several people whose cultivation exceeded anyone from Sky Fortune Kingdom by far. Altogether, they had 6 people at peak bone forging, 3 at early pulse condensation, and 1 at middle pulse condensation. In comparison, Sky Fortune Kingdom had 1 at early bone forging, 1 at middle bone forging, and 3 at peak bone forging. This cultivation comparison was simply out of proportions. Marshall House Master Luo's smile only became more brilliant. He was only interested in showing off. The Hulua Nation talents looked at Lin Ming and his group with disdain in their eyes. Zhou Yu and Liang Long frowned, suppressing the simmering rage in their hearts. As geniuses, they had always been proud and arrogant. What they couldn't stand the most was being stepped on by others. At this moment, Lin Ming rubbed his chin, remembering something. Hulua Nation. He remembered Hulua Nation's Seraphic Pond that was located at Seraphic Pond Mountain. It was a divine pool of water that contained very pure heaven and earth origin energy, and it was of great benefit to any martial artist below the Hotian realm. At first, a fake Qinzia had used Seraphic Pond Mountain as bait in order to deceive Lin Ming and lure him out of the 7 profound Marshall House. He had ridden to the southern wilderness on a heavenly winged eagle, and this dark plan had almost killed him. Thinking this, Lin Ming was somewhat thoughtful as he looked at the middle pulse condensation period youth. The youth's face had a certain arrogant streak to it. Of course, he had the ability to be like this. To reach the middle pulse condensation period at 21 years of age was quite decent even in the 7 profound valleys total faction. Hulua Nation had the Seraphic Pond, as well as a larger land area and more resources. Thus, their disciples were able to enjoy more resources than those from Sky Fortune Kingdom. It wasn't strange or surprising that they would have a higher cultivation. This middle pulse condensation period youth has definitely bathed in the Seraphic Pond waters. Lin Ming guessed. He didn't care about the look of contempt in the other's eyes. Rather, he was looking him up and down, sizing him up as if he were some delicious prey. Lin Ming had already noticed the conflict between Qinzia and Marshall House Master Luo. Marshall House Master Luo was malicious and rude, just like a snake in the grass. As for Qinzia, he simply didn't bother to respond to the other side. There was probably a long-standing grudge between the 2 middle-aged men. Thinking this, Lin Ming's lips curved up in a sly smile. He sent a true essence sound transmission to Qinzia. Qinzia had already sat back down, preparing to return to meditation, completely ignoring Marshall House Master Luo's display of showing off. But after he heard Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission, he opened both his eyes to look at Lin Ming with a strange expression. This kid, he was quite roguish. At the total faction martial meeting, our 36 countries are on the weaker side. That's why we should help each other out and show a united front. Hulua Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom are brothers. That's why we will be in the same group. When the time comes, and if we encounter each other on the martial stage, we should show some mercy and lighten our hands, lest we harm each other, and find the next match even more difficult. Marshall House Master Luo said this with a smug tone. His meaning was naturally to have the Hulua Nation disciples show mercy and not injure the Sky Fortune Kingdom disciples. At this time, Qinzia took the words and suddenly said, At that time we shouldn't fight with such a heavy hand. Lin Ming, Ling's son, when the time comes, remember to be gentle and don't hurt them too much. Understood? Yes, Martial House Master. I'll try my best. Lin Ming replied with a mischievous smile. As for Ling's son, he simply nodded his head, unclear of the situation. As Qin Zia said this, Martial House Master Luo looked a bit depressed. What was the meaning of this? Since when was it your turn to show us any mercy? The 10 disciples he brought along were also looking happy. Try my best? Don't hurt them? You can actually say this with a straight face, especially looking at Lin Ming's smiling face. Later, they would return the favor and smack him black and blue. At that time, they would see whether or not he could still smile like that. Hee, old Qin, you really have faith in your disciples. How confident. Martial House Master Luo said with a smirk, ridicule hiding between all his words. It's fine. This time, I brought a few disciples whose strengths are quite good. It's not a problem if they leap up a few realms to fight someone else. Oh, is that so? Which ones? Martial House Master Luo smiled as he listened to Qin Zia spout his nonsense. He was thinking that when the time came, he would expose him to the world, and then he would see if Qin Zia still had the air to blabber any more lies. For instance, Lin Ming, Qin Zia said, pointing towards Lin Ming. He said, don't look at Lin Ming's peak bone forging cultivation. It's no problem at all for him to deal with even a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. Qin Zia's voice had just fallen when the middle pulse condensation period youth from Hua Nation coldly snorted and said, Really? Then I must ask for advice. When the two middle-aged Martial House masters were speaking, their dialogue was quite rude. But since Qin Zia had mentioned the middle pulse condensation period, he was obviously aiming at him. If he could tolerate this, what else did he have to tolerate? Don't be so anxious. Hulua Nation and Sky Fortune Kingdom will encounter each other sooner or later. Lin Ming, remember to use a light hand. Otherwise you might injure them and damage our relationship. Qin Zia casually spoke these irritating words, as if he didn't care. The middle pulse condensation period youth was at a point in his life where he was filled with abundant courage and hot-headed attitude, and he had been known as a genius ever since childhood. How could he tolerate such insult and provocation? He took a step forwards and coldly said, Lin Ming, I am Wang Mu from Hulua Nation. We can have a little match now if you'd like. Lin Ming only smiled back, not saying anything. Martial House Master Luo waved his hand to stop the impulsive Wang Wu. In such a crowded space, it was naturally impossible for them to compete in martial arts. Martial House Master Luo laughed and said with a smile, Martial House Master Qin, your little brother here is quite the confident one. What happens if you lose? Qin Zia only smiled, not speaking anymore. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly said, If I lose, I will give you a high-grade human step treasure. Martial House Master Luo only sneered, not responding. There was a great variance in quality among high-grade human step treasures. He didn't expect Lin Ming to come out with anything worthwhile. He was someone that wouldn't even disdain a glance towards an inferior high-grade human step treasure. Lin Ming also said, and then I'll also add in a blue miracle pill and a bottle of body spiritual ichor. This blue miracle pill and body spiritual ichor was the reward he obtained from Qin Zia for defeating Ling Sun and Ta Ku. He still hadn't used them. As Lin Ming said this, Wang Mu's face changed. A blue miracle pill and bottle of body spiritual ichor would have no small effect on his cultivation. He immediately agreed and said, All right, I'll hold you to your word. Of course, I can also take an oath on my heart of martial arts, but what if I win? Lin Ming said with a sudden turn, his wily nature coming out as all of his fox tails were exposed. In a bet such as this, it was common to bet all possessions. Lin Ming was already too familiar with a scene like this. What did you say? Wang Mu laughed. He never even thought that he would lose. Simple. If I win, I want to take a dip in your Huoluan Nation's seraphic pond a few times. Chapter 240 Mountain Gate Trial. Chapter 240 Mountain Gate Trial. Chapter 240 Mountain Gate Trial. Yeah. So, they had this idea all along. It seems they've taken a fancy towards my Huoluan Nation's seraphic pond. Marshall House Master Luo wasn't stupid. He knew that there was something strange with the way Qinzia was speaking a moment ago. It turned out he was trying to deliberately provoke him. It seemed that they really had confidence in their Lin Ming. Perhaps that little boy really might be able to jump over a realm and fight a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. But Wang Mu wasn't an ordinary middle pulse condensation period martial artist. His combat prowess was able to compare to the late pulse condensation period. If this was their wishful thinking, their carefully laid plans had all gone wrong. Marshall House Master Luo narrowed his eyes as he began to size up Lin Ming. He was wondering whether or not this young boy in front of him would be able to deal with a late pulse condensation period martial artist. However, it was only a very low probability. The difference between the bone forging stage and the pulse condensation period was simply too big. For a normal talent, even jumping over half a realm was considered incredible, but to jump over an entire realm was extremely rare, even within the 7 Profound Valleys total faction. Since the chances of winning were greater than the chances of losing, Marshall House Master Luo intended to agree to this gambling bet. He said, "The Seraphic Pond is an important land of my Huoluan Nation. There is only a finite amount of inherent true essence contained within the waters. Every year, we can only send 3 or 4 people to use it, and to think you even want to soak in the waters a few times. Your appetite is quite big." Although Marshall House Master Luo knew that the chances of winning were greater than losing, he still wanted to hedge his bets and give himself a way out. Then how about one time, Lin Ming knew that the first time soaking in the seraphic pond would be the best. If he bathed in the waters too much, the effects would lessen to an unnoticeable degree. Wang Mu thought that Lin Ming was simply a blithering idiot. In his opinion, Lin Ming was simply digging his own grave and personally handing out such great treasures like the Blue Miracle Pill and the Body Spiritual Ichor. The former was a top-tier pill, able to increase one's cultivation, and the latter was able to wash down one's muscles and marrows, removing pill toxins from their body. If these two were used together, their effects would be the best. If he was able to take these 2 medicines, then his cultivation would increase and he would become much closer to reaching the late pulse condensation period. However, why would this idiot Lin Ming have the Blue Miracle Pill and Body Spiritual Ichor and not use them on himself? Instead, he was actually ripping himself off and giving them to others. Thinking about the future Blue Miracle Pill and Body Spiritual Ichor, Wang Mu excitedly licked his lips, looking at Marshall House Master Luo. Marshall House Master Luo nodded his head, agreeing to this gambling bet. Wang Mu hurriedly said, "Okay, if I lose, then you can use Huoluan Nation's seraphic pond one time. I won't take advantage of you. I will also take an oath on my heart of martial arts." Wang Mu was afraid that Lin Ming would later renege on his promise, so he also tacked on an oath on his heart of martial arts as insurance. Wang Mu and Lin Ming both clapped their hands together as they made their oath, both looking quite happy. Marshall House Master Luo looked at Wang Mu with a smiling face, but as he glanced at Lin Ming's even brighter smile, he had a feeling that something was wrong. With 2 people laughing, there had to be one of them crazily giggling inside. 1 hour later, a beautiful and exquisite melody began to descend from the profound sky mountain range. Lin Ming looked up and saw a blue boat gently floating over. The boat was several dozen feet long and glittered all over with strange runes and symbols. There was a hazy halo of light that wrapped around the boat like an eggshell, and at the front of the boat there were 3 people standing side by side. 2 of them were middle-aged men wearing purple, and one was a very beautiful woman in white. Although they were far in the distance, Lin Ming could still feel a faint, suppressive feeling coming from these 3, not much inferior to the aura that Mu Qinyu gave out. Extreme Xiantian. From just these 3 people's cultivations, Lin Ming thought they might not be much weaker than Mu Qinyu. However, Mu Qinyu was only 27 years old. As for these 3, they weren't spring chickens anymore. The disparity was simply too great. At this moment, Qin Zia whispered, "The total faction martial meeting will have the presence of the Valley Masters. All 3 of them are Valley Masters of the 7 profound valleys. Stay still and don't make any noise." Facing the power and majesty of the 3 Valley Masters, even Qin Zia felt suppressed. He unconsciously held his breath and stood there with hands relaxed. The spirit boat stopped above the gate. The beautiful woman in white stepped forwards, and her 10 fingers flashed as she made a series of seals. With a rumbling sound, the mountain rocks in front of everyone began to split, and giant crack emerged as stone began to pull apart. A 1,000-foot-long white jade tablet rose from the rocks and floated into the air. There was an array formation that was inscribed onto the white jade tablet, and many seals and runes slowly circled it, shining iridescently. Underneath the white jade tablet, massive white jade steps appeared and formed a path forwards, extending almost 10,000 feet towards the distance gate. In the square below, many of the young talents and geniuses were watching with wide eyes. For many of them, this was their first time participating in the total faction martial meeting, so they were ignorant about what would happen. They hadn't dreamed that there would be such a massive white jade tablet hiding amidst the rocks. So this is the Mountain Gate trial. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he saw the giant white jade steps. After acquiring the 2nd soul fragment, he had a very deep understanding of array formations. He could see that the white jade steps underneath that tablet were actually an illusion formed by an array formation. This was an illusionary killing array. There were 1,080 steps altogether, each a foot high. The beautiful woman in white, standing on the spirit boat, said, "You have an incense stick of time to climb the white jade steps and enter the mountain gate. Light the incense." As the beautiful woman finished, she waved her hand and tossed a giant incense burner into the mountain square. There was a 10-foot-long incense stick that was as thick as an arm and was placed inside, already lit. Although this incense stick was 10 feet high, the rate at which it was burning was much faster than normal. It probably wasn't any slower than a normal stick of incense. Some of the first-time participants of the total faction martial meeting weren't able to resist, and instantly launched their movement techniques to rush forwards, just like a flying locust swarm heading towards the white jade stairs. But those martial artists that had already participated in the total faction martial meeting didn't seem in a hurry, as they slowly moved up the white jade steps one at a time. Looking at the newbies rushing upwards, these old-timers tried to hide their smiles, waiting to see just how these new participants would suffer. The white jade steps were 1,000 feet wide. It wasn't crowded even if 200 or 300 people were standing side by side. After the first disciples stepped onto the white jade steps, a great number of symbols began to light up on the stairs. As these symbols circulated, a massive pressure suddenly pushed down on the jade steps. Several of the disciples who hadn't been prepared were pulled down by this tremendous force and tumbled onto the jade steps, looking confused, as they smashed into the floor. Be careful, there's something strange about these stairs. Seeing so many disciples be defeated so quickly, some people began to cry out in alarm. But the truth was, this was just an obvious matter. If the jade steps didn't have some unusual feature, then wouldn't everyone be able to rush up the stairs in just an incense stick of time? In the blink of an eye, Several dozen disciples had fallen down onto the floor, but those disciples that were experienced hunched down in order to lower their center of gravity. As they stepped up the stairs one at a time, their speed began to fall. At this time, the disparity in cultivation was suddenly reflected for all to see. A young girl in white and carrying a long zither didn't seem nearly as affected by the pressure like everyone else. Her steps were like a cool breeze as she stepped towards the mountain gate in a relaxed manner. The mountain wind sent her clothes fluttering around. The young girl had a very calm demeanor. It was like she wasn't even walking towards the mountain gate, but was instead taking a casual stroll. It's the Zither faction's direct disciple, Qin Wuxin. Some people recognized the identity of the white-clothed young girl. All disciples were required to participate in the Total Faction Martial Meeting's Mountain Gate trial. The direct disciples were no exception. But to them, this was simply a walk. The Jade Steps' illusionary magic array might as well only exist in name for them. The difference is too great. This thought was inevitably born in the hearts of some. These people were all outstanding talents from their martial families or countries and had grown up under the halo of being a genius. But now, in comparison to Qin Wuxin, they were simply nothing at all. This wasn't enough to discourage them, but at this moment, two shadows rushed up the Jade Steps. Although they weren't as calm and tranquil as the white-clothed girl, their speed was at least 3 times faster. Zhang Baoyan, let's see which one of us is faster. The youth speaking wore all white. He held a fan in his hands, and he looked like a handsome god fashioned from the purest jade. Next to him was an 18 or 19-year-old youth wearing all black, carrying a cold longsword on his back. His eyebrows were slanted like scimitars, and he had a very solemn expression. His momentum was outstanding. This youth was the direct disciple of the sword faction, Zhang Baoyan, and the handsome man holding a fan on the side was the Acacia faction's direct disciple, Ouyang Ming. The two of them were quick, like phantoms. In only a few breaths of time, they had reached the middle of the Jade Stairs, where they stopped for a moment before continuing up to the entrance. There were also some young and powerful heroes following behind Zhang Baoyan and Ouyang Ming, but their strengths were much weaker, and they were barely standing on their feet, moving slowly step by step. With their turtle-like speed, they would probably not arrive at the mountain gate before the incense burned out, or even before sunset. Qin Zia's group began to walk up. Ling Sun and Lin Ming took the initiative to walk up the Jade Stairs first. As soon as Lin Ming stepped on the first stair, he felt his body sink down and his speed tremendously fall. The direct disciples of the 7 profound valleys really do have some ability. Even a pulse condensation period martial artist would be suppressed under this formidable gravitational pull. But there are actually some people that can shoot up these Jade Steps like meteors. As Lin Ming thought this, he changed the flow of true essence circulating in his body, and a surge of wind gusted around him as he activated Golden Rock, shattering the void. Lin Ming's body became as light as cotton, and he easily floated up to the top. He wasn't fast, but his steps were incomparably calm, as if he was standing on clouds. Although the Jade Stairs contained a terrifying gravitational force, it was fundamentally useless under the concept of wind and Golden Rock shattering the void. Compared to Lin Ming, Ling Sun wasn't so tranquil. He was obviously moving up the Jade Steps using his strength, but his speed actually wasn't any slower than Lin Ming. As Ling Sun saw Lin Ming look as if he were taking a casual stroll through the park, Ling Sun was startled. It seemed as if Lin Ming wasn't using any effort at all, while he was using 70% of his true essence. The more Ling Sun got to know Lin Ming, the more he discovered that Lin Ming was simply unfathomable. Zhou Yu and Liang Long watched Ling Sun, and Lin Ming climbed up and exchanged bitter looks with each other. Sooner or later, they had to eat the consequences. Now, they could only brace themselves. Lin Ming looks so relaxed, it shouldn't be that difficult. At least, there should be some trick to it, Zhou Yu consoled himself, and then he stepped onto the first jade step. As he took a step, Zhou Yu instantly felt as if his body filled with lead, and he was drowning. Luckily, he had already mentally prepared himself for this, or else he would have already fallen flat on the ground and made a fool of himself. Such a strong gravitational force. Zhou Yu pushed the true essence in his body to the limit, but he was still as slow as an ox pulling a broken cart. Liang Long was even worse off than Zhou Yu. On the jade steps, he felt like both of his feet had been trapped in quicksand. Every step took an enormous amount of strength. Seeing all the young, talented heroes rushing past him, he could only shout out, "God damn, are these fellows really human?" Chapter 241, A Gathering of Heroes. Chapter 241, A Gathering of Heroes. Lin Ming quickly flew to the middle of the jade steps. At this time, he heard a cold voice sound out from behind him. "Boy, you have a little skill. It seems I underestimated you." Lin Ming turned around to see Hulun Nation's Wang Mu following him from behind, not too far away. He looked quite relaxed. Apparently, he hadn't used much effort. "Thank you. You're not that bad yourself," Lin Ming casually said. Hearing Lin Ming's casual tone, Wang Mu coldly snorted and said, "Let's see just how long you'll be so arrogant for." As one neared the middle of the jade steps, the number of martial artists increased. There were some martial artists pacing back and forth here, their advance extremely slow. Although Lin Ming thought that there was something unusual about this, he didn't slow down. He headed towards the gate with the same speed as before. "Come on, you're going up so fast, I want to see when you're beaten." Wang Mu cursed in his heart. There was a small trap in the middle of the jade steps. If one wasn't careful, it would be easy to suffer a shameful loss. Although this wasn't enough to defeat someone with Lin Ming's strength, this failure was enough to make him feel much better about himself. The surrounding martial artists also saw Lin Ming rushing straight up towards the middle of the jade steps and harbored schadenfreude in their minds. This kid probably doesn't know there's a trap waiting for him. Even a seasoned pulse condensation period martial artist has to be prepared for it. Otherwise, it's too easy to be caught off guard. Everyone was using true essence sound transmissions in order to talk. They weren't very happy after being surpassed. As soon as Lin Ming's foot stepped on the middle of the jade steps, he discovered that something was wrong there. Even Ouyang Ming and Jiang Baoyuan had stopped there for several breaths of time, instead of making their way through in one breath. So, there's a separate illusionary killing array here. Lin Ming thought as he saw the symbols on the jade steps suddenly flare up and an origin energy air current begin to flow forth from the array formation, coming completely perpendicular as it tried to impact him. Lin Ming swept out with his soul force and saw that the air current was roughly equivalent to the all-out attack of the weakest pulse condensation period martial artist. Although it would be simple to block it, dodging it would require much less effort. As he activated Golden Rock, shattering the void, Lin Ming's body felt like a feather underneath the influence of the concept of wind. With his overwhelmingly fast movements, he was able to completely dodge all of the origin energy air currents. Because he was too quick, Lin Ming's body turned into a series of afterimages. Soon, he reached the middle of the turbulent origin energy air currents, and in a few more moments of time, he completely bypassed all of them. He dodged all of them. How could he possibly dodge all of them? Even if a seasoned pulse condensation period martial artist arrived at this point, he would still have to use his thick true essence in order to resist the attack. The gravity here is too strong, it's impossible to hide. What a freakish movement technique. In terms of movement technique, he's no weaker than any of the talents in the 7 profound valleys. I wonder just how different his combat ability is. The several young outstanding talents discussed amongst themselves. At this point, a white-clothed youth smiled and said, "You're wrong." The reason he was able to dodge the origin energy air currents was not because he used his movement technique, but because he has a powerful soul force. He figured out the pathing of the origin energy air currents with his soul force, and was able to calculate the path to take in order to not be struck by any of them. This person is a soul force genius. I saw him in Desert Flower Hall using his soul force against a martial artist with his cultivation. He can defeat any of them in a second, even the 7 profound valleys, Ouyangxian. What? He instantly defeated Ouyangxian? I see. So that's how it is. I heard that the Acacia faction's Ouyangxian had been done in by someone. It looks like it was this fellow. Many of the 7 profound disciples present had already heard the news that Ouyangxian had been severely wounded. The disciples of the other 6 factions would certainly not miss an opportunity to laugh at the Acacia faction. Therefore, the news of Ouyangxian's severe injuries had quickly spread all throughout the 7 profound valleys. After some discussion, the nearby martial artists were all secretly paying attention to Lin Ming, especially the early pulse condensation period martial artists. They began to think of admitting defeat in advance if they encountered Lin Ming. They didn't believe they were any stronger than Ouyangxian. After Lin Ming crossed the checkpoint in the middle of the Jade Stairs, there were no more obstacles ahead. Lin Ming rose straight up like a cloud, quickly reaching the mountain gate. Because Lin Ming was deliberately trying to hide his true strength, he started later than the others. When he arrived at the mountain gate, there were already around 70 people waiting there. Over 90% of them were disciples of the total faction. There were very few disciples from the 36 countries or 16 martial cultivation families. Lin Ming knew that even if they arrived first, it didn't mean that they were any more powerful than the disciples still on the Jade Steps. For the Mountain Gate trial, it was fine as long as one passed within the allotted time. There were many other disciples who were trying to hide their own strength too. These martial artists didn't want to publicize their strength and arouse the attention of others ahead of time. But, of course, they couldn't be too slow. Otherwise, they would be mocked. 3/4 of the incense stick was quickly burned away. The separate illusionary killing array in the middle of the Jade Steps had eliminated a massive number of martial artists. Many of the people that arrived at this location had been distracted and then struck by the origin energy air current. Fortunately, the origin energy air current only created superficial injuries and wasn't fatal. Otherwise, young martial artists would be falling from the sky like flies. Zhou Yu and Liang Long were still climbing up, looking like old men that were trying to crawl up a mountain. As they saw martial artist after martial artist pass them, they were unable to help looking at themselves with forced smiles. They also understood that the reason Qinzia had gathered them was in order to fulfill the quota of 5 people. From the start, the 2 of them never had any hope in passing the Mountain Gate trial. What are we going to do? Are we going to do it? Liang Long looked at 2 martial artists that were sent flying by the origin energy air current in front of them, and his heart trembled in nervousness. The slower martial artists had weaker strength. At this point, anyone that was still here would find it impossible to cross the origin energy air current. If they tried, they would suffer the same fate and be sent soaring into the sky. Zhou Yu clenched his teeth and said, "We'll do it. We've already come this far. Even if we know perfectly well that there is no chance of passing, if we give up right now, then we will ruin our own hearts of martial arts. If we hadn't left the Sky Fortune Kingdom, then we would never have known just how big the disparity is between us and them. There is no way that we can stay idle." The 4 martial cultivation families of Sky Fortune Kingdom had always held a superior attitude. Now, Zhou Yu finally understood that, let alone the disciples of their martial families, even if the 4 families themselves were placed in the 7 profound territory, they would be considered nothing but small ants in the surrounding several 100,000 miles of land. there were probably countless martial families that were larger and more famous than their own. As Zhou Yu and Liang Long took a step on the middle of the jade steps, they were struck by the origin energy air current and sent flying into the air. There were also several other martial artists that accompanied them on their trip. There were even some martial artists who, after being struck, got back on their feet and crawled forwards once more. There were also those that were struck once and then gave up. And there were even those who didn't even get struck but turned around and gave up anyway because they knew that they definitely wouldn't pass. These repeated attempts and defeats of those who tried again and again and again were all reflected in Lin Ming's eyes. He sighed with emotion. He was just like them not too long ago, diligently striving for a far-off hope and yet tasting failure again and again. For that desolate hope, one had to bet everything they had. That was the path of martial arts. Even in the countless dimensions within the realm of the gods, there were countless martial artists, but eventually only a mere handful of them were ever able to stand at the pinnacle of all. To arrive at that stage, they had to have perseverance, talent, but also opportunity. But those lucky opportunities could only be obtained by the prepared. Otherwise, those chances were worthless. The 3 valley masters of the 7 profound valleys were loftily standing on the spirit boat, ignoring the martial artists underneath that were giving their all to climb up the stairs. To them, these disciples were nothing more than ants on the ground. At this time, the incense began to burn slower. Although there was only a quarter of the incense stick left, it was still 2.5 feet tall. Lin Ming estimated that, at this rate, it would still take a little less than half an hour to finish. So it turned out there was enough time after all. Lin Ming finally understood. This mountain gate trial was for the disciples themselves. It was in order to let those overconfident, brash, and arrogant young talents realize the difference between themselves and true talents. If they were discouraged by just this and gave up the climb, then they simply had no qualifications to walk down the path of martial arts. This was the ebb, and this was the tide. Those who stayed would become more experienced and wizened. But as for those who were eliminated, they would be brought to their knees, unlikely to recover from this failure. The young talents that had already reached the mountain gate looked down on those martial artists still struggling with a trace of contempt in their eyes. This contempt, to the marital artists still on the jade steps that had once thought themselves peerless geniuses, was also a catalyst. They had always been accustomed to being superior. When had they ever received such contempt like this? Noting the eyes of these talents, Lin Ming sighed again. These disciples only had the qualification to be called talents in the 7 profound valleys, and thus looked down with disdain at others. But if they were placed in a higher, stronger sect, they might be the ones struggling to climb the jade steps. For instance, take Mu Qinyu. Pulse condensation at 15, Ho Tian at 17, Xian Tian at 22. If the 20-year-old Mu Qinyu was standing here, all of the geniuses present, including even the 7 profound valleys' 3 valley masters, would all be overshadowed by her brilliance. Just as Lin Ming was in thought, he saw Qin Xingxuan finally reach the mountain gate, her face flushed red with effort, and her body dewy wet with perspiration. Lin Ming smiled in relief, greeted her, and then hastily handed her a bottle of true essence-restoring pills. Although she had just barely passed the mountain gate, this was still shocking enough with Qin Xingxuan's low age and her middle bone forging cultivation. Less than half an hour later, the mountain gate trial was finally finished. There were many martial artists who had been worn out from exhaustion and collapsed on the stairs. Despite how hard they tried, they had still failed to reach the mountain gate. Liang Long and Zhou Yu were also 2 that failed to pass. There were around 200 remaining martial artists. Close to 60% of the original number had been eliminated. In this group of 200, 70% of them were disciples of the 7 profound valleys. There were only a few dozen disciples from the 36 countries and 16 martial families. There were even many early post-condensation period martial artists that had been eliminated when they reached the origin energy air current. The origin energy air current was equal to the full force strike of the weakest post-condensation period martial artist. Not only that, but there were several dozens of these origin energy air currents connected together. A weak early post-condensation martial artist wouldn't be able to bear all of them. Of the Sky Fortune Kingdom group, the ones that remained were Ling Sun, Lin Ming, and Qin Xingxuan. In these 36 countries, it had to be known that at least half of them completely failed in entering. Only large countries like Kuala Nation and Grace Venerate Nation, who had a quota of 10 people, still had 3 disciples left over. Sky Fortune Kingdom was originally a country that was placed in the middle of the pack. That they could have such success at this martial meeting was simply too surprising. As for the 16 martial families, their situation was somewhat better than the 36 countries. These ancient martial families usually had a specially trained disciple, and therefore they would usually have at least 1 disciple left over. There were some large martial families that even had 2 or 3 disciples left. Chapter 242, The Martial Meeting Begins. Chapter 242, The Martial Meeting Begins. Chapter 242, The Martial Meeting Begins. As Lin Ming stepped through the gate into the profound sky mountains, he immediately felt that the heaven and earth origin energy was much thicker here, by around 60 to 70%. If one were to cultivate here, they would have twice the result with half the effort. As he turned around to look back at the gate, he was surprised to see faintly shining charms and runes inscribed onto it. Apparently, there was also an array formation placed on the mountain gate. I see. So the profound sky mountains were formed over the center of a dragon pulse, but there was also an array formation barrier that gathered the heaven and earth origin energy. Not even considering the highest peak of the profound sky mountains, but even the heaven and earth origin energy of profound sky city was much more vibrant than Sky Fortune Kingdoms by far, not to mention all the other resources that were available to the 7 profound valleys. No wonder this caused so many martial artists to be jealous, and why even peak bone forging martial artists would rather stay and defend profound sky city as gate guards than go to a smaller country and work as commanders. It wasn't only Lin Ming who discovered the extremely rich heaven and earth origin energy of the profound sky mountains. Many of the young talented heroes that came for the first time were amazed, vividly speaking about this astonishing phenomenon. They also began to envy the resources that were available to the disciples of the total faction. Not too far away from the main road on a cliff, there were several 7 profound valleys disciples that were looking down on the dense stream of people. Their expressions seemed as if they were accustomed to seeing this small fry country bumpkin martial artist entering their city. "Is that him?" A white-clothed man standing in front of the group asked a nearby disciple with true essence sound transmission as he tapped his fingers. "Yes, it's that guy. His name is Lin Ming. He was the one that injured Ouyang Ziyan. In the Mountain Gate trial, what number was he? Although the ranking of the Mountain Gate trial didn't reveal one's true strength, it was usable as a reference point. Around 80-something. I don't recall the exact number. A decent rank. With such a rank, there is no need to worry that he won't qualify later. It's better like this. I will make him rue the day he was born." The white-clothed man revealed a sinister smile as he said this. At this moment from in the crowd, Lin Ming suddenly turned his head to look at him. They faced each other. Then Lin Ming smiled and turned back. The white-clothed man was surprised. He truly is worthy of being called a soul force genius. His perception is keen to the degree of startling me. He's even able to sense when people are observing him. Well, good. I'm becoming more and more interested in this fellow. 1 year ago, Lin Ming would never have dreamed that on his 16th birthday he would actually enter into the 7 profound valleys. At that time, the 7 profound valleys was simply a heaven-like existence that was too distant a goal, not mentioning the 7 profound valleys. Even Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound Marshall House was beyond difficult for him to reach. Now, on the same day as Lin Ming's 16th birthday, the Total Faction Marshall meeting would officially begin. The Marshall Field was located at the highest peak of the Profound Sky Mountains, which was also where the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction was located. The Profound Sky Mountain's highest peak was 60,000 feet high. This mountain was simply incomparably massive and rocky. The mountain exuded an invisible pressure that would cause a weak martial artist to feel extremely suppressed, only able to display 50% of their strength. As the sun rose, there were already thousands of people gathered at the square in front of Great Hall. There were disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys, as well as high-ranking individuals of large families and guests of the 7 Profound Valleys. The 7 Profound Valleys had invited them here to watch the Marshall meeting, and also to show their own strength. The Great Hall Square was 10 miles wide, and flat and smooth as a whetstone. A martial arts master had cut down this section of the mountain and flattened it. At this time, the square was divided into 10 regions. Each region was separated by an array formation, and these array formations covered the entire area in order to isolate all true essence, so there wasn't any danger of being affected by the aftermath of fighting. There were 209 young talented heroes that had managed to pass through the mountain gate. These talents were divided into 10 groups, each group having 20 or 21 individuals. Out of these groups, 10 of them would eventually qualify for the next stage. Once all 10 groups were added together, there would be a total of 100 disciples. Those would be the first 100 rankings of the Total Faction Marshall meeting. If one could make it to the top 100, it was already a result to be proud of. As for those young outstanding talents, they also had an opportunity to continue. They were able to pass through a 10,000 killing array for a ranking. As long as they passed the Mountain Gate trial, they would be able to obtain an exact ranking. Lin Ming already knew which group he would be in, the 6th group. This grouping was not drawn from lots, but was decided by the 7 Profound Valleys. Sky Fortune Kingdom and Hulua Nation were both in the same area. At every Total Faction Marshall meeting, they would be assigned to the same group. In addition, there were also 3 countries and martial cultivation families. Altogether, there were 5 second-grade influences on their side. During this Marshall meeting, these 5 influences had brought a total of 9 people that were able to pass the Mountain Gate trial. Sky Fortune Kingdom had 3, Hulua Nation had 3, the 2 large martial families had 3, and the rest had none. The 6th group had 21 disciples altogether. Besides these 9 people, the other 12 were disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction. The Total Faction assigned the groupings of their disciples based on the rank at which they passed the Mountain Gate. This was in order to ensure that every group had an average strength within. As Lin Ming began to size up his competition, he suddenly heard the cry of a bird coming from up above. He looked up and saw a massive heavenly winged eagle flapping its wings and circling around. This heavenly winged eagle had a commanding aura as it flew in the skies of the Profound Sky Mountains, looking down at the world below with scorn. This heavenly winged eagle was several times larger than an ordinary heavenly winged eagle. Not only that, but its wings were a deep gold. This golden color made one think that this bird was actually a golden-winged rock, or maybe that this big eagle was from the lineage of a saint beast. It's people from Peacock Mountain. Humph, they are too arrogant. Not only are they not coming down to the entrance, but they are still hovering in the sky. There's nothing we can do about it. For the past 100 years, Peacock Mountain has been getting more and more fierce, and is beginning to pressure us. It's normal for them to act arrogantly. Lin Ming was standing beside the 7 Profound Valleys disciples of the 6th group as they spoke amongst each other in a low voice. Peacock Mountain? What sort of place is that? Lin Ming had never heard of this place before. Qin Zia said, Peacock Mountain is 800,000 miles away from the 7 Profound Valleys and is also a 3rd-grade sect. Their strength is superior to the 7 Profound Valleys, especially in the last 100 years. There are several peerless talents that have emerged from Peacock Mountain, and they've already become one of the top Grade 3 sections. During every total faction martial meeting, Peacock Mountain will always send some people to watch and understand the strength of the 7 Profound Valleys' younger generation. Of course, our 7 Profound Valleys also sends people to attend the tournament that they hold. I see. How many Grade 3 sects are there in the Sky Spill continent? What is the highest grade sect? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this. As he came into contact more and more with the vast world, the increasing number of superpowers left him astonished. Qin Zia forced a smile and said, I'm not too sure. Our 7 Profound Valleys mostly only communicates with other 3rd-grade sections. As for those higher-grade sects, they are simply out of reach. Qin Zia's voice had just fallen when a clarion cry resonated in the sky. This was even more high-pitched than the heavenly winged eagle, and was simply frightening. As the golden heavenly winged eagle in the air heard this cry, it suddenly became frightened. Its lofty and arrogant manner completely evaporated, and it soared down in panic. Thousands of eyes turned up to the horizon. At this time, everyone was looking completely dumbfounded. Vermilion bird. Heavens! A vermilion bird. Is it for real? That golden heavenly winged eagle from a moment ago only had the bloodline of a saint beast, but a vermilion bird was a true saint beast. Because there were no true phoenixes within the Sky Spill continent, the vermilion bird was considered the king of all bird. Once the golden heavenly winged eagle encountered the vermilion bird, it would inevitably feel a deep dread and dismay emerge from its bloodline, and could only flee in panic. How could it possibly dare to occupy the same skies as a vermilion bird? I've never seen a saint beast in my entire life. Even the sect elders might have never seen something like this. This is truly worthy of being the 7 Profound Valleys total faction. In my small land, it would simply be impossible for me to ever see a saint beast. A disciple from the 16 martial families clenched his fists, his face ruddy with excitement. To see a legendary saint beast, he felt that he could say he lived his life without regret. Lin Ming noticed that the several total faction disciples near him were speaking as if they were at a loss on how to explain this. A 7 Profound Valleys disciple thought aloud. One of the factions actually has a vermilion bird. I've been here for over 20 years, and I've never heard something like this. The vermilion bird flew to the top of the Profound Sky Mountain's highest peak. Even the usually calm Qin Zia seemed to have lost all his composure. He said, They are probably people from Divine Phoenix Island. That is a 4th-grade sect. The various graded sects usually stayed in their own circles. A 4th-grade sect wouldn't normally associate or speak with a 3rd-grade sect. Qin Zia had said that the 7 Profound Valleys didn't keep in contact with a 4th-grade sect, but in the next moment, a 4th-grade sect had actually come. Listening to Qin Zia's words, Lin Ming gulped, his face revealing a strange color. Divine Phoenix Island, Qin Xingxuan echoed as she watched the vermilion bird flying in the sky. Qin Xingxuan's eyes filled with longing. How nice would it be if she could ever have her own vermilion bird? Qin Zia said, Divine Phoenix Island is among the top of all 4th-grade sections. I never expected that they would come to the 7 Profound Valleys total faction martial meeting. This is probably the first time that this has happened in the last several hundred years. Qin Zia hadn't finished when the 7 Profound Valleys spirit boat flew up to welcome the guests. Lin Ming glanced upwards. The ones on the spirit boat were the 3 valley masters of the 7 Profound Valleys. In order to have such a welcoming party, it could only be for the absolute pinnacle existence. The guest is strong and the host is weak. Not only that, but we are lower by an entire grade. It's just the way it is, Chinzia said as he shook his head. The difference in power between grades was enormous. For instance, Sky Fortune Kingdom was a second-grade power, whilst the 7 Profound Valleys was a third-grade power. When someone came from the 7 Profound Valleys who wasn't even an elder, like Ouyang Dihua, the emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom had to come out and pay his respects, lest he provoke the other. With this, the difference between the two could be ascertained. The 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master Shirzongtian had just gotten the message a few days ago that Divine Phoenix Island would be sending out someone to observe their total faction martial meeting. Shirzongtian had been absolutely bewildered by this. He had no idea why a 4th-grade sect would suddenly decide to take interest in the festivities. I am the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master, Shirzongtian. I cordially welcome the martial cultivators from Divine Phoenix Island to our land, Shirzongtian said as he stood in front on the spirit boat, cupping his fists together in greetings. His welcome had embodied respect while not showing too much humility. Valley Master Shir, well met. The one who spoke was a black-clothed woman wearing a mask. Her cultivation was at the extreme Xiantian realm. There were also 2 maids behind her clothed in purple, whose cultivations were at the peak Hotian realm. The Divine Phoenix Island took the phoenix as their representative saint beast. Their legacy cultivation methods also originated from meditating and comprehending the majesty of the phoenix. Because of this, their cultivation methods were more suitable for women, and in their sect, 90% of the disciples were women. Lin Ming saw the masked woman, and even though her appearance was covered, he was able to recognize that she wasn't Mu Qianyu. Chapter 243, Fairy, Maiden Qinghong. Chapter 243, Fairy, Maiden Qinghong. Chapter 243, Fairy, Maiden Qinghong. What was I thinking? How could she possibly? Lin Ming shook his head, laughing at his own thoughts. Mu Qianyu was the top-tier 4th-grade sect Divine Phoenix Island's saintess among saintess. In the future, she would become the sect master, a fairy maiden that came to Earth who would be respected and admired by countless people. As for him who hadn't even truly broken through to the pulse condensation period, the difference between them was greater than the clouds and mud. Mu Qianyu would probably only think of him if she were bored in her spare time. How could she possibly come to the 7 Profound Valleys and watch such boring matches? In Lin Ming's opinion, a saintess was probably a figure that would become the successor to the sect master, with an extremely honored status. But in fact, he had underestimated her. A saintess of Divine Phoenix Island was even rarer than a Divine Phoenix Island sect master. Divine Phoenix Island changed sect masters every 100 years. Afterwards, they would retire and become an elder ancestor. But a saintess was rarely seen every 500 years, and not every sect had a saintess. The main branch of Divine Phoenix Island was the ancient Phoenix family, the Mu family. The saintess could only come from the Mu family. The Mu family had excessive yin energy and a lack of yang energy. Because of this, they had very few children. Although there were many disciples of Divine Phoenix Island whose last name was Mu, the truth was that this was only a last name, and it didn't mean that they were true juniors of the Mu family. Every few hundred years, the Mu family would produce a girl who had the bloodline of a phoenix descendant, and her talent would be a heaven-defying 7th grade. She was the saintess. Also, only a saintess would be able to summon their own saint beast. For instance, the vermilion bird that the masked woman was riding was not hers. It was left behind by an ancient saintess who had passed away. The life of a phoenix descendant was much longer than humans. Some phoenix descendants would continue living on even after their master had died, and stay at Divine Phoenix Island for several hundred years, or even 1,000 years. Through all these years, Divine Phoenix Island had gathered 3 vermilion birds and a blue swan. One of those vermilion birds was Mu Qianyu's saint beast. As for the blue swan, it was the saint beast of her younger sister, Mu Bingyun. Every time a saintess would appear every 500 years, there was a small chance that there would be a pair of twin sisters born. That was a vermilion bird and a blue swan. If this happened, Divine Phoenix Island would enter incomparably prosperous times. If they were able to grasp this opportunity, they might even be able to upgrade themselves to a 5th grade sect. How does Fairy Maiden prefer to be addressed? Shi Zongtian stood at the front of the spirit boat leading the way, as the vermilion bird slowly followed behind it. The black-clothed masked woman softly said, "My name is Mu Qinghong." "I see, so it is Fairy Maiden Qinghong. Please." With these words, the spirit boat had already fallen out of sight. Shi Zongtian led Mu Qinghong to the Grand Hall. As for the person from Peacock Mountain, he was forgotten and left on the side. Naturally, Peacock Mountain didn't have anything to say about this. The difference in their strength was an entire grade. Even if the sovereign of Peacock Mountain was to go to Divine Phoenix Island, he would barely have the qualifications to mix with the elders. Not only that, he would only be equal to an unimportant outer sect elder. In a 3rd grade sect, the elders were at the Xiantian realm, and there might not even be a revolving Dan master. If there was, it would be an extremely rare 1 or 2. In a 4th grade sect, the elders were at the revolving Dan realm. This difference was big. Mu Qinghong and Shi Zongtian sat side by the side on a dais overlooking the square. Mu Qinghong glanced at all the young talents' cultivation and frowned. Is there really anyone in this small 3rd grade sect that is worthy of Qianyu to give such a high evaluation of? Mu Qinghong muttered to herself. Mu Qinghong was an orphan, but since her natural martial talent was amazing, she had been given shelter as a child at Divine Phoenix Island, and she had received the surname of Mu. After Mu Qianyu was chosen as the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Qinghong was assigned to be her assistant. Mu Qinghong was 19 years older than Mu Qianyu. They had grown up together, and the two regarded each other as sisters. Their relationship was very solid. A month ago, Mu Qianyu had returned to Divine Phoenix Island and asked Mu Qinghong to go to the 7 profound valleys to observe a young boy named Lin Ming, saying that he had a very unusual talent and he could become a revolving Dan master in the future. Not only that, he wouldn't be any normal revolving Dan master either. If he were willing to assist Divine Phoenix Island in the future, then the chances of Divine Phoenix Island becoming a 5th grade sect would be much higher. This assessment was simply ridiculous. It could said that Mu Qianyu had already thought of Lin Ming as a talent equal to her own, around 15 or 16 years old, and his cultivation can break through to the pulse condensation period at any time. His strength far exceeds a martial artist at the same cultivation, and he has an extremely rare martial intent. His body has a strange bloodline that isn't inferior at all to Qianyu's vermilion bird bloodline. His body is special, and he has formidable blood vitality. Also, he can control the purple flood dragon, Divine Thunder. Mu Qinghong was recalling the details that Mu Qianyu had told her. If this description wasn't wrong, then such a character would be a talent at the pinnacle of any 4th grade sect. At this time, the group stages had already started. Mu Qinghong watched for a while, but she didn't spot any Thunder Attribute martial artists. She pretended to casually ask, "Valley Master Shi, in these 10 stages of outstanding young heroes, which ones came from the sect, and which ones came from the 36 countries?" Mu Qinghong knew that Lin Ming came from Sky Fortune Kingdom. As long as she was able to find out which the competition stage Sky Fortune Kingdom was on, she believed it would be very easy to find Lin Ming. After hearing Mu Qinghong's question, Shi Zongtian thought it was a bit odd. This woman was simply too interested in the 7 Profound Valleys martial meeting. Was she looking for someone? It couldn't possibly be that Divine Phoenix Island came to the 7 Profound Valleys to recruit someone. It shouldn't be. The disciples with the best talent, such as the sword factions Jiang Baoyun or the zither factions Qin Wuxin, had all grown up in their factions, and they had learnt their factions' core cultivation methods. If they betrayed their sect to enter Divine Phoenix Island, they would have to switch to the cultivation methods of Divine Phoenix Island. This might do more harm than good. Also, Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods weren't suitable for men to cultivate. Although reluctant, Shi Zongtian still described where the martial artists of each stage came from. The 6th stage area? It doesn't look like there's anything special there. At this time, at the 6th stage, on the martial field, the 3rd round of the martial meeting had started already. Hulua Nation's Wang Mu was standing on the stage, as well as his opponent Zhou Feng, who came from a martial cultivation family. Zhou Feng's cultivation was at the peak of bone forging. Since he was able to stand on this stage with his peak bone forging cultivation, it meant that he was a talent who was able to jump ranks in battle. "I'll defeat you in 5 moves." Wang Mu shouted as he took his long sword out. He simply didn't place Zhou Feng in his eyes. "You talk so much. Aren't you afraid of spitting on your own face? I want to see just how you'll defeat me." Zhou Feng was also an arrogant youth. These words from Wang Mu suddenly caused him to be angry. His opponent was only at the middle pulse condensation period, and yet he was so rampant. From the very start of the match, Zhou Feng had to resort to using his final master strike. He understood that defeating someone like Wang Mu would be no easy feat, so he had to go all out from the get-go. The ultimate move of the Zhou family had been easily received by Wang Mu. After that, Wang Mu struck out with 3 sword strokes, forcing Zhou Feng into a perilous situation. With the 4th sword stroke, Wang Mu broke through the true essence barrier that was protecting Zhou Feng's body. With the 5th sword stroke, Wang Mu sent Zhou Feng's weapon flying out of his hand. Then, he kicked Zhou Feng in the chest and sent him flying off the stage. 3rd match, Wang Mu wins. The referee announced from the side as he gave Wang Mu a few glances. The referee thought that it was quite good for someone from the 36 countries to have such strength. He should be able to advance into the top 100. If a martial artist from the 36 countries was able to advance into the top 100, this was a result that they could be proud of. After defeating Zhou Feng in 5 moves, Wang Mu looked at Lin Ming haughtily, provocation stirring in his eyes. "There are a dozen or so matches still left, then it will be time for our match." Lin Ming only smiled, not saying anything. He turned his head to glance at the competition schedule table, and just like Wang Mu had said, their gambling match would begin soon enough. Lin Ming had heard that Hulua Nation's Seraphic Pond contained an incomparably pure heaven and earth origin energy. Not only that, but there would be no side effects from soaking in this pond. He was quite looking forward to it. 4th match, Lin Ming against Chen Xiao. This would be Lin Ming's first match. His opponent, Chen Xiao, came from the 7 Profound Valleys Array faction, and his cultivation was at the early pulse condensation period. In the last total faction martial meeting, he had reached rank 105. Although rank 105 didn't sound too impressive, at that time, Chen Xiao had been at peak bone forging. Now, 3 years later, his strength had greatly improved from before, and over half of the disciples that had been ahead of him before now were unable to participate in the total faction martial meeting due to their age. It could be said that this time, Chen Xiao would definitely enter the top 100. Mu Qinghong was watching this match from afar. So far, this Lin Ming had matched the description of the youth that Mu Qinyu had described. He looked around 16 or 17 years old, and his cultivation was at the peak bone forging stage, and it might even be enough to enter the pulse condensation period. Mu Qinghong was waiting for Lin Ming to take out his weapon. If it was a spear, then she would be certain Or, if he used Thunder True Essence, it would also most certainly confirm her suspicions. The strength of Lin Ming's opponent was just barely passable in Mu Qinghong's eyes. Well, at least she could see how Lin Ming would deal with his opponent. In the stage, Chen Xiao was holding a small array flag, smiling at Lin Ming. It's already quite good that a peak-bone forging boy could stand on this stage. But what a pity! You just ran out of luck. The first person you are up against is me. Chen Xiao didn't even view Lin Ming as an opponent. He was also a talent that could jump up realms to fight opponents. Only a middle pulse condensation period opponent was worth him giving his all to. As for someone with a lower cultivation than him, it was simply something to be settled in a single move. Chen Xiao hadn't finished speaking when he saw that Lin Ming had closed his eyes. What is this fellow doing? Is he looking down on me? Chen Xiao frowned. He wanted to send Lin Ming off stage with a casual move, but seeing Lin Ming's flagrant disrespect, he decided to give Lin Ming a little lesson in humility. Match begins. As the referee's voice stopped, Chen Xiao immediately flourished his array flag, and a succession of symbols circled around in his hand like a liquid rainbow. It was truly mesmerizing. But as soon as Chen Xiao waved his array flag, the beautiful symbols melted together into a sharp and deadly weapon. Compared to all the actions that Chen Xiao had taken, Lin Ming simply opened his eyes. Bang! Countless visions and images poured into Chen Xiao's mind. His body shook, his pupils lost focus, and then his body slowly slumped to the ground with a hard plop. Lin Ming slowly turned around to leave. The audience that had been sitting around the stage were watching in stunned silence. What happened? Did that martial artist, called Lin Ming, even make a move? His actions were too fast. I wasn't even able to clearly see it. He hadn't moved. He only gave him a look. How is that possible? Because it was the group stages. The sixth group that Lin Ming was in didn't have a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys. Thus, there weren't many people in the audience. Most of the audience were in different areas watching the more famous and well-known disciples. As for the audience that was here, their own martial cultivation wasn't too high, so they couldn't see the mysterious and strange principles that had just occurred. It was actually a soul attack. Mu Qinghong's slender eyebrows pressed together. Mu Qinyu hadn't said that Lin Ming was able to use soul attacks. She had been counting on Lin Ming using a spear or Thunder True Essence, but she didn't think that Lin Ming would be able to use just a soul attack to achieve victory. Was it possible that Lin Ming's soul attack was more powerful than his spear play, or was his opponent not worthy of him using his spear? Chapter 244, Standing Out as an Amazing Talent. Chapter 244, Standing Out as an Amazing Talent. Chapter 244, Standing Out as an Amazing Talent. I see. So that's the soul force genius that caused an uproar recently in the contestant waiting area. A youth with half a silver mask on was sipping a cup of tea, leisurely observing the arena. Watching his demeanor, it was evident that he never placed this group stage in his heart. The mask he wore was very strange. It only covered the right half of his face. But from what was exposed, one could see that he was a handsome man with a feminine and delicate atmosphere. This masked man did have the qualifications to be proud. His cultivation had reached the late pulse condensation period. And he was also a core disciple of the 7 profound valleys Mirage faction. He was also one of the seeded contestants in the 6th group. There was a gigantic difference in strength between the core disciples and ordinary disciples of the 7 profound valleys. A core disciple had outstanding talent, but also had much more resources. Because of this, their strength was usually several times more than an ordinary disciple. Oh, is Big Brother interested in this boy? A youth beside the masked man asked. The youth was carrying a teapot with an extremely attentive look, ready to refill the teacup whenever needed. He's not worth me being interested in him. It's just that I also happen to know how to use a soul attack, and I want to use him to practice a bit. Big Brother thinks too much of him. For Big Brother to use a soul attack on a peak bone forging boy is the same as using a giant knife to kill a chicken. The youth seized the opportunity to flatter the masked man. This youth was just an ordinary disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys. The resources that the 7 Profound Valleys supplied to their ordinary disciples was much less than a core disciple. Therefore, there were many ordinary disciples that hung on the coattails of core disciples, hoping to obtain some advantages. It's my turn to go on stage. The masked man heard the referee call his name out, and he stood up, walking onto the stage. After seeing his match, his eyes brightened. What luck! The first match that he had was against a quite beautiful woman. Not only that, but she was young, yet her cultivation was decently high. She really was a top-quality girl. I am the Mirage Factions by Tinghua. Beautiful lady, will you admit defeat? Or would you like me to help you admit defeat? Bai Tinghua grinned as he said this. The young girl in front of him was only at the middle bone forging stage. Her cultivation was an entire realm less than his. How could she possibly be his opponent? Qin Xingxuan grit her teeth. She didn't know that her first match would be against such a strong opponent. Xingxuan, admit defeat. Lin Ming shouted out from outside the stage. Lin Ming had a good estimation of Qin Xingxuan's strength. At most, she would be able to defeat an early pulse condensation period martial artist. If she encountered a middle pulse condensation period martial artist, she would still be able to put up a decent fight. But against someone who had reached the late pulse condensation period, her chances fell precipitously. Not only that, but he wasn't regular late pulse condensation martial artist either. Qin Xingxuan let out a light breath and somewhat grudgingly said, I admit defeat. By Tinghua, victory. The referee announced. Qin Xingxuan was a bit dispirited. She had lost without even being able to put up a fight. Lin Ming gently patted Qin Xingxuan's shoulder and consoled her, saying, There's nothing to be sad about. You're only 15 years old. You have plenty of time left. In 3 years' time, this stage will be yours. Qin Xingxuan nodded, her mood much better. Bai Tinghua also seemed as if he had some regrets. But then he looked at Lin Ming and then at Qin Xingxuan, and he suddenly grinned. It seemed like the relationship between these two wasn't so simple. Things were getting much more interesting. Wouldn't it be fun if he could beat the lover of a beautiful girl in front of her? Bai Tinghua walked off stage, and his little attendant immediately walked up with a bright, welcoming smile. Congratulations on your well-deserved victory, Big Brother Tinghua. She's just a little girl. It's nothing much if she can't beat me. But that little girl's talent is quite good. She would be top class if she was placed even in the group of core disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. She will most likely enter the total faction at some time in the future. As Bai Tinghua thought this, the referee announced, 6th match, Qian Xiaohu against Ling Sun. Qian Xiaohu was the little personal attendant that had been attentively pouring tea for Bai Tinghua. Although this fellow was a sycophantic little suck-up, his cultivation was still decent, and he had reached the early pulse condensation period. The fact that he was able to pass the mountain gate trial showed that he had some skills. Qian Xiaohu excitedly stood up as he heard his name being called. Big brother, it's my turn to go up on stage. This little brother will be right back. Bai Tinghua was less optimistic about Qian Xiaohu's chances. He glanced at Qian Xiaohu's opponent's cultivation, and he was shocked. Early bone forging? Really? How had he managed to pass through the mountain gate trial? Was he a martial artist that excelled in movement techniques? At the mountain gate trial, martial artists that specialized in movement techniques had a great advantage over martial artists that specialized in other technique. They could stumble their way through even if their true power wasn't optimal. Ha! Big brother, my luck is just too good. I can't believe that I'm able to face an early bone forging fellow. Not only that, but he comes from the 36 countries. I think this fellow is probably only good at movement techniques. Qian Xiaohu hadn't even got on the stage yet, but he was already imagining his imminent victory. There was an entire cultivation realm between them. And since this person came from the 36 countries, Qian Xiaohu wasn't feeling pressured in the least. Match, start. The referee's voice had just stopped when Qian Xiaohu rushed forwards, his hands shaped like a tiger's claw. He wanted to end this battle quickly. If he couldn't defeat some lowly early bone condensation martial artist from the 36 bumpkin countries with his early pulse condensation period cultivation, then he would lose too much face. This little brother had to prove that he had some value. Otherwise, no boss would be willing to keep such a waste of a little brother around. Facing Qian Xiaohu's tiger claw, Ling Sun calmly stepped forwards. He hadn't even taken the heavy sword out on his back when his aura suddenly erupted outwards. Murderous intent spread out, as if it were blotting out the sky, and the air on stage immediately began to thicken. The slaughter domain had opened. Qian Xiaohu only saw his surroundings change as he suddenly appeared in a bloody area, facing countless Ashura devils. These Ashura devils gave out horrifying shrieks as they started rushing towards him. Qian Xiaohu had always been a man with a weak mind that sucked up to others. How could his heart of martial arts ever be strong enough to break Ling Sen's slaughter domain apart? Qian Xiaohu's mind was in chaos as he panicked. His swordsmanship was full of holes. In fact, he couldn't even see Ling Sun. There were only countless Ashura devils surrounding him. Ling Sun took a casual step towards Qian Xiaohu and sent a punch-out. Bang! Qian Xiaohu flew backwards until he dropped off stage, still in a confused daze. Sixth match, Ling Sun victory. The referee gave Ling Sun a deep glance. To him, Ling Sun was even more surprising than Lin Ming. He was able to substantialize his murderous intent into a domain. The fact that he could use his murderous intent to this degree was simply incredible. An early bone forging martial artist had actually been able to easily defeat an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Although Qian Xiaohu's strength was ordinary, he was still a disciple of the 7 profound valleys. His strength should be much stronger than an equivalent martial artist from the 36 countries. The audience was looking around at each other, clueless as to what had just happened. What was going on? Was Qian Xiao acting like some dumb monkey? How come he just watched as his opponent punched him in the face? Qian Xiaohu climbed back up from the ground, his face pallid, as he ran away. He was scared just remembering all those devils surrounding him. He didn't dare face Ling Sun again. It was almost as if he were facing a real Ashura devil. Boss, Qian Xiaohu was still shaken from his experience. He had actually lost to an early bone forging martial artist. He was too ashamed to lift his head up. Bai Tinghua simply ignored Qian Xiaohu. His eyes were only looking at Ling Sun, who was still standing on stage. He cupped his chin. The martial artists from the 36 countries are more and more interesting. It seems that I've been underestimating them. The matches would proceed one at a time, and every person would have to face 15 competitors one at a time. Finally, the ones with the highest number of victories would advance. At the 12th match, Lin Ming's eyes finally brightened. So, there's actually such a master in the 6th group. The 6th group didn't have a direct disciple of the 7 profound valleys. Lin Ming had thought that Bai Tinghua was the strongest one here, but now he actually saw there that was a true blue master in his group. This young man's cultivation was at the peak of pulse condensation, and not only that, but his aura was extremely shocking, enough to frighten anyone that looked at him. He was like a peerless treasure sword that stood loftily above the stage. His glance was like a sword light that pierced the heart. Even if someone were to look at him, they would have to withstand a great pressure. Sword Faction's Jiang Lanjian, please advise me. Jiang Lanjian's hands gripped the sword hilt in a polite martial artist's duel ceremony. Before this, Jiang Lanjian had been watching the previous matches. In his opinion, even though Lin Ming and Bai Tinghua had shown some promise, neither of them were capable of being his match. Therefore, because he hadn't seen anything of interest, Jiang Lanjian hadn't shown up until now. Please advise me. Jiang Lanjian's hapless opponent was an early post-condensation period martial artist from Huoluo Nation. At this point in time, the Huoluo Nation youth was no more than an eggplant to be beaten up. In his heart, he had already given up. Match, start! The referee shouted. The Huoluo Nation disciple hesitated for a moment before finally raising his hand. I admit defeat. This youth knew full well that he had already lost. There was no need to further disgrace himself. If the difference in their strength weren't any less, then he would still try and put up a fight to obtain some experience. But now, the difference in their strength had become a moat that stood between them. He would be defeated in a second. If it were like this, then he wouldn't be able to learn anything, and he might as well save his energy to deal with his next opponent. Jiang Lanjian, victory, the referee announced. Jiang Lanjian turned around and left the stage. Before leaving, he shot a glance towards Lin Ming, his vision sweeping over him. He didn't pause his steps as he left. Although this Jiang Lanjian isn't a direct disciple, his strength isn't too far away from a direct disciple. In terms of battle prowess, the disciples of the 7 Profound Valley Sword faction are the strongest within the entire sect. I look forwards to fighting with him. Lin Ming's heart began to smolder with fighting spirit. 21st match, Lin Ming against Wang Mu. Finally, it was time for Lin Ming and Wang Mu's gambling fight to occur. With the referee's announcement, Qin Zia and Martial House Master Luo in the audience instantly came to attention. The two of them hadn't been sitting too far away, and with the announcement from the referee, the two middle-aged men looked at each other, a faint smile crossing each of their faces. Qin Zia turned his attention towards the martial stage. Martial House Master Luo stroked his chin and said, I admit that I underestimated Lin Ming, but if he wants to win against Wang Mu, it won't be so easy. Just you wait and see. After Lin Ming had instantly defeated Chen Xiao, he had the potential to reach the top 100. However, Wang Mu still looked at him with contempt in his heart. His cultivation was much higher than that Chen Xiao. Still, he had to be cautious facing Lin Ming, lest he end up in a miserable state. Before the match began, Wang Mu condensed true essence within his body, forming a film of true essence that covered him. To Wang Mu, true essence manifestation skills like this weren't anything difficult. Oh, a true essence shield that can defend against soul attacks? I didn't think that you would have practiced this sort of technique. Humph. Since I dared to take your bet, then I have already figured you out. I already know about the matter in Desert Flower Hall where you used Soul Force to defeat Ouyang Zian, and I've already figured out how to defend against it. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.